Mr. Merced, what you sent me was not a tally sheet. The tally sheet needs to be filled out.
Well, but where is this tally sheet? I don't have.
We emailed it to the state chairs, to the state delegation chairs.
Got it. Okay, so I'll follow up with Mr. Bedwell.
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Secretary?
Yes?
Did you just say that the state chairs have received their ballot or they're on the way because Tennessee's yet to see that?
They would see the ballot tally sheet.
Yeah, I'm still waiting for that, just an FYI. Tennessee delegation chair. He sent it to a personal email. I think I just received it. Scratch that.
Okay.
If I can ask somebody who knows which states do not have their tally sheets in.
Florida's a large delegation. We are still working on it.
Okay.
And Mr. Chair, with so many people accessing one Google Drive, there is a slow technology issue on this end.
Okay.
We've had some freezing.
All right. We will keep working on it.
Minnesota's still waiting for election buddy results as well.
Virginia's in.
Minnesota, I was sending yours to, let me find it. To Chris Holbrook's LPM Minnesota address.
Don't do that. It's P.
I can find your address.
Okay, yeah.
Melvin.
Thank you.
Yep.
Ms. Harless, I don't see an upload link on that drive link.
If you hit right click, upload file.
Yeah. Okay. Nope, not getting, but I'll keep trying. I did send the email.
Karen, I'm taking a look at the PDF attachment that was on that email and looking at the Google Drive. This seems to be the same form that's inside that everybody else submitted.
Okay, because it just looked like a chart that you sent to me.
Oh, there was a PDF attached to that.
Okay, you need to send that, though, to the right email address. I only barely saw that. There's a designated email address.
Ah, got it. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Minnesota results are sent. Is there another state that's waiting on an election buddy? Possibly we're sending to the wrong delegation chair, state chair.
Mr. Fishman, this is Rhode Island.
Hey, Billy.
Hey, how you doing? Can I submit by election buddy rather than uploading it to the Dropbox, or do I have to do one?
No, everything has to be done. So election buddy, I give you the results, but then the bylaws specify that the states report to the chair, to the secretary rather.
The tally sheet for Rhode Island has been emailed. We're just still waiting on access. So as soon as that's done, we're ready to go.
Was that Rhode
Turning.
Island?
Yes, Carolyn.
We uploaded it for you. We'll get that taken care of before the next round.
Thank you very much.
Karen Ann, this is Mimi with a question for you.
Yes?
I uploaded the file and I'm sending it to secretary and to
Don't
Our
send to secretary, just send to that email address that was in the instructions.
I can't find it. That's why I'm asking you what
I
it is.
can't say it out loud because I got a bunch of porn the last time I said it out loud.
Oh, okay. All right.
If you have that instruction manual I sent, it's in there. Or if you get with TJ privately, he can let you know what it is.
Okay. I will find out. Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you.
So, Hogarth in North Carolina again. Yeah, upload is grayed out for me in that folder. I don't know why. Maybe my permissions are wrong.
If you email it to me, I'll get it uploaded for you and we'll fix before the next round, if any.
Well, I emailed it to the appropriate address, right?
Yeah, the one I'm not going to say out loud because I don't want any more porn.
Correct.
Right. It is 4:06 Austin time. We are back from being at ease. How many state delegations still need assistance in uploading?
I'm Tennessee here. I'm verifying the results with Dan as we speak, and then I will be uploading. There's a discrepancy between the delegates that I've been told were voted for my delegation as well as the ones that I received from Election Buddy.
Okay. Ms. Harlos, are you aware of any other states?
We're not at that point to be able to report that to you.
Okay. Mr. Fishman, is there anything that you can report as far as what needs to be done and how long?
I'm just finishing up with Tennessee.
Okay. We will be at ease until 20 after. We will come back and see where we're at then.
Mimi, I just sent you that address by email.
Thank you. And I did find it. So, but thank you. I'm sorry I asked, and thanks. It's crazy for all of us.
Yes, Mimi, but it's more crazy for you. We know that. I say that completely non-ironically. It's 4 times as crazy for you as it is for me, for instance.
Mr. Chairman, this is Whitney from Texas. I just want to point out that we were actually ready only 6 minutes after the designated time. So we're golden. Thank you.
Well, good.
Ms. Hogarth, we're uploading that sheet for you, but I just sent you again permissions for that drive. You might have something in your email box.
Thank you.
Just a reminder to everyone, we will be back in order at 4:20 Austin time. 4:20 Austin time.
Mr. Merced, there is no attached PDF.
Send the second email. That should have the attachment.
I'm looking at the second email. There is no attached PDF.
Weird. Okay, because I see the attachment. I'll send another one. Here we go. And try this. Yeah, ballots. And then-
Oh, never mind. I see what you mean. You sent one right after the other. Got it.
Yeah. Cool. Cool.
Thank you.
No problem. Thank you.
Ms. Secretary, this is Rhode Island Chair. I just want to let you know I received permission and uploaded my tally sheet, so thank you very much.
Okay, awesome. Thank you. Alex, I'm sending you upload permissions as well for next round.
Okay. Thank you.
Ms. Secretary, we've resolved the problem with the discrepancy and sent Tennessee's results to you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, this is Chad with Oklahoma. Never mind. I got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, I do have access. Yay, thank you. Do you need me to upload that, or have you done that?
No, we're taking care of it. That's for next round.
Awesome. Thank you so much.
If any.
Sorry.
This is Jill in Minnesota. I don't seem to be able to upload to the drive either.
Which I don't want you to say your email address. Can you send me your email address to secretary@lp.org?
Yes.
Colorado.
Mr. Chair, point of personal privilege.
Whose point of personal privilege?
Steve Sheets, Pennsylvania.
Go ahead, Mr. Sheets.
Can I ask you what the threshold is for elimination in round one?
I will look that up, Mr. Sheets, and find out for you.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Chairman, he may have been referring to Rule 7.2, but I'm not sure.
He was referring to Convention Rule 7.2. Convention Rule 7.2 says that if no candidate has attained a majority, the candidate with the fewest votes and any candidates polling less than 5% shall be struck for subsequent ballots.
Perfect, thank you.
All right, I'm going to take care of some points of personal privilege and some points of information before we come back from it being at ease in about 3 minutes. First, the point of information, North Carolina Delegate Chris Cole wants to thank the LP, the Kokesh campaign, and other campaigns and candidates for introducing him to Libertarian Party in 2020. There's another request for information about the nature of taxation. I believe it's been established that it is theft. There's a request for information from Ohio Delegate Homer Taft asking whether or not I would entertain a unanimous consent request that if the Secretary can determine Star Child's ballots, they can be added to the official totals. I think that is within the Secretary's power to do, and it does not require a unanimous consent request. There is a point of information or request for information from North Carolina Delegate Adam Fogerson about the deadline on the first presidential ballot. It was set to be 6 p.m. Eastern time, but it's closing earlier than that. When we come back in order, I believe this first round of voting will have taken exactly 1 hour. I anticipate any subsequent round of voting will go faster than that. Usually when we do things, we get better at them. There's a request for information from New York Delegate Peyton Kunzelman. Mr. Kunzelman, you are recognized as soon as you can be unmuted. New York Delegate Peyton Kunzelman has a request for information. Mr. Kunzelman, you should be able to talk now. Go ahead.
Okay, there we go. I just wanted to point out that Ms. Faust has endorsed Vermin Supreme. And I also attached with that her quote, which came from her tweet on about 20 or so minutes ago. Just wanted to make that public and let everyone know that.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, yes, I see it in the notes that Soraya Foss says that she endorses Vermin Supreme as long as he promises he won't wear the hat. You can tell him I say it's because his heart is in the right place and he uses satire. He's serious about wanting to make a difference. It's a good heart, and this process has been such a joke. Who better than him, who everyone thinks is a joke when he's actually serious? Soraya Foss. I believe Minnesota Delegate Jill Galvin, can you confirm that you have your election buddy results?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay, thank you. There's a request for information from California Delegate Ralph Duggan, whether it's possible to nominate Duncan Lemp, Ross Ulbricht, or Edward Snowden. Anything is possible as far as the vice presidential nomination, although they will have to be eligible, and they would have to indicate a willingness to accept. There's a point of personal privilege. Can you advise the body how long the route of voting took? It will be an hour as of when we come back at 5:20, or 4:20 Austin time. Point of personal privilege to ask panelists to turn their cameras off when they're not speaking. And a point of personal privilege about adopting a virtual background for the YouTube feed and having it be on someone's screen share for when we're at ease. Hopefully we can get that done. That is all the things in the list. Ms. Harlos, we are back in order. Can you tell me which delegations you still need votes from?
Well, what delegations are not in the chart so far, but it could be that my tellers are still working on them, is Hawaii, Mississippi we did receive, so that's being worked on. New Jersey, New Mexico we received, that's being worked on. New York, North Carolina, Vermont, Virginia, and that's it. But some of those may have been received and the tellers just have not been able to do the sheets yet. So if those delegations have sent them in, then they're getting work done.
Okay, so I have Hawaii, Mississippi, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York, North Carolina, Vermont, and Virginia as the states that are still outstanding. We will be at ease until 4:30 Austin time, and hopefully by then we can get the rest of these delegations' votes in and finish that first round. We will, as I said before, go by state to announce the results. So that will be starting with Texas, going to Utah, Vermont, etc., through the end of the alphabet, coming back around, and finishing with Tennessee.
Mr. Chair?
Yes?
I'm just letting you know 10 minutes is not going to be long enough for the team. The tellers need to get them in, and I'm assuming you want the most accurate results possible, which means they need to go through one round of auditing.
I'll be back at 5:30 to find out where we're at.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. As a point of information for people, I'm informed that the states that are left to turn in and be processed are Hawaii and Virginia. We will be back in 1 minute at 4:30 Central Time. There has been.
I asked Virginia to make sure that they got their tally sheet. They got their results from Election Buddy for me.
Mr. Haskell, are you the Virginia delegation chair? Mr. Pascal. Joe Pascal, Virginia delegation chair. Hey, Joe. All right, we'll have to wait for Mr. Pascal to get back to his computer to let us know if they got the tally sheet. It has been requested by Pennsylvania Delegate Peter Schwartz that we should start reporting out the results by state because we are going to go state by state. It is a lot of states. Unless there's an objection to proceeding in that fashion.
I have an objection, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Ms. Harlows. Tell me what's going on with that.
I think that will provide a lot of confusion. I think everyone should be patient so that we have an election that's been properly audited and reported. We've been here a long time already. A few more minutes to have properly audited totals should not be an issue.
Okay. How much longer would you like?
I'm looking at my team here. I believe we need 15 minutes, Mr. Chair, and then we will have it all completely done.
All right, we will return at 4:40 in 9 minutes, and we will see where we're at. We are at ease until 4:40 Central Time.
Mr. Fishman, I do have an issue with ours. Election Buddy is showing that we have 18 votes.
Can you follow up with me on the text line?
Yep, I already sent it a little bit ago.
Oh, I'm sorry. I have a little bit of a queue.
That's okay.
Oh my God, that's probably the understatement of the convention. Dan has a little bit of a queue in his text.
FYI, Florida Chair Stephen Akela here. We did have some delegates after cross-referencing the results with our delegate list that only responded to the first email, not the second. So I'm having those folks reach out to me with their intended vote cast, and I will be re-uploading our tally to the secretary as well as the webpage. Just FYI.
Yeah, we were missing one vote out of election buddies, so we are taking care of that now.
Just as a data point, election buddies seem to work perfectly for North Carolina.
It also worked perfectly for South Carolina.
Not using Election Buddy worked perfectly for Georgia.
Let the market decide.
Mr. Williams, I just sent you the Oklahoma delegation Valley for your audit.
Thank you. I just got it.
All right, we are at 4:38. We have about 2 minutes until we come back in. I'm going to address some of the things in the Q&A. Texas Delegate Joe Burns had a point of personal privilege related to being subject to random video feeds. I have turned video off for all of the panelists. They will need to turn it back on again when we read out the delegation tallies. There's a point of information. Ohio Delegation Chair Harold Thomas did not receive a write-in vote through Election Buddy. Mr. Fishman, are you on that? Mr. Fishman, go ahead and get with Harold Thomas on the Election Buddy issue. Massachusetts Delegate Ashley Shade has a request for information. Who is the one true Libertarian? Everyone knows that that is Texas Delegate Clayton Hunt. There's a point of order. Virginia has had issues with Election Buddy being sent, but not having access to a ballot. I assume Mr. Fishman is dealing with that. That clears out the Q&A queue. And we will come back into order in 1 minute to find out where we are with the votes. All right, we are back in order at 4:40 Central Time. I have a point of inquiry from California Delegate Joshua Smith. Why are you wearing a mask? Precisely so I could get you, Mr. Smith, to ask, who is that masked man? Florida is rescinding and Hawaii and Virginia are still out. Ms. Harlos, are there any other issues that need to be addressed before we can move to reporting the votes?
We are still auditing and doing the write-ins, and Hawaii, we just solved the technical issue with them.
Okay, do we know what's going on with Virginia?
Virginia's totals aren't in yet. I do not know what their status is.
Is there somebody from the Virginia delegation that's available? Mr. Pascal or Mr. Watkins? We could recognize Virginia Delegate Andrew Watkins.
Sorry, this thing is still going. And Mr. Chair, this is the tally Data Logan Washington Towers. I have information on that.
Go ahead.
I've been on the phone with Joe Pascal where he's trying to get a hold of Dan Fishman. He has the tally sheet, but he doesn't have details from the election buddy that they did there. So we're trying to work that and get Dan and Joe talking to each other.
I will send a copy to Mr. Haskell. I just realized that Mr. Dunbar is listed as the chair, and I sent the results to him.
All right, good. That'll get fixed with Virginia. We will be at ease until 10 minutes before the hour. That is 4:50 Central Time. Colorado Delegate Matthew DiGianardo, I am not going to respond to your point of information in the Q&A.
Joe Pascal here.
Mr. Pascal, it sounds like you and Mr. Fishman are getting this issue with Election Buddy worked out. Is that correct?
I will send it momentarily.
Good. We'll be back in 8 minutes.
Thank you.
Mr. Fishman, did you get my updated email?
I came in. I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. I will open it up. Thank you, sir.
Just for information, if anyone would like to use a virtual background to show 1-800-ELECT-US and lp.org/join, Drew Bisson, Indiana delegate, has created such a virtual background. It will be available in the answered questions in Q&A, a link to it. There's a request for information from California delegate Andy Craig. Whether candidates dropped on the next ballot is the lowest candidate only among those 6 nominated or including write-ins. The ones that are under 5% get dropped. Lowest candidate is going to be from the ones nominated. Okay, we have 1 minute until 10 minutes before the hour, and we will come back. The last I saw from the Q&A was that Virginia was the only state that still had any issue. Can I get an update on the status?
I got the Chairman, information, and I'm putting it in the sheet now.
Okay, good. Mr. Pascal's putting in the sheet. Ms. Harlos, in 1 minute, I'll ask you for an update. All right, it is now 4:50 Austin time. We are back in order. Ms. Harlos, can you give me an update on where we are with the tallying of the first round of presidential ballots?
One moment. We've got about 15 of the tally sheets still in the audit pile. So originally, as I had said, 15 to 20 minutes. We had been 10. In 10 minutes, we shall have the results. That's about how long it will take to finish the audit.
All right, we will be at ease until 5 p.m. Central Time. While we are at ease, if Ms. Crawford can get the speakers list up, I will start recognizing people while we are at ease to see if there's any things that we can address while we are at ease, since being at ease is relatively informal. Utah Delegate Christine Stenquist. Ms. Stenquist, you are recognized right now if you have something you would like to say.
Thank you, Chair. I will yield the floor back. Sorry.
That's okay, Ms. Stenquist. I think a lot of people will probably end up yielding back, but I want to try and address people while we're available and while other people are working. New Mexico Delegate Tom Mann.
Mr. Chairman, I will gratefully yield my position.
Thank you, Mr. Mann. Massachusetts Delegate Ashley Shade.
Hello, can
Ashley
you hear
Shade,
me?
go ahead.
Can you hear me?
I can.
Perfect, thank you. Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that a contingency plan be put into place in case an in-person election cannot be held in Orlando before we convene today.
Okay, I think I will take that as a request to the National Committee, who has received a contract to review for the in-person portion of the convention. They received that this morning. I anticipate that we will be coming back tomorrow morning to finish elections if we are not able to power through tonight. And so one of the things that members of the National Committee and interested delegates in participating with their members can do is work on some plan for how to address that. But a motion is not technically in order right now, but I think your request has been heard.
Okay, thank you. When would a motion be in order?
I would say it's probably going to be at the opening of business tomorrow is probably the most likely place where it will be well received. But I would encourage anybody who wants to make motions to get with their other delegates and make sure that it will be well received so that we don't take up time we don't need to take up.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. Nevada Delegate Tim Hagan.
Thanks, Chair. I was wanting to make a motion to suspend the rules to dispense with the roll call by states after the first ballot.
I will remind me to come back to you after we're done with the first ballot to entertain that motion.
Certainly.
Thank you. Nevada Delegate David Colborn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Colborn. Pennsylvania Delegate Steve Sheets.
Mr. Hagan brought up the point I wanted to bring up, so I yield back my time.
Thank you, Mr. Sheets. Wyoming Delegate, or wait, no, sorry, the list is adjusting on me. Utah Delegate Jane Sims. Utah Delegate Jane Sims. Go ahead, Ms. Sims.
Mr. Chairman, I yield.
Thank you. Virginia Delegate John Kennedy. Go ahead, Mr. Kennedy. John Kennedy, you should be able to talk, but we cannot hear you yet. You appear to be unmuted. Virginia Delegate John Kennedy.
I yield.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Kennedy. New Mexico Delegate Chris Lucchini.
I commend your patience and professionalism, and I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Lucchini. I appreciate it. New York Delegate Andrew Kolste. New York Delegate Andrew Kolste. Go ahead.
Mr. Chair, when you get a chance.
We'll come to you after Mr. Kolste is. Go ahead, Mr. Kolste.
My hand was up 3 hours ago. I'm putting it down now.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Harlos, what can I do for you?
My tellers are saying they do not have Virginia's ballot in the drive, and I do not have it in the email.
Okay, Mr. Pascal, if you can make sure that it gets emailed to the.
I just sent it.
Okay.
Well, like a minute ago.
All right, we'll keep working on that. I have Montana Delegate Nathan McKenty.
I yield.
Thank you, Mr. McKenty. I have Connecticut Delegate Dan Reel.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. I believe my hand was still up from a long disposed of issue, but I do thank you for conducting a good meeting.
Thank you. Kansas Delegate Tim Giblin.
I'll yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Giblin. We have 3 minutes until we are back in order. I will continue to try and get through the speaker queue. Texas Delegate Mike Dooling. Texas Delegate Mike Dooling. Go ahead, Mr.
Took
Dooling.
a second to unmute. My issue's been disposed of. I'll yield my time back. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dooling. Michigan Delegate Scotty Bowman. Go ahead, Mr. Bowman.
Yeah. I have two things quickly. A request for information. I'd like, when he has a chance, for Mr. Starchild to let us know what he is wearing. And my second thing is I'd like to move that we allow the losing candidates from this balloting to give concession speeches for 2 minutes each.
Okay. That motion, Mr. Bowman, I think will be in order as soon as we come back. And so remind me as soon as we're back from being at ease to allow you to make that motion.
Thank you.
Okay. So Bowman, when we come back. Right. We are 2 minutes away from coming back from being at ease. Texas Delegate John Wilford.
That was from way earlier. I yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Wilford. California Delegate Mimi Robson.
That also was from way earlier. Thank you. I'll yield my time.
Thank you. Arizona Delegate Michael Kielski.
Mr. Chairman, I had a motion to offer, but I think it might be most appropriate if you could, as you did for Mr. Pippertown, allow me priority for tomorrow morning's resumption, presumably.
Okay, so Mr. Kielski, you'll need to remind me of that.
I shall do so, sir.
Okay. We are 1 minute away. I'm going to quickly look at the Q&A before we come back to order. Washington Delegate Nathaniel Deely rises to the point of personal privilege to recognize Anthony Welty, candidate for Washington State Insurance Commissioner. Mr. Welty has raised nearly $50,000 for his campaign, is garnering significant media attention and helping down-ballot candidates, as well as showcasing Libertarian Party presidential and vice presidential candidates. Welty, the number 4, WA, AnthonyWelty.com. North Carolina Delegate Travis Grew wants to know what's in my solo cup. It is just water. All right, it is now 5 p.m. Central Time. We will be back in order. Michigan Delegate Scotty Bowman, if you could make your motion.
Yes, I would like to move that the losing candidate or candidates have an option to give concession speeches after the results have been posted.
For 2 minutes each? Up to 2 minutes each, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. We will proceed directly to a vote on that motion. So we will have a poll on whether or not eliminated candidates should be allowed 2 minutes for concession speeches if they choose to use it. And if whoever's managing the speaker queue can take Mr. Hall out of the speaker queue, Indiana Delegate Jared Hall would like to be removed. Montana delegate Jacob Kitson would like to be back where he was, 3 names down from the top of the list, or that's where he believes he was. Virginia delegate Catherine Wilson says she has raised her hand but does not see herself in the
Chairman,
I believe Nick is frozen.
Mr. Merced, do you know if he asked for us to launch the poll?
I think so. Yes, I think the launch the poll.
Okay.
2 minutes.
We do not have an email or a ballot from Virginia.
Mr. Pascal, would you be able to connect?
Poll has been launched. Mr. Merced, will you be able to see the results when they are tallied?
No, I don't think I need to see the results.
I can do it.
No, that's the I can do it. I just didn't know if there was an officiator that needed to announce.
Just an FYI, we're ready once we get Virginia.
I'm back. Let's mute some people. Let's try that. All right, the poll is out as far as whether or not the body shall allow up to 2 minutes for eliminating candidates for concession speeches should they choose to use it. A yes vote would allow that, a no vote would not. It has been customary to allow it in the past, but as with all customs, we aren't required to do it. It's just letting delegates who have this as their first convention know that previous information. Ms. Harlos, you were giving an update, and I apologize for getting disconnected.
We did not have an upload or an email from Virginia, and now I see that Virginia sent it to a different email address, so I will be uploading it for him so that our auditors can deal with. But
Okay.
for next time, that wasn't the email address.
All right, if you can just send an email address directly to that delegation chair so that
I will certainly do that.
Future votes will go faster than the existing votes. So we're about 1 minute and 47 seconds in on this poll, whether or not to allow concession speeches. And believe okay, so the yays on allowing concession speeches are 476. The nays are 352. There are 17 abstentions. Concession speeches will be allowed. There's a request for information about the concession speeches. They would take place after the round. So after the round results are reported, they will take place after that when people are eliminated. Okay, so we've taken care of Mr. Kitson's point of personal privilege. We've taken care of the
Mr. Chair.
Information. Who is that?
This is Karen Ann.
Okay, Ms. Harlos, I'm going to get to you once I deal with Mr. Starr's point of order. California Delegate Aaron Starr has a point of order.
Thank you. I believe that last vote was a suspension of the rules and would require a 2/3 vote, not a majority.
I don't know as it is in fact a suspension of the rules.
It's not in our procedures. So
no, it's not in the procedures, but I don't know as you're suspending the rules.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, I don't think it would be a suspension of the rules.
Yeah, I'm going to rule it's not a suspension of the rules. Thank you, Mr. Starr.
Thank you.
There's a request for information from South Carolina Delegate Stephen Dosbach. Only candidates on the ballot are ones with write-ins. It's only ones on the ballot who will be allowed to have the concession speech, so ones that were nominated, not you know, if you had 3 write-ins and you got eliminated, you don't get to give a concession speech for that. Sorry. All right, so Virginia's being audited. Ms. Harlos, is there any other state that's being audited right now?
No, but I do have a request for several states that never emailed in their ballot. We're just auditing off their upload, but I do need them to email it for the convention records, and I'll name them out.
Go ahead.
Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Missouri, and New Jersey.
All right, so Colorado, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky, Missouri, and New Jersey. Please email your tally sheets to the special email address.
Mr. Chair, we did.
Okay, well, I am just repeating the information, Mr. Wiest. So that is all I can do. So what we are going to do now is we are going to proceed to start reporting the tallies. Panelists should be ready to start their video. We will go in alphabetical order. We will start with the
Point of order.
just a second. Sorry, I had that in front of me.
Mr. Chair, just hey, Valente.
Mr. Valente, go ahead.
My video still says cannot start your video because the host has stopped.
Okay, so what we're going to need to do is we're going to need to have the helpers be able to allow people to start video or ask them to start video for the state delegation chairs. That can be done while we're proceeding. The first state will be the Lone Star State of Texas, where the stars at night are big and bright, deep in the heart of Texas.
Point of order. So I'm reporting my.
All right, let's not all unmute at once. All right, Ms. Bilyeu, you will be first. I have a list of states in order. So it's Texas, Utah, Vermont, Virginia, Washington, West Virginia, Wisconsin, Wyoming. Then we start with Alabama. So Ms. Bilyeu, go ahead.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Wait, what's the point of order?
There was a speaker during the stand at ease who had a motion to bring at this time that you said you would put him in the queue before.
I believe that was Mr. Bowman's motion. It did pass.
It was a motion to not have the states read.
Yes, that motion will be in order after we deal with the first round of states reading, because it was a motion for subsequent rounds. So we'll get through this one, and then it'll be in order after this round is done. Are there any other points of order before I let Ms. Bilyeu report the Lone Star State's results? Seeing none, Ms. Bilyeu,
You have a point of personal privilege.
Wait, who is asking for a point of personal privilege?
Gideon Oaks from South Dakota, sir.
Yeah, okay, Mr. Oaks.
I have a thunderstorm coming in, and my internet is getting very spotty.
We will take you immediately after Texas. That is as good as I can do, Mr. Oaks, is we will have you immediately after Texas.
Mr. Chair, I wasn't asking to move up. I was just asking for potentially to move to one of my delegates if I am unable to give my report.
Oh, okay. Well, then we'll take you in order, and if you're not available at that time, we'll get have one of your delegates in the Q&A.
Thank you, sir.
Now, I'll ask Ms. Crawford to stop sharing her screen so that we can pin and spotlight the video for the delegation chairs. I will ask the co-hosts to ask various delegation chairs to start their video so that their video is ready. And we will now proceed with Texas, followed by Utah, Vermont, Virginia, Washington. Go ahead, Ms. Bilyeu.
Mr. Chairman, is there a specific order that these are typically done in, or I just read all of the results however I choose?
So the way you do it, it's a lot of fun, is first of all, you say some fun things about how Texas is awesome and cool and brag on your state and how you wish we were all there and stuff like that. And then you say something like the great state of Texas or this Texas delegation cast their votes as follows, and then you read them in whatever order you have them on the tally sheet.
Okay, we had talked about doing the thing that you did with the stars at night. However, since everybody was muted, it sort of lacked luster. But thank you for trying anyway. So from the greatest state of Texas, of course, we have our results for nomination for president. And We have for Judge Jim Gray, 6 votes. Jacob Hornberger, 7 votes. Joe Jorgensen, 18 votes. Berman Supreme, 15 votes. And John Mons, 27.
Thank you, Ms. Bilyeu. Utah Delegation Chair Barry Short.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Utah, which since the last convening of this body has become one of only 4 Libertarian Party affiliates where more than 1% of registered voters has chosen to self-identify as a Libertarian. Utah, whose COVID-19 response and our rules came not as an order, but as a stern suggestion. Utah, the only state so far this year to have decriminalized, not cannabis, not gambling, but instead having more than one wife, because this is the place where the separation of church and state is a mere 5 blocks. Utah yearns for liberty, sir, and casts its votes in this manner. 1 vote for Jacob Hornberger, 3 tokes for Vermin Supreme, and 5 votes for the next President of the United States, Dr. Joe Jorgensen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Short. We will now go to the Vermont Delegation Chair, Archie Flower. Go ahead, Mr. Flower.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, and thank you. The great state of Vermont, the birthplace of our 30th president, Calvin Coolidge. He was even patriotic as an infant, being born on the 4th of July in Plymouth Notch, Vermont. I'm going to read off a quote that I think applies to libertarianism. Unless the people, through unified action, arise and take charge of their government, they will find that their government has taken charge of them. Independence and liberty will be gone, and the general public will find itself in a condition of servitude to an aggregation of organized and selfish interests. The great state of Vermont cast 3 votes for Jacob Hornberger.
Thank you, Mr. Flower. Next up, Virginia Delegation Chair Joe Pascal. Go ahead, Mr. Pascal. Mr. Pascal. All right, we are going to come back around to Mr. Pascal. Washington Delegation Chair.
Hi, this is Tiffany Diaz de Leon, Washington State Delegation Chair. Washington State, also home of Anthony Welty, who's running for candidate for Washington State Insurance Commissioner. Our results are as follows. Jim Gray, 5. Hornberger, 22. Joe Jorgensen, 1. Adam Kokesh, 2. John Mons, 3. Vermin Supreme, 1. 0 notas, 1 did not vote.
All right, thank you, Washington. We're going to go back to Virginia Delegation Chair Joe Pascal, if he is ready.
Yes, sir. I sent it, but here's the problem. I tried to get into the Google Drive folder and it says I don't have access. I didn't give me permission for it. So I've been
All right. Well, then we can come back around to you, Mr. Pascal.
Yes, sir.
Okay. We will now go to West Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The wild and wonderful state of West Virginia, almost heaven, unrivaled in beauty, landscape, and people, scarred by crony capitalism and generations of bad government policy, where if we follow the effing guidelines in every way, shape, form, or fashion, we will be allowed to live up to our motto, Montani Semper Liberi. Mountaineers are always free. We have a wonderful gubernatorial candidate, Erica Klenich, who will secure us ballot access once again and challenge the 2-party system and bring us to new heights. The great state of West Virginia gives its votes as follow. Judge Jim Gray, 2 votes. John Mons, 2 votes. And Vermin Supreme, 2 votes.
Thank you, Mr. Valente. We'll next move to the Wisconsin delegation chair.
Hello, I am the Wisconsin Delegation Chair, Lauren Fisher. My delegation has requested that I mention the Green Bay Packers and the Milwaukee Brewers. I am supposed to speak with contempt about the Bears and the Vikings, and I am supposed to bring up cheese, badgers, brats, and beer. With that out of the way, here are our totals. None of the above received 1 vote. Jim Gray received 1 vote. John Mons, 1 vote. Vermin Supreme received 2 votes. Jacob Hornberger received 7 votes. And Joe Jorgensen received 8 votes from Wisconsin.
Thank you, Wisconsin. We'll now go to Wyoming.
Hello, I am Bethany Baldus, and I am from Wyoming. Wyoming, where in 2018, I, Bethany Baldus, came within 53 votes of unseating the Wyoming House Majority Leader. And our state voted for 3 votes for Judge Jim Gray and 1 vote for Joe Jorgensen.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Baldus, and good luck in your race. We'll come back to Joe Pascal from Virginia. Are you able to report out your results yet, Mr. Pascal?
Yes, sir, I am, and I'd like to let the secretary know that it's on the Google Drive.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Pascal.
My delegation would like me to say something real quick. Let's find it. All right, my delegation say Virginia, home of 7 presidents. We now stand we are the only party in the way of tyranny in the state of Virginia. 22,000 patriots stood in this year for a gun rights rally. Many libertarians and many patriots stood in Richmond, and it worked. So I'll now report my results. Judge Jim Gray, 3. Jacob Hornberger, 5. Joe Jorgensen, 10. Adam Kokesh, 1. John Mound, 6. Vermin Supreme, 2. Noda, 0. Serene Ardolo, 1. Justin Amash, 1. Edward Snowden, 1. Joe Jorgensen, write-in, 1.
Thank you, Mr. Pascal. We'll now go to Alabama.
I'm Elijah Boyd, delegation chair from the great state of Alabama, the heart of Dixie, where we dare defend our rights. The Gators are hungry, Epstein didn't kill himself, and Jeff Sessions sucks. We vote as follows. Judge Jim Gray, 0. Jacob Hornberger, 3. Joe Jorgensen, 8. Adam Kokesh, 0. John Mons, 1. Vermin Supreme, 1.
Thank you, Alabama. Moving on to Alaska. Mr. Watts, you are muted right now.
John Watts in the Last Frontier from beautiful North Pole, Alaska, where we're a bit north of normal. But for that, we've elected the first statewide Libertarian office and also been the first state to win on-site cannabis consumption. Our votes are as follows. Judge Jacob Hornberger, 1. Adam Kokesh, also 1. John Mons, 3. And Vermin Supreme, wrapping it up with 1.
Thank you, Mr. Watts. We are now going to go to Arizona.
Mr. Chair, Howard Blitz, delegation chair from Arizona.
The great state of Arizona, home of the founder of our Libertarian Party, David Nolan, home of the Grand Canyon, and home of the 5 C's, copper, citrus, climate, cattle, and cotton, and home of freedom fighters including Cochise, Geronimo, and Barry Goldwater, and where women were enfranchised voters from the incorporation of statehood with pride and defiance etched in our landscape, proudly announces its 24 votes as follows. Mr. Mons, 1. Mr. Amash, 1. Noda, 2. Kokesh, 4. Mr. Hornberger, 5. Ms. Jorgensen, 5. And Mr. Supreme, 6.
Thank you, Mr. Blitz. We'll now go to Arkansas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The state of Arkansas, where we have had to both petition and initiate a federal lawsuit to obtain ballot access, successfully, I might add, and one of the few states that has not had to endure stay-at-home orders in recent weeks, making us relatively partially free, I suppose, cast its 7 votes as follows. We have 1 write-in vote for John Stossel, 1 vote for John Mons, 1 vote for Vermin Supreme, and 4 votes for Jacob Hornberger.
Thank you, Dr. Paco. We'll next go to California.
Hi, I'm Mimi Robson, Delegation Chair for California, the great state of California, where we have beautiful beaches, beautiful mountains, beautiful snow and scenery, but it's a socialism, although we do have the highest elected libertarian in the country, Mr. Hewitt, supervisor. The votes are, for our 107 votes, we have 28 for Hornberger, we have 23 for Joe Jorgensen, we have 18 for Adam Kokesh, 14 for Vermin Supreme, 11 for Judge Jim Gray, 3 for John Mons, 3 for Justin Amash, 2 for Arvin Vora, 1 for Soreen Ardulane, 0 for Noda, and there were 4 ballots that were not cast. Thank you.
Ms. Robeson. Colorado. Go ahead, Ms. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. From the birthplace of the Libertarian Party, the minor political party bill, the Taxpayers' Bill of Rights, the first to legalize recreational marijuana and to decriminalize psilocybin, Colorado casts our votes as follows. Judge Jim Gray, 1 vote. Jacob Hornberger, 6 votes. Joe Jorgensen, 5 votes. Adam Kokesh, 3 votes. John Mons, 5 votes. Vermin Supreme, 8 votes. Nick Sarwark, 4 votes. And Arvin Vorha, 1 vote.
Thank you very much. All right, we are next up to Connecticut. Mr. Reel. Mr. Reel, I'm not sure I can hear you.
He's muted.
Mr. Chair?
I have unmuted myself. Now you can hear me.
I'll come to you real quick, Ms. Harlos, after Mr. Reel does his votes.
Thank you.
So, reporting to you, Mr. Chair, from the home of the ergonomic hellscape known as the Modern Grocery Shopping Experience, home of King Ned Lamont, whose haircut is amazingly better than yours, Mr. Chair. Somehow, I don't know how he pulled it off. We are reporting 0 votes for Joe Biden. We are reporting -5 votes for Donald Trump, 1 vote for Vermin Supreme, 1 vote for Adam Kokesh, 1 vote for the Honorable Jim Gray, 5 votes for Jacob Hornberger, and 5 votes for Joe Jorgensen.
Thank you, Mr. Reel. Ms. Harlos, go ahead.
A point of information request to the California chair. Our tally sheet shows different than she reported. She reported 1 for Soreen Ardulane. I can't pronounce, I'm sorry. We have 3, and she had reported 4 as not voting. We show 2.
All right, does that need to be resolved right now, or can that be resolved between you and the California delegation chair on some back channel?
That's the chair's pleasure, however you would like us to do.
I would like you to try and resolve that with Ms. Robeson, if you can.
Mr. Chair, point of information.
Yes, Mr. Fishman.
Ms. Ardolianu's name is pronounced Ardolianu.
Thank you. All right, so Ms. Harlos, you can try and get with Ms. Robeson about California's results. We will next go to Delaware.
Hey, good evening.
Mr. Goward, you got a little echo. Let's see if we can get that. Okay, go ahead.
John Goward reporting for the state of Delaware. In 1776, when our founding fathers were deadlocked, Caesar Rodney, not to be confused with Paul Revere, made a midnight ride to break the deadlock. He walked into Independence Hall, kicked over a chair, crackfished open a Dogfish Head beer, and is quoted as saying, "Let's do this." We are going to report. We have 3 delegates voting for Joe Jorgensen and 1 delegate voting for Vermin Supreme.
Thank you. We now have the Florida delegation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and hello, everybody. Stephen Nikela, Delegate Chair for Florida, coming at you live from the Conch Republic and the Free Florida Keys. We succeeded where others failed. And we also represent Northern Florida, aka South Georgia, as well as the Florida Panhandle, aka Lower Southern Alabama. And we do gratefully take on Alabama's offer to send the obstructionist delegates down to Florida to feed to our gators, as the Florida delegation firmly believes that we need to be the swamp we wish to see in the world. And our delegates vote as follows. Judge Jim Gray received 4 votes. Jacob Hornberger, 10 votes. Joe Jorgensen, 9 votes. Adam Kokesh, 2 votes. John Mons, 17 votes. Vermin Supreme, 9 votes. Noda received 0 votes. And as always, impotentes defender liberatum non posant. Those without power cannot defend freedom. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nikela. I've been informed that I skipped the District of Columbia. Go ahead, Mr. Bishop Henchman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're used to it. That delightful Democratic-dominated diamond, so infamously infested with opportunistic office holders, who are the sort of vile vermin who are unintentional jokes. The district where 244 years since our Declaration of Independence, we still suffer from taxation without representation. But where we have, amidst all of these scoundrels and tyrants that you all send here, the fiercest freedom fighters, growing in number in the last 2 years from 1,000 registered libertarians to 1,800 registered libertarians. The DC delegation casts its 3 votes as follows. 1 vote for Dr. Jorgensen, 1 vote for Judge Gray, and 1 vote for Justin Amash.
Thank you. We will now go to Georgia. Mr. Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Having resolved at the 2018 Libertarian Party National Convention that no state is great, I'll simply get to the business at hand. Jim Gray, 1 vote. Jacob Horbenberger, 13 votes. Joe Jorgensen, 1 vote. Adam Kokesh, 1 vote. John Mons, 10 votes. Vermin Supreme, 2 votes. And Justin Amash, 1 vote. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll next go to the great state of Hawaii.
Tracy Ryan speaking for the Hawaii delegation. Aloha to everybody.
Aloha.
We are very remote from the rest of you and very far behind time-wise, so we've got all afternoon to finish and lots of bright sunshine. Aren't you jealous? All right, let me not waste any time. We have 5 delegates and we have 5 votes. Joe Jorgensen, 2 votes. John Mond, 2 votes. Vernon Supreme, 1 vote. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move on to Idaho.
This is Jennifer Luma from Idaho, and I'm reporting we had 6 delegates, and we have 3 votes for Jacob Hornberger, 1 for Adam Kokich, and 2 for Vermin Supreme.
Thank you. Next state up is Illinois. Mr. Cease, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Steve Cease, Illinois Chair.
reporting live from Liberty Tower in Peoria, Illinois, where Liberty plays. The great state of Illinois, home of fascist Emperor J.B. Pritzker. At least he is spending time in Illinois, unless he's at one of his homes in Florida or Wisconsin, violating his own stay-at-home order, where libertarians have achieved presidential and Senate ballot access without collecting a single signature. And finally, and most importantly, former home of libertarian hero Lex Green casts the following 37 votes. 6 votes for Judge Jim Gray, 7 votes for Jacob Hornberger, 3 votes for Joe Jorgensen, 3 votes for Adam Kokesh, 8 votes for John Mons, 9 votes for Vermin Supreme, and 1 write-in vote for Lincoln Chaffee.
Thank you. We'll next go to the Hoosier state of Indiana. Mr. McGuire.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Tim McGuire, chairman of the Libertarian chairman of the Hoosier State, home of the Indianapolis 500, which would normally be happening this very weekend and hasn't been canceled since 1942. And yes, we do still apologize for our former governor, Mike Pence. The great state of Indiana casts its votes for president as follows. Judge Jim Gray, 2 votes. Jacob Hornberger, 4 votes. Joe Jorgensen, 11 votes. Adam Kokesh, 2 votes. John Mons, 7 votes. And Vermin Supreme, 4 votes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. McGuire. We'll next go to Iowa.
Yes, Mike Connor, delegate chair of the great state of Iowa, where the tall corn grows, birthplace of the first Libertarian presidential candidate, John Hospers, and 2004 vice presidential candidate, Richard Campagna, where our liberties we prize and our rights we will maintain. Iowa's 11 delegates have cast their ballots as follows. Judge Jim Gray, 2. Adam Kokesh, 2. John Mons, 1. Vermin Supreme, 1. And Jacob Hornberger, 5.
Thank you. We'll now go to Kansas. Mr. Kelly, you are on.
Yay! Yeah. Hi there, this is Ned Kelly and friends from the great state of Kansas. Kansas, really great state. Great, lots of great things about it. And our 10 votes go to Joe Jorgensen, 4 votes. Jacob Hornberger, 3 votes. Vermin Supreme, 2 votes. 1 write-in vote for Rhett Tita Boogie. Thank you very much. Peace.
Thank you. All right, we will move to Kentucky. Mr. Wiest, I cannot hear you.
Mr. Chair,
Here you are.
Kentucky, the home of horse racing, bourbon, a Senate candidate that's ready to take out the statist turtle, Mitch McConnell, Brad Barron, www.bradbarron2020.com. And we're successful with yet another lawsuit against our giant tyrannical governor, and we'd like to borrow a boot from a certain presidential candidate to shove it up our governor's rear end, reports the following. Jim Gray, 2. Jacob Hornberger, 1. Joe Jorgensen, 2. Adam Kokesh, 2. John Mons, 2. And Vermin Supreme, 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Kentucky. Louisiana, Mr. Craig.
Hello, everyone. Rufus Craig from Louisiana, home of the finest football and food in America. We proudly cast our votes as follows. Judge Jim Gray, 1. Joe Jorgensen, 3. Adam Kokesh, 4. Vermin Supreme, 4. And Noda, 1. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Craig, and I'm digging the beard. I like it.
It's my post-corona dystopian look, sir.
I dig it. All right, we will next go to Maine.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Jim Baines, the proud chair of the Libertarian Party of Maine. The bad news is we are still battling a lawsuit against the state I love for ballot access. The good news is we are celebrating 200 years of political separation from Massachusetts. And Massachusetts, I look forward to your rebuttal. Let's get to the numbers. Judge Jim Gray, 3 votes. Joe Jorgensen, 2 votes. Adam Kokesh, 1. Vermin Supreme, 1. And we had 1 vote not cast, but it's cool. We'll rough them up later. We'll teach them a lesson, and we request a suspension from the NAP in order to get it done. Mr. Chair, I yield.
Maine, New Hampshire's neighbor. All right, we've got next Maryland.
Mr. Chairman, the free state of Maryland, which is where the Libertarians are working hard to change our nickname into a reality. The home of the Piscataway Indians, the true owners of Washington, D.C., is pleased to cast its 20 votes as follows: 2 votes for Adam Kokesh, 6 votes for Joe Jorgensen, and 12 votes for Jacob Hornberger.
Thank you. All right, thank you, Maryland. Massachusetts. And who is the Massachusetts delegation chair? Is that Ms. Crawford? Or no?
It's Mr. Graham.
Mr. Graham. Let's see, Mr. Graham. Oh, there we are. Mr. Graham, you're going to need to unmute yourself. Sorry.
It is unmuted. Can you hear me?
There you are. You are up and running. Go ahead.
Great. From the state of Massachusetts with the world's greatest football team, providing it for states like Maine and New England and New Hampshire who don't have a football team, the world's greatest Patriots. Also, shout out to my friends from Texas. I'm a native Texan. You can see my swag in the background. Proudly like to cast or announce our votes. We gave some love to all the candidates. Starting off with Judge Jim Gray, 2 votes. Jacob Hornberger, 4 votes. Joe Jorgensen, 7 votes. Adam Kokesh, 2 votes. John Mons, 1 vote. And Vermin Supreme, 6 votes.
Thank you. We're now going to move to Michigan. Go ahead, Mr. Stempfel.
Thank you, Mr. Sarwak. The state of Michigan, a pair of pleasant peninsulas surrounded by Great Lakes, long time a location of pro-freedom activists. We were once an exit point on the Underground Railroad and an entry point for bootleg liquor. Now we're a place where marijuana is legal, but haircuts are not. Where politicians must ask voters to raise their taxes, and home to the Libertarian Party's first member of Congress. The Libertarian Party of Michigan, who in 2008 gave a Defender of Liberty Award to jury nullification activist Keith Wood for being arrested for passing out pamphlets on court property. That same party, we will be holding our candidate nomination convention on July 18th, and we want to give a special shout out to one of our party founders, James Hudler, who was unable to participate in today's proceedings. The Libertarian Party of Michigan distributes its 34 votes as such. 0 votes for none of the above, 1 vote for Chairman Nicholas Sarwak, 1 vote for Vermin Love Supreme, 1 vote for Judge Jim Gray, 4 votes for Adam versus the man Kokesh, 5 votes for Michigan's own John Mons, 6 votes for Dr. Joe Jorgensen, 7 votes for Jacob Bumper Hornberger, and 9 votes for Congressman Justin Amash. While I know that he is not interested in seeking our presidential nomination, we hope that he seeks our nomination for U.S. Congress. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and congratulations on your vote.
Thank you. We will next go to Minnesota.
Hello, I am Jill Galvin. I have an echo. I'm sorry. From the fantastic state of Minnesota, where we are the nicest delegates. Our votes are as follows. Judge Jim Gray, 2 votes. Jacob Hornberger, 2 votes. Joe Jorgensen, 6 votes. Adam Kokesh, 4 votes. John Mons, 0 votes. Vermin Supreme, 4 votes. Noda, 0 votes.
Thank you, Ms. Galvin. We will next go to Mississippi. Mr. Bedwell.
Mr. Chairman, the great, rebellious, yet hospitable state of Mississippi, birthplace of great music, great authors, great food, report. 1 vote for Jacob Hornberger, 1 vote for John Mons, 1 vote for Adam Kokesh, and 3 votes for that hockey-playing, bourbon-drinking, bless her heart, Joe Jorgensen.
Thank you, Mr. Bedwell. All right, we will next go to Missouri.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Bill Slants, Delegate Chair. From the Show Me State and Gateway to Liberty and Freedom, we cast 19 votes as follows. 3 votes for Judge Jim Gray, 7 votes for Jacob Hornberger, 2 for Joe Jorgensen, 2 for Adam Kokesh, 0 for Judge Mons, for John Mons, 5 for Verna Supreme, and 0 for Noda.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Montana.
Hi, I'm Sid Dowd, the delegate chair for Montana, the Big Sky Country, home of Janet Rankin, the first woman to serve in Congress, elected before she could even vote for herself, who voted against entering both world wars. We have had uninterrupted ballot access since the 80s and are a proud member of the Libertarian Frontier Project. Please donate. Our votes went: Judge Jim Gray, 1. Jacob Hornberger, 1. Joe Jorgensen, 1. Adam Kokesh, 1. John Mons, 2.
Thank you, Mr. Dowd. We'll now go to Nebraska.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is James Harold. I'm the delegation chair from the Cornhusker State, the great state of Nebraska. Mr. Chairman, a fun fact for you. Kool-Aid was invented in Nebraska, but I am glad to say that libertarians in Nebraska are not drinking the Kool-Aid of the 2 old parties, and we are casting our 8 votes for 3 outstanding libertarian candidates for President of the United States. We have 1 vote for Mr. Jacob Hornberger, 2 votes for Vermin Love Supreme, and 5 votes for the good Dr. Joe Jorgensen. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Next, we will go to Nevada.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is Jason Smith, the chairman of the Libertarian Party of the great state of Nevada, the Call the Question state, the home of Tim Hagan, our LNC and state treasurer, the state that gave 0 votes for Wayne Allen Root, the state that has legal sex workers who still have to hide their cocaine. With that, we cast our 13 votes as follows. Mr. John Mons, 8. Dr. Joe Jorgensen, 5. I yield.
Thank you. All right, next we go to the Granite State of New Hampshire.
Mr. Chairman, New Hampshire, the destination state of the Liberty Movement, the state with no sales or income tax, and the Live Free or Die state, cast 4 votes for Vermin Supreme, 4 votes for Joe Jorgensen, 2 votes for John Mons, and 1 vote for Adam Kokesh. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Manzo. We'll next go to New Jersey.
Thank you. Back in 1817, Cornelius Vanderbilt ignored a government-granted monopoly by illegally running ferry passengers between New York and New Jersey while flying a banner that read, "New Jersey must be free." The bureaucratic state of New Jersey cast their votes as follows. 1 vote for Adam Kokesh, 2 votes for Jim Gray, 5 votes for Vermin Supreme, 4 votes for Joe Jorgensen, 7 votes for Jacob Hornberger, and 1 vote for none of the above.
Thank you. New Mexico, Mr. Lucchini. You got to unmute yourself, Chris, and we'll be good to go.
There we go. Sorry. From the poor state of New Mexico, home of green chili, Gary Johnson, and thanks to our governor who would be queen, really bad haircuts, we have the following vote totals. Mr. Gray, 1, John Mons, 2, Hornberger, 4, and Joe Jorgensen, 6. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Lucchini. We will next go to New York.
Okay, can you
get it?
Somebody move the
New York.
Hi, I'm Tony DeRazio, chair of the state that the tourism board insists I need to love. The coronavirus capital of the world, the home of the most disinfected voters in the nation, the home of LP Vice Chair Alex Merced, the great Larry Sharp, who's running for our vice presidential nomination this year and who gave New York and the Libertarian Party Guaranteed ballot access for the first time in our history. We're not just the concrete jungle where dreams are made of. Yes, we're home to the Empire State Building, but we're also home to the Adirondacks, the Iroquois Nation, Niagara Falls, not the actual view, because Canada got that one in the War of 1812. Jenny Cream Ale. We are a state that has lost 1 million residents during the tyrannical reign of one Andrew Cuomo, who you know from the internet and his coronavirus briefings. We are the least free state according to the Cato Institute. Sorry, California, this is one where we beat you. A state so lacking in freedom that there are constant movements to split the state in half, but you will not see that from the best and strongest delegation at this convention, the great united delegation from the great state of New York, Excelsior! We proudly cast our votes. $16 votes for Judge Jim Gray, 11 votes for Jacob Hornberger, 5 votes for Joe Jorgensen, 1 vote for Adam Kokesh, 3 votes for John Mons, 11 votes for Vermin Love Supreme, and 1 vote for none of the above. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. DeRazio. We'll next go to North Carolina.
Hey. Okay, so the fantastic libertarians from the state of North Carolina want to see all those alligators and raise you a bunch of copperheads. And we'd like you to know our gators are so badass, they sleep in ice all winter. We cast the following votes for president. Judge Jim Gray, 2, Jacob Hornberger, 8, Joe Jorgensen, 10, Adam Kokesh, 2, John Mons, 4, Vermin Supreme, 3, none of the above, 0.
Thank you, Ms. Hogarth. Next, North Dakota.
Hello, my name is Dalton Brown, delegate chair for North Dakota. The delegate votes are as totaled. Jacob Hornberger, 1 vote, and Joe Jorgensen, 2 votes.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Ohio.
The state of Ohio, whose governor has put us in the dark, whose Republican Party tries to keep us even darker. But in spite of that, we have launched 6 lawsuits against the Republican Party in this state, and we've won several of them. Few are still pending. So the rough, tough Libertarian Party of the state of Ohio casts its votes as follows. None of the above, 0. John Mons, 2. Adam Kokesh, 3. Joe Jorgensen, 4. Jacob Hornberger, 5. Jim Gray, 6. And Vermin Supreme, 15.
Thank you. Oklahoma.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My fellow delegates, my name is Chad Williams. I'm the chair of the State of Oklahoma Libertarian Party, where we have tigers, tornadoes, and Frankie Mermaid, where we have constitutional carry and more medical marijuana dispensaries than the entire West Coast. We're the only state where the right to homeschool is protected in our Constitution, as is your right to own a still, and also the future home of Tesla. We, the Libertarian Party of Oklahoma, vote as follows. 1 vote for the Honorable Jim Gray, 1 vote for Jacob Hornberger, 1 vote for Vermin Supreme, 1 vote for Adam Kokesh, 3 votes for John Mons, and 7 votes to the next President of the United States, Joe Jorgensen.
Thank you, Oklahoma. Oregon.
This is Carolyn Wade. I'm the chair of the Oregon delegation from the uncontested and non-controversial Oregon delegation. We're pleased to announce our votes as follows. 1 for Adam Kokesh, 1 for Vermin Supreme, 1 for none of the above, 1 did not vote, 5 for Jacob Hornberger, and 6 for Joe Jorgensen.
Thank you, Oregon. Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania, home of the anarcho-Amish milk syndicate, home of the Whiskey Rebellion, home of the multi-maneuver, home of the greatest underdogs of 2018, home of 47 newly elected libertarians this past November, home of the largest number of elected libertarians in the nation. We vote as follows. Jacob Hornberger gets 12, Joe Jorgensen gets 12, Vermin Supreme gets 8. Mons gets 2. Judge Gray gets 3. Adam Kokesh gets 1. Justin Amash gets 1. And Edward Snowden gets 1.
Thank you, Mr. Sheets. Next, we'll go to Rhode Island.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hello, my name is Billy Hunt, Secretary of the Libertarian Party of the state of Rhode Island, burners of the British tax schooner HMS Gaspee, first colony to renounce allegiance to King George III, and home of the country's oldest 4th of July celebration. 234 years of celebrating liberty unilaterally canceled this year by our authoritarian governor because our General Assembly refuses to meet. I've had the privilege of running as a Libertarian candidate for the state 3 times in the last 4 years, and with a principled message of liberty and a state party which regularly punches above our weight class, we were able to achieve over 35% of the vote in 2016 and 2018, and earned 2nd place in a 4-way race in a special election on March 5th of this year, beating out the incumbent representative. Energized by this success, the great state of Rhode Island is poised to make further strides in this election cycle and beyond. I am proud to report a unanimous decision by our delegation, casting our 3 votes for the next president of the United States, Mr. Jacob Hornberger. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhode Island. We are next up, South Carolina.
Hello, from the great geographical region known as South Carolina, where our oppressors are currently celebrating their 232nd birthday today. And our delegation has been drinking heavily since at least 2 hours before the start of the convention today, and where we are literally growing new members of the party, such as Perry here, who I believe holds the record for the youngest party member ever. He was a registered dues-paying member as of 1 hour of his birth. He also just threw up on me, and he normally wears a porcupine outfit that he peed on earlier, so that's why he's just wearing gray. We are proud to report our vote totals. For John Mons, 4 votes. For Vermin Supreme, 5 votes. And for our favorite daughter, Jo Jorgensen, 8 votes.
Thank you, South Carolina. South Dakota, thunderstorm capital of the Midwest.
Today it is. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I am Gideon Oaks, Libertarian State Chair from the Great Places state of South Dakota. We have no alligators, but we sure do have a very nice herd of bison. We also have more giant stone faces per capita than any other state, and I would be remiss to Mrs. Tunjevich if I did not mention that we have the world's only corn palace. We're proud to be here today, and even prouder to be a founding member of the Libertarian Frontier Project, which is working in the Intermountain West to get libertarians elected to winnable state legislative seats. I invite all of you to visit libertarianfrontier.com to make a donation or to get involved in one of our campaigns. With that, the South Dakota delegation reports the following vote tallies. With 5 voting delegates, we cast 1 vote for Mr. Adam Kokesh, 1 vote for Mr. Vermin Supreme, and 3 votes for Dr. Jo Jorgensen.
Thank you. And last but not least, the volunteer state of Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Tennessee, obviously the volunteer state, the home of Liberty Clause Tom Arnold, where libertarians successfully led the fight to stop an income tax in spite of being denied ballot access. Cast the following votes. 3 votes for Judge Jim Gray, 1 vote for Jacob Hornberger, 5 votes for Jo Jorgensen, 1 vote for Adam Kokesh, 8 votes for John Mons, 4 vote Vermin Supreme, and 1 vote for none of the above. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eagle. That concludes the balloting by state. We'll go to Ms. Harlos, the secretary, to see if she is ready to display the tallies for the members.
Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead. I assume that you've resolved whatever issue there was with the California tallies.
Yep, we did. And just one moment, I need to get it up on the screen and then I'll start sharing. And need to check one thing. Alrighty, one moment. Zoom keeps trying to play hide and go seek on me.
All right, the results are being displayed on the screen. The font is a little bit small.
Just let me know how fast you guys want me to go.
Just probably about 1 state per second, I think.
Okay.
Can it be made larger?
I don't know if it can.
It will screw up the formatting on the table.
Yeah, so we're not going to make it larger. I understand that that would be nice, but I don't think that's something that we can do. We will be able to go back and look at a particular state tally if necessary.
Okay, that's it for the states.
Okay, that is the state tallies.
Can I have the totals?
Well, before we do the totals, let me really quick see if there's any Q&A. There's a personal privilege from Delaware Delegate McVeigh. Mr. McVeigh, what is your point of personal privilege? Mr. McVeigh from Delaware, what's your point of personal privilege?
Sorry, Mr. Chair, I was waiting for unmute to come through my own system. I was wondering, since this is on Google Sheets, if it would be possible for the secretary to share the link so that we can view the sheet directly.
It may be possible.
I can do a anyone on the internet can view link.
Yes, ma'am, please. If you could actually post that link into Slack, that would be the ideal.
In Slack in general?
Either in general or in the convention channel, ma'am, either one.
Okay, just one moment. Let me get the link.
Thank you very much.
I have a point of personal privilege from North Carolina Delegate Sean Haw, who offers to buy a round for the entire Alabama delegation at our next in-person convention. A point of order from Texas Delegate Joe Burns that the state speeches are dilatory. We may dispense with them for further rounds. I have a point of information from West Virginia Delegate Brett Sullins that says you can enlarge it by holding control and scrolling up after highlighting. I have a question from Indiana Delegate Jared Hall. What's going on with the highlighted boxes of Tennessee? I believe that's a Google Sheets function that anyone who's in there, their cursor is on what the last cell they were on.
Correct.
I have a request for information. How does one get on the Slack? I believe it's libertarian-party.slack.com. Is that right?
Yes.
libertarian-party@slack.com. I have a request to see the figures to the right of Texas. If you can scroll over to the right.
We are right there.
That's as far as we can go, Mr. Starr. I have a request for information from Louisiana Delegate Daniel Hayes. Will write-ins be in order in future rounds? We always count the write-ins, but they don't count for elimination. And that is it for the Q&A. We will now move to the totals.
Okay.
The first round totals are being displayed on the screen. Everyone can see them. I don't know if you can make that any bigger, Ms. Harlos, but if you can, that would be nice.
Not that I know of, because everything's formatted to that font and it'll start to spill over.
Then I will read them out. I believe they're in alphabetical order. Jim Gray received 98 votes, Jacob Hornberger 236, Joe Jorgensen 248, Adam Kokesh 77, John Mons 147, Vermin Supreme 171, 8 votes for none of the above, and various write-ins, including Amash, Chafee, Stossel, Vora, Sarwark, Ardelenu, Boogie, and Snowden received the remainder of the votes. Pursuant to our rules, Mr. Kokesh will be eliminated for the next round. We'll proceed to another round of voting. But first, we did previously vote Mr. Kokesh. You will be recognized for up to 2 minutes to give a concession speech or make any remarks you would like to make to the delegation body. Ms. Harlos, if you could stop sharing your screen so Mr. Kokesh is available to have his video. And then if someone can make Mr. Kokesh into, give him the permission to speak and be a panelist so his video is available.
Hello, Mr. Chair. Can everybody hear me?
We can. Mr. Kokesh, go right ahead.
All right. Thank you very much. Hey, this has been an amazing experience. You know, the Libertarian nominee is in a position to win up to $100 million of earned media for the Party for the Cause. But I got to say, I've won something from this campaign already far more valuable, because I have been able to fall in love and meet the love of my life and get married to Samantha Morgan Miller Carnavucci Kokesh. And it's been a great experience meeting most of you at state conventions, talking about localization, a new strategy as a way of making libertarian principles manifest in real policy. So I'm going to keep talking about this. I'm going to keep talking about veteran suicides, indigenous rights, Bitcoin, and other cryptocurrency, and make the anti-war message is front and center for the Libertarian Party, so that we can unite the American people against the pro-war duopoly. I'm going to be around for a long time. I'm going to keep touring, supporting the party, the message of freedom, giving away books, keep doing what I'm doing here at the Garden of Freedom, Living Freedom with Big Igloo Geodesics and Adam versus the Man. I want to make my platforms available to any other candidates, anybody doing work with the Libertarian Party. You can email me, I hope that's clear on screen, adam@thefreedomline.com. Now, I'm not going to be endorsing anybody with this speech. I'm going to say that I would be happy to support any of the remaining candidates. I would be honored to serve as a VP if I have that honor from this body. I got to thank my team, my campaign manager, Elijah Gizzarelli, Marcus Pulis, our press secretary, Angela Thornton-Canny, our treasurer, our regional coordinators, our state coordinators, our coalition directors, especially my nominator, Zach Parks with Christians for Kokesh, Joey Lee, Stoners for Kokesh, Chris Cole, Victims of Family Law for Kokesh, and of course, my wife, Samantha Kokesh with Erotic Entertainers, and of course, all of our volunteers. At the end of this meeting today, I'm going to be having a casual AMA on my Facebook, facebook.com/Adam Charles Kokesh. I invite you all to join me, ask questions, have a drink, have a smoke. We're going to have a fun little after party. And with the pleasure of the chair, I'd like to use the Q&A to just give my cell phone number to delegates only and not have that read aloud to the stream, to make myself available. I pledge to continue to be the most available candidate for the Libertarian Party.
Okay, Mr. Kokesh, you can put it in the Q&A and then I will answer it in writing so that it will show up in the answers. Thank you, Mr. Kokesh, for your service. We are now going to move into a second ballot. If the secretary can work on preparing that ballot and get it distributed to the delegates, I believe while that ballot is being distributed with the elimination of Mr. Kokesh, I will go through the queue and try and recognize people while the ballots are being distributed.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Ms. Harlos.
I just want to be clear. So all that will be on this ballot will be Jim Gray, Jacob Hornberger, Joe Jorgensen, John Mons, and Vermin Supreme. NODA has been eliminated or no?
NODA is always on the ballot.
Okay. And none of the write-ins?
And write-ins will not be on the ballot, but there is still the ability for people to continue to write in.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. I have a point of information. The Zoom in command is Control+. I have a point of parliamentary privilege from New Hampshire Delegate Darrell Perry. BuyNickAbeer.com is now a thing that exists for those of you who would like information on how to support both our chairman's sanity and a local Manchester, New Hampshire craft beer store. I have a request for information from Texas Delegate Jax Finkel. What time do we gavel in? I believe that was 10 a.m. Austin time. The start of the presidential nomination, or the start of the balloting for it, was, I believe, 3:20 p.m. Austin time. The voting process took approximately 1 hour and 20 minutes. I think the next one will go much quicker. The orders of the day, so we don't have orders of the day. The remaining business that's currently on our agenda is finishing the presidential nomination and doing the vice presidential nomination. I anticipate we will probably be reconvening tomorrow, but I would like to get through another vote tonight. Mr. Kokesh's cell phone was now in the answered questions. I was going to recognize, I believe, was it Mr. Kielski who was going to, oh, Mr. Hagan. Mr. Hagan, you are recognized for your motion to suspend to dispense with the state totals. Mr. Hagan, go ahead. And Madam Secretary, if you could display the first round results again, just the totals, please.
Okay, one moment. And we're preparing the second round ballots. They're almost prepared.
Thank you. Indiana Delegate Jared Hall thanks the chair and delegates for making this go so smoothly. Indiana Delegate Sam Goldstein says the ballot he has only 15 states on it. I don't know what to do about that. We will now go to Mr. Hagan. You are recognized to make your motion. Mr. Hagan from Nevada. If we can find him and make it so he can speak. Not Kevin Hagan, the other Hagan, Tim Hagan. No offense, Kevin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move we suspend the rules to dispense with the roll call of the states for the rest of the presidential balloting and for all of the vice presidential balloting.
Okay. There's a motion to suspend the rules to dispense with roll call for all future ballots for president or vice president. It's been seconded. We'll move to a poll on that. All in favor of suspending the rules in that manner to dispense with state-by-state roll call, please vote yes. If you would like to continue with state-by-state roll call, please vote no. The poll will be out shortly. It will be up for 12 minutes, or 2 minutes rather. I don't know, I keep getting these privilege things about the ballot only showing 15 states. I don't understand what the issue is, but I hope it can get resolved.
Let me address that, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Fishman.
I included a state, as there was beforehand, just so that people can indicate their delegation. It is not, they can choose the state that they are in. It is not being total tabulated, merely for sorting purposes.
Okay, and it's only for those states that are using election buddy.
Correct.
Okay, that's why there's only 15 states. The poll is now up on whether to dispense with state-by-state roll call. The ballot should be being distributed. Once this poll is done in 2 minutes, I will start recognizing people while the ballots are being distributed. Once the ballots are out, I would suggest that we be at ease or in a relaxed manner for, I'm gonna say we'll do 25 minutes and come back and see where things are. There's a request for information from California Delegate Aaron Starr to confirm that we will still show the state results. Each round we will still display the spreadsheet, we just won't recognize individual delegation chairs.
Mr. Chair, do you have a time set for when you want voting to be closed?
So I think you need to have that arranged with the delegations. If we're going to come back in 25 minutes, I think 20 minutes should be the default for the voting to be closed with election buddy, but I think delegation chairs, if they want longer and to cut it closer, they should request it of you directly, Mr. Fishman. Does that make sense? I don't want to tell the state how to do what they do, but I also don't want us to run up into the, hey, we didn't close out the election buddy, so we don't have any of our results problem. We have 30 seconds left in the poll on the suspension of the rules. Go ahead and vote. Yes, we'll suspend the rules to dispense with state by state for future ballots. No, we'll have us still do state by state for future ballots. About 5 seconds left. And then Ms. Crawford, if you can display the speaker list, because I'm going to get back to that. All right, for that suspension of the rules, I have 742 yes, 89 no, 23 abstain, Again, 742 yes, 89 no, 23 abstain. The motion passes. We will dispense with state-by-state roll call for future ballots. There's a point of parliamentary procedure from Nevada Delegate Louis Pombo. Will Mr. Fishman simply send a single election buddy email to all delegates for the purpose of voting in the subsequent rounds? Mr. Fishman, you can answer that if you'd like.
It will only go to the states who chose to use Election Buddy.
Okay. We will now go to Montana Delegate Jacob Kitson. Let Mr. Kitson speak. Go ahead, Mr. Kitson.
Hear me?
I can now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to use this time, after having patiently waited both days, to have the following statement please be put on the record. That I am extremely proud to be a member of the first party to ever hold their national presidential nominations online. And regardless of whether we as individuals agree with it or not, it is truly a tremendous and monumental occasion for us as a party in a national sense. Following that statement, I would like to make a motion that immediately upon conclusion of the VP nomination that we gavel to adjournment and allow for us to postpone until all business until Orlando in person.
That motion can be entertained at that time, but I will not entertain the motion at this time.
Then I politely request that I be, after patiently waiting both days, that I be recognized when that motion is deemed appropriate by the chair, please.
If someone can please remind me that Mr. Kitson should be recognized after we're done with the vice presidential nominating.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for your time.
Thank you,
and
Mr.
I appreciate this convention and those who are sitting through it.
Thank you for the kind words, Mr. Kitson. Missouri Delegate Court Tiefenthaler would like to make a privilege motion. Mr. Tiefenthaler, you're recognized. What is the privilege motion you would like to make?
Hi, Mr. Chair. I would like to make a motion to suspend the rules and add Joe Exotic to the second ballot of voting.
I will rule that to be out of order, and so that motion will not be made.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. West Virginia Delegate David Valente.
I will make such motion. I appreciate what I was going to talk about is long since passed, so thank you very much, and I yield my time back.
Thank you, Mr. Valente. Wisconsin Delegate Jake Boldig.
Time's passed. I yield my time.
Thank you, Mr. Boldig. Illinois Delegate Brian Dennehy. And please let me know when the ballots are out.
They're going out right now, Mr. Chair. I'm on Georgia, but I have one other thing to let you know.
Go ahead.
Everyone who wants a copy of that spreadsheet should download it, because I will be stopping the share once this ballot starts, because we have separate tabs for each result and we do not want people to get an advance peek.
Thank you. So with the ballots going out now at 6:15 Austin time, we will check on the status of those ballots at 6:40 p.m. Austin time. And for those delegations that are using Election Buddy, I think it would be appropriate, although it's up to the delegations to work out with Mr. Fishman, to close that balloting at 6:35 p.m. Austin time to allow them time to put it in the tally sheets. Illinois Delegate Brian Dennehy. Mr. Dennehy, you just need to unmute yourself.
I didn't have any questions.
Oh, Mr. Dennehy, sorry, go ahead.
I didn't have any questions.
Okay, sorry about that. All right, Washington Delegate Elliot Jaksch.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yep.
I would like to call the previous question if there are any outstanding questions to be called.
There aren't any, but I appreciate the sentiment and the instinct.
Thank you very much.
All right, we have Illinois Delegate Christopher Thrasher as a request for information, whether it's possible to redisplay the first ballot totals. We will do that while I'm recognizing the next delegate, who's going to be Kentucky Delegate Christopher Wiest.
Mr. Chair, I had a point of information and possible motion. What is the status with the vice presidential tokens? Is that still open until the presidential voting is closed?
It is by our bylaws required to stay open until that balloting is closed.
And so people that have not yet cast that can still do that until the presidential is closed?
I believe so. I believe Mr. Fishman just needs to keep extending the deadline for that vote.
The deadline is unfortunately unextendable. I can send out a new one now.
I think
to everybody who's currently a delegate.
I think that's probably appropriate to send out a new one.
Will do.
Mr. Chair, should we not send out a new one once the presidential is closed? I mean, I hate to do that. I don't want to mess this up.
We can send it out and we can have the deadline for it be noon tomorrow.
Okay.
I put the deadline as Monday.
And then basically what will happen is you can vote early if you want, but you don't have to. And I think that will resolve the issue that we had with earlier deadlines and the question of whether or not people want to drop down.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. There were a lot of questions in our delegation about it. Thank you.
I hope that that answers most of them. So if we can get a redisplay of the first ballot totals at a time that is convenient to somebody who has access to it, we'll next go to New York Delegate Alex Merced.
Hello, just wanted to say that this is the third national convention I've been to. This is the third time I've seen you preside over a national convention, and you've done a wonderful job each time. So knowing that you're not running for re-election, I wanted to express gratitude for your 6 years of being chair, and also express appreciation to the COC, Secretary Harlows, and all the volunteers for making this all go so well.
Thank you, Mr. Merced. You're very kind. It's been an honor to chair 3 of these. You know, I'm not sure if I'm ready to have the honor of chairing another one anytime soon. I think, you know, I want to give a shout out to Mr. Fishman, without whom none of this would be possible. He is, in fact, the legs, and without the legs, the body goes nowhere. So if you'll indulge me, Mr. Fishman, you've gone above and beyond. We will now go to
privilege if you would put me in the queue.
Point of personal privilege from Wisconsin Delegate Fisher.
Yes.
Give me 1 second. Let me just get through. Ohio Delegate Homer Taft asked whether the tokens will be in lieu of those previously cast or in addition. I believe they will be in lieu of. That way we don't have a confusion, and I apologize to those people who have to vote twice. We now will go to Ms. Fisher for her point of personal privilege. Go ahead, Ms. Fisher.
Thank you. I have not yet received the ballot tally for Wisconsin for round 2 of our presidential nomination voting.
Okay.
That is because you're W and I'm on North Dakota.
All right.
All right, thank you.
So it's still going out, and we may adjust the time at which we check, but we will make sure everyone gets to vote. New Mexico Delegate Helen Malinsky. And if we can post those results at some point, I understand the secretary is busy, and so I'm not asking for it to be done in a rush, but at some point.
Thank you very much for your patience.
Ms. Malinsky, there's a little bit of an echo.
There we go. Sorry. Thank you very much for your patience and for your efforts in everything today. I yield my time.
Thank you, Ms. Malinsky. I have Missouri Delegate Tiefenthaler has a request for information. Mr. Tiefenthaler, what is your request for information? Go ahead, Mr. Tiefenthaler. What's your request for information?
Hello, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to point out that when I got my ballot, I mean, I didn't write in a candidate. I voted for Gray again, but I did not see an option to write in a candidate. I just wanted that to be known.
Okay. There should be the ability to write in a candidate. Did you use Election Buddy?
I don't think ours came from Election Buddy, but I could be wrong on that. I've been wrong before.
Well, write-ins should be permitted, and hopefully we can get that sorted out.
Okay.
Thank you. New Mexico.
Point of personal privilege.
Virginia delegate Joe Pascal, go ahead. Point of personal privilege.
I want to apologize to the delegation about us taking so long and everybody getting held up for the Virginia delegation. We had some internal difficulties. We worked through it, and I thank everybody for helping me.
Thank you, Mr. Pascal. No apology, I think, is necessary. We are all doing this for the first time. Let me see. I next have New Mexico delegate Chris Lucchini.
I yield my time.
Mr. Lucchini yields his time back. South Carolina delegate Stuart Flood. Go ahead, Mr. Flood. Mr. Flood, you just have to unmute yourself. You are now able to talk. Stuart Flood from South Carolina. Going once, going twice, and we're going to pass over Mr. Flood. Tennessee delegate Joshua Eagle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not sure the best way to bring this motion, but I would like to make a motion that any concession speeches going forward happen during the balloting rather than before we start collecting the votes, if that makes any sense.
So, what? Just repeat what you said, because maybe I'm not understanding.
Yeah, no problem. So the idea would be we'd take any concession speeches from future candidates that are eliminated in future rounds and make sure that those speeches happen while the votes are actually being tabulated rather than.
Okay, so while we're distributing the ballots, we would have the speech?
Yes, sir. Just to ensure it moves faster.
Okay, that we can do that. We will do that. Okay. Michigan delegate Richard Hewer. Michigan delegate Richard Hewer, you are able to talk. Mr. Hewer. Okay, we will move to Tennessee delegate William Helmstetter. He may have already put his hand down. Mr. Helmstetter?
Asked and answered. Yield.
Thank you, Mr. Helmstetter. Nevada delegate Louis Pombo. Is it Louis or Louis?
It is Louis. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I yield.
Thank you. Michigan delegate Alexander Avery.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I would like to move that we suspend the rules for the purpose of condemning the following delegates to being fed to the hungry gators of Florida: Abernathy from South Dakota, Kissick from Ohio, Fast from California, Ford from Maine, Hill from Ohio, Requero from Florida, Leahy from Iowa, and Ahmad from Maryland. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to rule that motion out of order as targeting individual delegates, and so I'm not going to entertain it. Thank you, Mr. Avery. Utah delegate Christine Stenquist, go ahead. Go ahead, Ms. Stenquist, if you would like.
Sorry, I was muted, obviously. I move that after the conclusion of the
Vice President ballot, a motion, the convention adjourned to the second sitting beginning July 9th in Orlando with remote participation permitted or otherwise at the call of the National Committee.
That motion would be in order at the time that we are done with the vice presidential nomination. You will be put in after Mr. Kitson to be recognized, and someone's keeping a list of that for me.
Thank you, sir.
You will be second in line at that time. We have, I believe, Colorado delegate Betty Rose Ryan.
Excuse me, I'm sorry, I didn't see that I had accidentally raised my hand, but
We're always happy to hear
I
from
want to
you.
thank you for everything you've done.
Thank you, Betty Rose.
Same here. I yield my time.
All right. So now we have New Hampshire delegate Darrell Perry.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I want to object to the suggestion of having concession speeches during balloting. This is not proper, and concession speeches, a lot of times candidates wind up making endorsements. And if someone makes an endorsement after people have already voted, that might wind up changing the way votes get cast. We saw this in 2016 in the vice presidential balloting, where we had someone drop out in the middle of voting, and numerous people said that they wanted to change their votes, but they were unable to do so. So I would rule that out of order and ask that you do likewise and not allow speeches during balloting.
Your objection is noted, Mr. Perry, but I am going to find that it's in order to allow speeches during balloting. Similar to other things where we've distributed ballots ahead of time, people can choose whether or not to vote early or vote after they get all the information, and with the concession speeches being only 2 minutes long, I don't think it will cause an inordinate delay, and so I'm going to allow it to be in order. Your objection is noted and will not be complied with, Mr. Perry. Next, we have Connecticut delegate Rod Hanscom.
Mr. Chair, that was inadvertent. I have nothing to bring up.
No problem, Mr. Hanscom. Thank you. All right. California delegate Kevin Moore.
Yes, hello. Mr. Chair, I'd like to move that after the current round of voting is completed and after the subsequent concession speech and after we have begun the following round of voting, that while the voting is proceeding, that we allow the 4 remaining candidates to give speeches for 2 minutes each while the election is in progress to address the delegates and the updated situation.
That motion will be in order at that time. I will not take that motion up right now, but please try and be, so that's going to be after, what was the after, the first after?
The first after is after this vote is completed.
Okay.
And it seems like now is the time to vote on it, because after the vote's completed, there's going to be questions about the vote and that sort of thing. After the vote is completed, after the concession speech, and preferably after the next vote has started. So as not to delay the proceedings.
I don't want to delay the proceedings, but I also want you to get adequate consideration for this motion, and I think the results of this current round of balloting may change how people feel about allowing extra speeches from candidates who are still in the race.
Okay.
Okay, so moving to the privileged items in the Q&A or checking for them, Maryland delegate Chris Wallace makes a similar point to New Hampshire delegate Perry about not allowing delegates to hear endorsements.
I got a point when you get a chance.
Mr. Valente, I will get to you in momentarily. Tennessee delegate Tricia Butler raises, I believe, what is a point of order from Tennessee alternate Jacob Dassinger to ask me to please pronounce Tennessee State and Delegation Chair Josh Eckel, not Eckel. That's actually a point of privilege, and I apologize. I have a request for information from Michigan Delegate Scotty Bowman. How long will VP tokens remain available after we select POTUS nominee? I don't know that answer yet, but ask me again. Point of personal privilege is taken care of. I'm not going to get to that request for information yet, Mr. Tiefenthaler. Mr. Valente, go ahead.
Yeah, point of parliamentary inquiry. Can we, in the later balloting rounds, dispense with having Karen Ann send us individual state tally sheets and just send one out to all 51 delegation chairs, or we can just go ahead and put it on
We cannot. We cannot. It's a bylaws requirement. Mr. Merced, I'm going to allow you to take the chair so that I can go vote, and you can continue to recognize people. And Mr. Fishman, did you have information for me?
I just wanted to let the election buddy people know 7:31, the ballot is closed.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Merced. You have it.
Okay, sounds good. Next, we have Arizona Delegate Michael Kielski.
Yes, because I'm sorry, the chairman, Mr. Sarwark, had promised that I was going to have an opportunity to make my motion to suspend the rules after the after the presidential nominations were addressed, or after the vice presidential nominations were addressed. But there are now people who have signaled that they intend to make motions that will make that motion moot. I would ask that I be put in that queue as promised by Mr. Chairman, immediately right before or right after Mr. Kitson.
Okay, I will make a note of that and make sure that and give that note to Mr. Sarwark for when that time comes.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Ms. Harlos?
all of the tally sheets have been sent out.
Got it. Okay, so all the tally sheets have been sent out. Good, good, good. Next, we'll recognize Utah Delegate Willie Marshall.
I'd like to make a motion to suspend the rules to reduce the concession speech time to 1 minute. Thank you.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
Seconded.
Seconded. Okay. And again, that is a motion to suspend the rules, so requires a 2/3 vote. Okay. And just a quick question. Motions to suspend, are those debatable? I don't think they are.
No, it is not debatable.
Okay.
Mr. Merced?
Yep.
I hate to take the gavel back from you, but I don't think that this motion to suspend the rules is going to be in order.
Okay.
I will explain why.
Mm-hmm.
We previously established the length of time for a concession speech, and a concession speech was already given by a candidate in the race. It would not be fair to future candidates to change the rules after we had started balloting for president. And so I would rule that this motion to suspend the rules is out of order.
Okay. So I will
Sorry to
rule it
take
out.
that, but
No, no worries. Okay, so ruled out of order.
and I can take the gavel back if you'd like.
Your call. Are you good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Okay.
Mr. Starr raises a point of order that it's not out of order, it's just unfair. That is why I'm deeming it out of order, is because it's just unfair. I would hope that no one would appeal that ruling, but people are welcome to if they want. Missouri Delegate Tiefenthaler has a request for information. Go ahead, Mr. Tiefenthaler.
Yes, Mr. Chair. I just had a question as far as how many states have results in and what all states do, what all states don't. How's that going?
We are going to check in 5 minutes, but if somebody wants to give me an update, I can take it now.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
The ballot results, election buddy results are with the state chairs now.
Okay. Ms. Harlos, do you have some sense of how many are through the tellers?
No, not yet at this point. They're all coming in, and the tellers are working hard.
Thank you. All right. Can we display the results from the previous race?
I cannot because I'm in the middle of doing background stuff that's on my screen that is privileged.
Okay. Is there a way to screenshot that and send it to maybe Ms. Crawford? Or trying to think of what other way we could display that.
I have a screenshot that I could share on the Libertarian Slack.
Okay, Mr. Kielski will share that on the Slack. And then if there's a link to it, you can put it in the Q&A and then I can answer it as a question so it'll be available to people. There's a point of order from Michigan Delegate Scotty Bowman that VP tokens are not available, that it says round 2 closed. I think we'll address that soon. Mr. Fishman is now aware of it.
I'm sorry, which state?
Michigan Delegate Bowman raises the issue that the VP tokens are not available yet.
We are sending out an in lieu of at some point in time.
Okay, so it is not out yet, Mr. Bowman.
It's not out yet.
Okay.
Mr. Chair?
What? I got 2 Mr. Chairs.
Harold Thomas from Ohio,
Okay.
Delegate Chair. We have a delegate who said that he just received his ballot to the second round of president after the ballot was already closed.
Okay. I think you can take that delegate's vote manually from that delegate and add it to your tally.
Thank you, sir.
Okay.
I was the other Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead, Ms. Harlos.
I'd like to thank the delegation chairs for not changing the names of their sheets like last time because that was one of the big hangups. This is much better this round. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a request for information from Indiana Delegate Sam Goldstein to know who the tellers are so they can be thanked for their hard work.
If we could do that after I'm done doing this.
As long as we put a pin in it and make sure we get to it.
Oh, I definitely will because they're heroes.
Okay. Oregon Delegate Timothy Perkins asks, request for information. Mr. Chair, that is a lovely pin. How might someone get one? And if we can stop sharing Ms. Crawford's screen. So this lovely pin is a lifetime member pin. Please just make sure that you can see it. There we go. Look at that. Isn't that shiny, pretty? All this takes is $1,500 at least to the Libertarian Party in a 12-month period. And you too can be a lifetime member of the Libertarian Party, just like your favorite congressman or governor. Visit lp.org/donate and you can give us that money at any time. And we'd be more than happy to give you one of these shiny pins. Thank you for that request for information. You can go back to sharing your screen. Ms. Crawford. Illinois Delegate Chris Thrasher withdraws his request. Delaware Delegate Will McVeigh has a spreadsheet link that is a copy from the round 1 tally. I'm going to actually just reply to the one that has. Thank you. So that link will be available in the answered questions. Michigan Delegate Connor Nepomicino asks whether the pin is made of precious metals. It is probably not made of precious metals, but it's precious to me. Just like all of you. We are now looking at the vote totals from the previous round of balloting. We are 1 minute away from the point at which I will check in on the vote, which would be 25 minutes from the point where we started the vote. Ms. Harlos, if you can give me an update.
1 second, please. On the sheet so far, we're about 1/3 filled out by the tellers and the same amount audited.
Thank you. We will check in again in 15 minutes at 6:55 Boston time.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Mr. Williams, go
Yes,
ahead.
Madam Secretary, I was showing some problems on the email on
Mr.
my
Chair?
side. I just want to verify that
I
you
may.
did the email from Oklahoma.
I did, thank you.
Okay. Who else is seeking to be recognized?
Mr. Chair, delegate from Rhode Island.
Okay, wait, I think Ms. Reynolds from Colorado was just before you, Mr. Hunt. So go ahead, Ms. Reynolds. Ms. Reynolds, did you say Mr. Chair? Was just before you, Mr. Hunt. So
Yes, please, Mr. Chair. Ms. Harlos has not voted on our poll yet.
okay, Ms. Harlos, please submit your vote.
Okay,
yes,
one
yes,
second.
Mr. Chair. Ms. Harlos has not voted.
Okay. Mr. Hunt.
Madam Secretary, I apologize for the confusion, but I still have not received the tally sheet in my email. Thank you.
What state is that?
Rhode Island. There's a request for information from New Hampshire delegate Spencer Dias. Is taxation theft, as has been previously resolved at Libertarian National Conventions? It is.
Ms. Reynolds, I do not see the ballot. I'm not going to vote this round. It's more important that I get my job done quickly.
Okay. Ms. Crawford.
Madam Secretary, can I? Sorry. The upload is going slowly, but it is apparently going.
Okay. I have a point of personal privilege from Delaware delegate Will McVeigh. Can we not remove the tally sheets from the shared folder so they can be audited by delegation chairs? I don't know that answer, Mr. McVeigh. That is probably a secretary question.
I can make a copy and put them back, but I need them for, I do an after convention audit as well.
Okay, so I'm not sure that that point of personal privilege can be resolved, Mr. McVeigh, but if it can, it will be. Do we have a speakers list? Sorry, we can go off of the old results now. All right, Kentucky delegate Christopher Wiest.
Mr. Wiest is not in the room right now.
Okay, we'll come back to him. Arizona delegate Michael Kielski.
Mr. Chair, I respectfully remind you about the promise that I was going to have an opportunity to make that motion that I mentioned earlier, and you stepped out of the room just before you were able to hear me address that, because some people are planning to submit motions before I might even have a chance to submit my motion tomorrow morning. I would ask that you allow me to make that motion after the conclusion.
What? Remind me of the motion.
Sorry?
Remind me of the motion you want to make.
It has to do with the suspension of the rules and to have us add judicial committee elections to the end of our online convention. And again, some individuals suggested that they were going to make a motion to immediately adjourn and put everything else off until that, and then of course I would make my opportunity to make my motion move. So all I'm asking for is the opportunity to present that to the body at the conclusion of the vice presidential nominations.
I believe we're at the front of the post-vice presidential nomination list. And so if you could add him in front of Mr. Kitson, please, in that queue, so that we make sure to get it in order. Thank you for the reminder, Mr. Kielski. Ms. Crawford, if you can just add Mr. Kielski right before Montana delegate Jacob Kitson for immediately after vice presidential nominations. That will be a nice reminder to me. Idaho delegate Aaron Mason. Go ahead, Mr. Mason.
I apologize. I didn't realize I'd raised my hand.
Okay. There's a request for information from Oklahoma Delegate Aaron Adams. Did we not vote against doing judicial committee at this sitting last night? We did during the debate over the agenda, but a motion to suspend the rules to modify the agenda would be in order. I just didn't want to entertain it until after we were done with the vice presidential nominations. So it is a different motion from the previous motion. Montana Delegate Francis Webb.
Yes, Mr. Chair. Do you have me?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. I wanted to speak to the question of moving the sheets for the state delegate chairs to audit themselves. They should have a sheet that they should have a local copy that they can use to audit. It does mess up the process of the tellers, as I am currently plugging away.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Wendt. There's a point of personal privilege for Ohio Delegate Homer Taft. Go ahead, Mr. Taft. Mr. Taft, you are recognized. Ohio Delegate Homer Taft, if somebody can help him be able to speak. Go ahead, Mr. Taft. You should be able to speak now.
Thank you. I thank the chair, and I certainly want to thank the chair and Mr. Fishman, as he indicated, for their work. Having not always been in agreement with Ms. Harless and everything, I did want to express my appreciation to her of how well how professionally she's conducted the elections and her work, and to all the tellers and to all those who have helped the chair and the body facilitate this meeting. I think they all deserve our great appreciation.
Thank you, Mr. Taft. Nevada Delegate Louis Pombo. Go ahead, Mr. Pombo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was more curious for a procedural inquiry as relating to the presently queued motions. Are we intending on hearing first the motions that may be relating to the amending of the agenda, and then secondly, when we come to the different adjournment proposals that are currently present, will we encompass those into a singular debate, or will we debate them individually? Thank you, I yield.
I believe the current order is that the motion to suspend for the change in the agenda will be recognized before the motions to adjourn. Because they are similar but somewhat different, I think the debate will probably be more streamlined on the motions to adjourn if we do it in some sort of alternative fashion, but we'll kind of get there when we get there. I have a request for information from Utah Delegate Amber Christensen Beltran. Is there such a thing as a free lunch? Everybody knows there ain't no such thing as a free lunch. Tonstoffel, it's the theme of the convention. It's so easy to pronounce. It makes a lot of sense, and it's definitely not a nerdy thing. Long live the Liber sign. Kentucky Delegate Chris Wiest, we're going to go back to you in case you're back in the room.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to make a motion to recess for 20 minutes. My delegation is out getting dinner. I'm guessing others are as well. I'm afraid we may be having a lot of people that are signed in, and I don't want to disenfranchise anyone if there's other motions being made. So I'd like to make a motion to recess, or at least the end of these, for 20 minutes.
I will entertain that 20-minute stand at ease at 7:55 Eastern Time, 6:55 Austin time, when we next check in on the status of balloting.
Mr. Chair.
Who is saying Mr. Chair? Okay. I'm just going to ask at 7:50, Ms. Harlos, do you know how far along we are?
Well, I could tell you what ballots we do not have yet, or tally sheets, is California, Colorado, Florida, Georgia, Hawaii, Minnesota, Mississippi. New Hampshire has to send in a corrected one. They can speak with their teller. North Carolina, Ohio, Oregon, Pennsylvania, Rhode Island, South Carolina, Vermont, and Wyoming. And the tellers are working on the ones we already have, but we don't have those.
Okay.
Ms. Harless, Mr. Bedwell informed me that he emailed it directly to the email for this round.
Mr. Bedwell's what state?
Mississippi.
Did he upload it to the drive?
I think he just emailed it to the email.
The tellers, this is our double check system, our audit system. It needs to be uploaded to the drive as well.
Miss Harless,
Okay,
I am having trouble uploading to the drive. I have emailed, but it says starting upload, which it's been saying for 15 minutes. So I'm not
Please
sure.
get with your teller, Data Logan, who will take care of that for you.
Okay. With that update, I would suggest that we be at ease for 20 minutes until, sorry, just having to do math. It's been a day. This is going to be 10 after, so 7:10 Austin time. We will be at ease until 7:10 Austin time. I'm going to step away. You guys are free to keep working on getting these ballots done.
I am going to rudely share my screen with something that I think Mr. Sauer commuted. Did you want to say something?
Oh, yeah. No, I was just going to say 10 minutes after the hour, we will be back.
All right. I'm going to rudely share my screen. I thought that the delegates might like to know what is the most popular first name among all delegates and alternates. And since I'm sitting here with the database, I will share that.
Nerd.
Nerd, yes. But Michael by 30, John 27, David 25.
I have a request for information.
Printer.
Everyone, Michael's and John's dilatory.
I was just told that there was something wrong with New Hampshire's vote sheet. What is the problem?
You sent back in round 1 vote sheet. If that's the only one you have, if you could please at least change in the Word document, make it round 2 and resend it. Because the sheet you said round 1.
All right, that should be corrected now.
Gracias.
Okay, to confirm, I just uploaded Mississippi's into the Google Drive.
Okay, North Carolina's got up there. I guess I had to stop it and start again. It worked.
The Google Drive is getting access so much that there are a little hiccups.
I get it. I get it.
It froze me out completely last time. I was sweating.
I'm half a beer down and it's 10% ABV, so that's pretty much plowing me. I'm weak. But I'm very mellow now.
Secretary Harlow,
Yes?
Joe Pascal here. I had to update the sheet in the drive, and I'll send another one as well through email. There was that I missed.
I can't hear you. You're breaking up.
I said I had to update the sheet in the drive.
Okay.
Vote I missed.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
The delegation chairs of Arizona and Kentucky, I've gotten your sheets in the email about 6 times. Are they changing or is...
Carlos, I've sent them once to you. I don't understand why
It's weird. I'm telling you, like every minute I'm getting it again.
I've uploaded it once. I don't know what to tell you.
Oh, not the upload, it's the email. Don't worry about it. I'll just...
I've emailed it to you once, but I did email the last version to you twice when you said you didn't get it.
Yeah, and I did end up getting it twice. Google's having some hiccups, but no lie, I got your round 2 one over and over and over. Same thing with Arizona. There must be a hiccup in the Google system. I thought maybe you were getting even with me.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I'm not sure
It'd have been funny. I'd have laughed.
Well, I mean, we don't think that this is a joke because we're trying to be, this is serious stuff. I don't understand why. I'll tell you though, I don't even see it in the outbox.
It's really strange how many times I got it. But it's just those 2 states. Google every once in a while has a, I just got Arizona again. I just got Kentucky again. I should share this and show you how many times. I know it's not you.
So I've got, we're all here in a conference room. Well, most of our delegation isn't. This is still in the outbox and I don't understand. I'm going to close my Outlook and I'm going to reopen it and see if that doesn't stop this craziness.
And yes, this is very serious, but also I think we have to be able to chuckle at ourselves sometimes. So. So I just received word from my teller if both Kentucky and Arizona could delete that email from their outbox. Somebody who knows Google much better than I said that's what's happening. Google's stuck in some kind of loop. Because I just got Arizona again.
I'm going to try.
Otherwise, no problem. I'll just, mark them red. It's not difficult. If Ohio is in the room, I have a note from my tellers that we need the Ohio sheet.
Karen Ann, just to be clear, you did get the Kentucky ballots, right?
Oh,
You did-
yes.
Okay. I did delete it, so we should be good.
Thank you very much.
Karen Ann, this is Sid Dowd from Montana. I resent mine because I forgot to sign the first version. So
Okay.
round 2, you'll have an updated one with the signature.
Yes, I saw that. Thank you.
Thanks.
Hello, Whitney Billieu. I just wanted to say hi to you while I have a chance. It's good to see you.
Hi, Richard. Sorry I didn't unmute. It was good to see you too. Thanks for being here.
You've looked more serious the last 2 days than I've ever seen you before.
Concentrating. Serious job.
By the way, Whitney, I would really like to have been able to have gone to Texas a few weeks ago to help you all at your Texas convention. I know it was late notice and it was just too hard to work things out.
That's okay. I very much appreciate the consideration. Since I've got an open mic here, I'm going to go ahead and speak. I want to take this opportunity to talk about how LP Texas was the last delegation to get their crap together and get a delegation list because we had to postpone our convention, et cetera, et cetera. And yet we've managed to have it together solidly, full delegation at all times this entire time. So I'm really proud of you guys and thankful to you all for being here and sitting through all this. And I can't wait to see you in July.
And Whitney, I would like to thank you for being so patient with the Credentials Committee and working with us to make sure it all got done.
Yes, and thank you guys for sharing in our emergency. Much appreciated.
Well, while we're patting each other on the back here, and I agree, God bless you. For Kansas, we have 10 delegates, and it's been tricky enough to get this stuff done. So I want to say I really feel for y'all who have, dozens or, over 100 delegates. That must be just cray to keep track of. I do want to encourage everyone in Kansas to join the Libertarian Party so we can get more delegates in future years. Go to lp.org and join the National Party. Peace and freedom, everybody. Thank you.
Hey, this is Dave Valente, Chair of the Libertarian Party of West Virginia. I just wanted to say thank you to my delegates who have all been fantastic. This is their first time I think all of them are, this is their first time at a convention, and they have been troopers and low drama and awesome, and I can't thank them enough. Especially our gubernatorial candidate, Erica Kolenich, running for governor. She's going to do a fantastic job.
All right, we are about 4 minutes away from coming back out of being at ease. Ms. Harlos, if you can give me a little bit of an update.
One moment. We still need Ohio's sheet to enter in, and we are on the back stretch of audits.
Okay, do you anticipate needing another 10 minutes?
Yes. Well, it depends on how soon Ohio gets it to us. 10 minutes after Ohio gets it to us, I think, if they get it to us right away.
So we will be at ease until 20 after 7 Austin time.
Point of order, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair.
Okay, I'm informed that Ohio is waiting their election buddy tally. They can't do anything until then.
Just a quick reminder that we are still live. We've all been circumspect, I believe, but
Mr. Chair?
Yes, who said Mr. Chair?
This is Harold Thomas from Ohio. I was told that I didn't get through the last time I spoke. I'm still waiting from the executive director for the election buddy results for Ohio.
Okay. Mr. Fishman, can you get those to the Ohio delegation?
Yes. Let me just make sure I'm sending it.
All right, Mr. Fishman will resolve that.
Is that Mr. Thomas saying he doesn't have it?
Was that Mr. Thomas?
Yeah, that's correct. I would be the one who would receive the email.
Mr. Thomas sent to your LPO address.
Mr. Fishman, Harold Thomas again. I have not received it. I do have my email up to the LPO address.
Can you reply to the round 2 email thread that I sent out? Do you have that email?
Yes, but it had no text and no link.
If you reply to that one, and then I'll reply to your reply.
I'd like to take a moment also to thank the Tennessee delegation. They've been an amazing crew. And they also told me if I didn't give them a shout out, they'd try to secede. So guys, don't do anything rash. Hope to see you next year. Thank you.
Mr. Thomas, I replied to you. Perhaps check your spam folder. Google may have decided, since I'm sending a lot of attachments, I am now a bad person.
Since we're in recess and I have an open mic, I'd like to take this opportunity, since others are, to thank the New York delegation. We've been 48 out of 48 on every vote, which has been fantastic. We currently have a nominee for Congress running in a special election on June 23rd, Dwayne Whitmer. He's running in New York 27. Go to DwayneWhitmer.com, DuaneWhitmer.com, to see what he's all about. And I thank all 48 of my delegates and all my alternates for taking this time out of their busy Memorial Day weekend. Thank you. You guys are great.
Mr. Chair, Harold Thomas again. I did receive Mr. Fishman's email thread. However, there were no attachments and there was no information.
All right, I will text it to you. Mr. Thomas, can you text me, please? Just on the number you got.
Do we know which delegations we're still waiting on at this point?
Ohio, I believe.
Also, I think we're just waiting on the entire audit process.
OH.
This could be the quietest convention in the history of the party, actually.
Not sure if that makes me happy or sad.
All right, we are 2 minutes away from coming back from being at ease. I'm going to try and get through some of the points of personal privilege on the Q&A. Point of personal privilege from Wisconsin delegate Jake Boldig. It would make the most sense to hear the adjourn to Orlando motion, then consider second similar motion as an amendment. I'll take that under advisement for when we get there tomorrow. New Hampshire delegate Daryl Perry has a point of personal privilege. The Povertarian Caucus normally holds a free Povertarian pizza party during the National Convention. This year they are holding a virtual pizza party tomorrow at 6 to 9 p.m. Eastern, and anyone can join the meeting at the link. I will answer that question with a thank you so that it is available for participants to see. There's a point of information. Why is the chair's background reversed? You know, I wasn't sure whether it was reversed. It looked like it was wrong before. I'm going to fix it. There is a point of information from Mr. Craig that it might be appropriate to take a minute after this ballot to make sure there are no other candidates seeking to be recognized who would be dropping out. We can get there at some point. Point of information for New Jersey delegate R.J. Edgar. What the hell is that on your bed? So I shouldn't have read that one.
That's my child.
All right. Let me see if my video got fixed. Am I reversed anymore or not?
Reversed.
I am?
You are still reversed, sir.
Okay. We are coming back from being at ease. Ms. Harlos, if you can give us an update.
We are discovering some errors, so we are still in the audit process, and we do not have, yet we just got Ohio in, so we just need to finish up the audit.
How much longer?
10 minutes.
Okay, we will check in again at past.
Few more waves crashing.
Yeah, I'm fixing the waves. Let's see if this one works. Is that good?
Much better.
All right. Point of personal privilege, for the record, Neil Dykman, we have over 1,000 news media have opened the Texas Free Press email on the first ballot convention results of the first ever online presidential nomination contest in the last 20 minutes. That's awesome. Good job, Mr. Dykman. There's a point of personal privilege from Delaware Delegate Will McVeigh. Mr. McVeigh, go ahead.
Hi, Mr. Chair. I would prefer to keep this as a point of personal privilege. I would again like to reiterate, I think it's fairly important that we have access to the tally sheets if that can be done in a subfolder in the ballot cloud folder somewhere just so that we can have it. I think that if it can't be done easily, that should still elevate to a point of order that we need to have an audit trail here.
Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
at the conclusion of tonight, I will put all of the forms in a folder and share that link with the delegation chairs.
Okay.
It's not a problem to do, it's just a problem to do when we're in the middle of trying to do all of this.
Understood.
I understand and I will be satisfied by that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. I have a point of
And Madam Secretary.
privilege from New York Delegate Peyton Kunzelman. Can I mute my notifications? I don't think any of my notifications are on, but I will make sure that whatever I have that can be muted will be muted. There's a request for information from Tennessee Delegate Tricia Butler. What is the Libertarian Frontier Project? The Libertarian Frontier Project is a project to focus on races in the Intermountain West at the State House level or below with the goal of putting some more libertarians into public office. There's a point of personal privilege from Iowa Delegate Joseph Howe. Donations that go through YouTube have a significant percentage that goes to YouTube. Please direct YouTube viewers to our direct donor site, lp.org/donate. There's a request for information. How can a delegate find out how much they have donated in the past 12 months so they can donate the difference tonight if they would like to become a lifetime member? I believe the best way to find out would be to send an email to info@lp.org and we will get back with you. Right, we're going to be at ease for another 7 minutes.
While everybody's abusing dead air time, I would like to put a pitch in myself here. In addition to being part of the wonderful Libertarian Frontier Project, I just wanted to give my shout out to my delegation from South Dakota and also talk about some of our recent successes and future successes. This year we have tied our old record for number of people running for office at the state level. One of those, who is running at the federal level actually, is going to be running against likely our incumbent congressman, our one at-large congressman. There's no Democrat in the race, so we will be going head-to-head with the Republican, whoever comes out of that primary. And we also have Devin Saxon running for Public Utilities Commission. I failed to say the name of the person running for U.S. House, Randy Llewellyn, who has been in South Dakota for a few years now. You might remember him having run for Congress in whatever congressional district Boulder, Colorado is in. In addition, we've got Darrell Root, Adam Jewell, Cullen Mack, Greg Baldwin, CJ Abernathy, Kent Wilsey, and myself, all running for state senate. And 7 of the 8 of us, and Mr. Alex Martin is our 8th candidate for state senate. 7 of the 8 of us are running with no Democrats in our race, strictly against the Republican. Kind of exciting times, so shout out to South Dakota. And Florida, you can keep your comments about feeding us to the alligators to yourself.
Point of personal privilege, Mr. Chair.
Well, go ahead.
Yeah, we're at ease, man.
Oh, cool. In that case, I'm going to give a shout out for Ballot Access Legal Defense. As everybody here knows, there are 20 states who are fighting for, well, we're fighting for ballot access, man, and we need your help. And if you are able to donate to your cause, your respective state committee, please do so, and please contribute to the Ballot Access Legal Defense Fund. Here in Pennsylvania, we have a lot of people running for down ballot in addition to statewide. And we have a large number of people on our ballot, man. And I'd like to see our libertarian message get out. And I'd like to see message get out all across the nation. So please help out with that, and thank you.
I am just going to have to give a huge shout out to Steve Sheets for plugging ballot access during our stand at ease. We are working very, very hard to raise money to make sure that we can pay for the lawsuits. And we just launched a couple new lawsuits just recently. So please, if you have it, give it.
Yeah, I'm glad everyone's bringing up the ballot access litigation. We're actually on the cusp of winning against the state of Connecticut to abolish all requirements to collect any signatures. And we started with a suit in state court, and then Ned Lamont figured he didn't want to lose to us, so what he would do to help himself win was lock us out of state court, so we sued him in federal court. And we have a lot of people that are trying to intervene, including Democrats and Republican primary challengers that don't want to hog signatures. So life is interesting, and we'll probably have good news by sometime in maybe 2 or 3 weeks.
And for what it's worth, guys, I've learned that I've got a few non-libertarian friends here in New Orleans who are watching this. And apparently intrigued with it.
Hell, I'm intrigued with it too.
And it is only right that folks watching this on YouTube may, in light of hearing about all these wonderful libertarians and all of our wonderful delegations, find themselves inspired with the burning passion to join our ranks. And should you find yourself in such an instance, lp.org/join. Visiting lp.org/join is the way you can help become a member of the Libertarian Party, and then not be a non-libertarian friend, but become in fact a libertarian friend.
I also just want to point out, if people have not tuned into LPTV yet, LPTV is a new program the Libertarian Party has launched. We've been doing town halls on Thursday evenings at 7 p.m., happy hours on Friday at 5, and Candidates Corner on Fridays at 8. We're also thinking about adding another Candidates Corner in the middle of the week so that we can make sure that all candidates are able to get their message out before Election Day. So if you have not, check out LPTV at lp.org/LPTV and tune in week to week.
Also, Tara, are people still able to get memberships for their furry and feathered friends?
They are. We do, in fact, have pet memberships.
Auxiliary member.
Yes, auxiliary memberships, yes. If you give me 1 second, I will pull up that website. But it is also on lp.org.
Thank you, Ms. DeSisto. It is 8:30. We are back from being 8:30 Eastern, 7:30 Austin time. Ms. Harlos, can you let me know what the status is of our balloting?
5 more to audit. It'll be a couple moments.
Okay. We will be at ease until 7:35 Austin time.
going to ask the question. I don't know if anybody knows the answer, but how many libertarians does it take to change a light bulb?
Am I
being detained?
No, the free market does it for them.
No. I was going to say 968 in about 9 hours of deliberation on the best way to do it.
I'm going to have to go with that answer.
What?
420.
All right, we're gonna clean up the queue a little bit. There's a point of personal privilege from Missouri Delegate Robin Dominic. If you are visible on Zoom, please try to be more entertaining. There is another amazing point of personal privilege from Colorado Delegate Ellen Heyman. Despite coronavirus's best efforts to ruin everything, Colorado has 60 candidates on the ballot for partisan races this year, and they would love your support. Mr. Heyman, if you can, I believe it's lpco.org, is that right? Or is it LP Colorado? Can a Colorado delegate tell me whether it's LPCO or
LP Colorado.
lpcolorado.org? There's a point of personal privilege from New York Delegate Peyton Kunselman. What does the chair use for his hair? I use Suavecito pomade. I recommend it highly. I switched off the Ferme hold for the normal hold, but they're both really good. They're water soluble. They're easy to touch up. I was originally recommended them by my last barber in Arizona, and it is a good omen that my new barber here in New Hampshire also uses them. There's a request for information of whether or not my cat is a libertarian if he sleeps on my mat that says come back with a warrant. I think it's known that all cats are libertarians. There's a request for information from the Connecticut delegation. Will be impeaching our chair, Dan Reel, for his recent terrible joke during our stand at ease. Good news out of Connecticut. Indiana delegate Christy Avery would like to commend Michigan delegate Alexander Avery for not suggesting I be thrown to the Gators. Heart emoji. All right, we are very close to coming back from being at ease. Very, 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 very close.
Mr. Chair,
Go ahead, Ms. Harlos.
the Virginia delegation needs to get with their teller. There is a question on their totals. Apparently there's 2 sheets and we need to know which one is the correct one.
Okay, Mr. Pascal, if you could get with your teller, that would be helpful.
This is the teller, Data Logan.
Oh, Mr. Logan, go ahead.
Mr. Secretary, I already responded to you in chat. I have already spoken to the Virginia delegate, and we did confirm that the sheet with the 2 email ballots was the correct one, and it is incorrect on the tally.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Logan. Ms. Harlos, it is 7:35 Austin time. How are we doing?
Mr. Logan, is that now correct on the sheet?
Oh, man.
I believe he said yes.
I'd like to.
Yes, it is
Thank
correct
you.
on our sheet. Yes.
Okay, if that's the case, then we are ready.
All right, if we could go through the state by states and scroll through them.
Okay, one moment, please.
That is entertaining. That's actually really entertaining. I like it.
I'm traumatized.
Well, you know, tomato, tomato, right?
I'm trying to make it a little bit bigger first. 1 second.
Gustibus non est disputandum. Which is Latin for it's the kind of thing you like, if you like that kind of thing. All right, well, Ms. Harlos gets things formatted. She's going to share her screen. Here we go, state by state totals. She's going to move them roughly 1 state per second. Everyone can look at the tallies and see how things are shaking out as we go across.
Google just hiccuped on me. Let me go back here.
Thank you.
Point of, hold on. Point of personal privilege, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead. Who is that?
Ned Kelly, Kansas. Instead of continuously moving it slowly, could the secretary or whoever's controlling it move it, stop it for a long period of time, and then move it a chunk and stop it for a long period of time? Thank you so much.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to go back to the beginning and you tell me when to move?
No, the person who had the point of personal privilege, what state were you trying to look at?
Well, Kansas, I'm just saying it's easier to just move it, stop it, and then move it a whole bunch and then stop it again. Instead of, if it's moving slowly, it just, I can't read anything.
Okay. I think you can start moving again, Ms. Harlos. You can continue moving it. All right, that is the end of the states. If we could
Well, I
go,
need to get Wyoming on there.
sorry, it's almost the end of the states.
Yeah, you were cutting out a few states.
Sorry. Now we're at the end of the states. If we can go to the second round results. Second round results, Jim Gray, 64 votes. Jacob Hornberger, 257 votes. Joe Jorgensen, 339 votes. John Mons, 169 votes. Vermin Supreme, 184 votes. Various write-ins, total of 1,028 votes cast. Pursuant to the convention rules, the next round of balloting will not have Jim Gray on it. And Judge Gray will be given 2 minutes for a concession speech. It would be my intention to not do a third round of presidential balloting tonight, but to do that third round tomorrow when people are fresh at 10 a.m. Austin time. But we would allow Judge Gray to give his speech tonight.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Fishman.
might I also suggest that after business, I will send out the vice presidential tokens based on the current delegate list. And then leave it open for however long it needs to be open for.
Okay. Can you repeat that, Mr. Fishman? I'm sorry.
The convention rules require that the vice presidential token ballot election must be left open until after the nomination of the president.
Yes.
And previously we had sent that out with a hard and fast timeline that we went past. So we were going to send another one, and I will send the timeline to be tomorrow evening at 6 p.m., which I presume we would be passed, and then people could vote on it overnight and have sufficient time.
Yes,
we would close it
that's
afterwards.
appropriate. All right. I want to cover, is Judge Gray available?
Yes, I am, Mr. Chair.
Judge Gray, you have the floor for 2 minutes. Let's just make sure that you've been made to a panelist so that your video is visible and you can have the floor to address the delegation.
Well, and thank you. Mr. Chair, first of all, I'll say that directly.
Hold on, sorry. Ms. Harlos, if you could stop sharing your screen.
One moment.
Thank you. And then let me just get Judge Gray, your video, so I can spotlight it. I apologize. I just want to make sure that we set this up properly so that you can best present. So go ahead, Judge Gray. Apologize for that.
Well, and thank you, Mr. Chairman. I confess it's not the results I was anticipating, but I certainly accept the delegates' decisions. And by the way, let's tell it like it is too, Mr. Chairman, that this is the first virtual political convention in history, as far as I know. And you and Dan and Karen Ann and your team has just done a remarkable job. So congratulations for that. I'd like to yield a little bit of my time to my favorite libertarian, actually, Mr. Libertarian, Larry Sharp, and then I'll be back with you in half a moment.
Okay, Mr. Sharp, if he can be promoted to panelist so that he is able to present.
Otherwise, I'll tell a joke, and you don't want that to happen.
No, we don't. Mr. Sharp, there he is. Mr. Sharp, go ahead.
Everybody, I want to say thank you so much for the support you gave us. I really appreciate it. I'm going to be removing my name from the VP slot. I will no longer be a candidate for the vice presidency. I appreciate all the support you guys gave me. I love you all, and I will happily support whoever the delegates select. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Sharp. Back to you, Judge Gray.
Well, and thank you. And I critically thank Larry Sharp. He's just a wonderful running mate, a spectacular human being, a spectacular libertarian. By the way, when I say something my dog agrees with, she starts barking. But I'd also like, please, to thank my campaign manager, all volunteers, Steph Levy, TJ Ferreira, and numbers of volunteers really all around the country. Just simply a heartfelt thank you. And my 5 nominators today as well, thank you for that. I do continue to offer my services for all down ballot candidates. Anything I can do, please, I'm just anxious to help. I am libertarian, I always will be. I also commend the AMAs. You know, I'll bet you that Biden and Trump do not get involved in anything close to Ask Me Anythings. Libertarians do that, and we should commend ourselves for it. I thank my fellow candidates. You know, it was a pleasure to be involved with you. Good humor. We all treated each other well. We fought hard, but thank you to my fellow candidates. And at this time, it's just, I do endorse Dr. Jo Jorgensen. I think she will carry us to victory. I think she will carry our party name. See, my dog liked that as well. And but I truly will help whomever the delegates nominate. I just want to unite the party. Good luck to us all. Go get them.
Thank you, Judge Gray. I have a lot of Q&A, privilege motions. I want to get through them. It appears there is some appetite to do another round of balloting tonight before we come back in the morning. I would like to just do a poll informally. Yes would be you want to do another round of presidential balloting tonight. No is you want to recess for the evening. So if Ms. DeSisto can do that poll, I will go through some of these other privilege things while that poll is running. California Delegate Avins O'Brien would like to commend Valerie Sarwark for dealing with all 4 of our children, so the only children Nick has to wrangle with today are in this convention. I would also like, if the body would indulge me, to take a point of personal privilege to thank the reason that I am still in this position and chairing this convention, the reason that I don't quit, the reason I don't give up, and the reason that I've been able to do all of this, Valerie Sarwark. California Delegate Richard Fast raises a point of personal privilege. He apologizes for being dilatory and would like to thank the chair for not letting him get fed to the gators. He will try to do better. Thank you, Mr. Fast. I think we will all try to do better after this experience. There is a poll in progress whether or not we should do a 3rd round of balloting this evening. Again, yes is yes, no is no, abstain is abstain. I'll leave it open for 2 minutes. There's a request for information from Alabama Delegate Noah Reese. Is it possible there are fewer obstructions today as compared to yesterday? Concerned alligators want to know. I have noticed significantly fewer obstructions today. I think having a shared goal of getting a presidential candidate has gotten people focused, and I really do appreciate that.
And Mr. Chair?
Yes, Ms. Harlos.
There's a lot of setup to be done for a round 3, so I really hope we don't vote for that because we have a lot of work to do tonight, the team.
I'm going to give you some bad news, Ms. Harlos. I would suggest getting your setup done.
Okay.
Thank you. We haven't finished the poll, but I can see the direction it's trending. Texas Delegate Elliot Sherman has a point of order. Mr. Sherman. Mr. Sherman, do you have a point of order?
Thank you. Just got unmuted. I yield my time. I was going to propose continuing on with the third round for tonight.
Thank you. Iowa Delegate Joshua Herbert has a point of inquiry. What is this? A vote graph for ants? This is tiny. Can it be made larger so people can read it, or a larger font size used going forward? Probably not. I apologize. You can get one of those special screens that they had in the Terry Gilliam Classic Brazil that will magnify the tiny little font for ants. California Delegate Aaron Starr asked whether or not we should just wait. That's why we're doing the polling. Polling. There's a point of personal privilege from Massachusetts Delegate Peter Everett. What happens to VP ballots already cast? I think we're going to disregard any previous VP ballots and do the one tonight. And that one will be held open until the end of tomorrow, so there's plenty of time, and it will not close before the presidential campaigning or voting is done. The poll is in. Shall the body do a third round of balloting this evening? 814 affirmative. 814 yes. 87 no.
All right.
11.
I'm ready to go.
So if the secretary can prepare a ballot for a third round with Judge Gray no longer on the ballot for this next ballot, allowing for write-ins.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Ms. Harlow.
If the delegation chairs don't mind getting a zipped folder and pulling out their tally sheet, I can send it in one email. Otherwise, I need to do the 51 separate emails. That's what takes some time.
Yes.
Well, the other thing about doing this last round of voting is we don't necessarily have to stay in session. We could report the results in the morning, although honestly, if we do a third round, we should report them tonight so that we know what we're going into for the morning. So
The ballots are ready. It's just a matter of sending them out individually, which I could start right now.
let's start doing that right now. For election buddy, Mr. Fishman, let's do 30 minutes from now for that to close. So 8:20 Austin time.
If I might beg the chair's indulgence, I actually sent it out already, having it close at 11, figuring we were adjourning.
That's fine. Okay. Well. Okay.
But
Good luck.
I can close it manually anytime you want.
Yes. So I would say you would close it manually in 30 minutes from now.
Done.
Or whenever those state chairs tell you that their people have all voted. So the ballots are going out. The election buddies are out. We will check in at 30 minutes after the hour to find out what the status is of that vote. And then we will check in periodically. I'm going to get through a couple more requests for information and points of privilege before I take a little break. New Hampshire Delegate Daryl Perry asks, is there a website I can go to in order to buy beer for the chair? I believe there is it buynickabeer.com? Is that correct? I don't know if that's the answer. I don't want to type it. Beer.
It is buynickabeer.com. You don't want to go to that site. No, I'm just kidding.
It is. All right. Virginia Delegate Matthew Choco would like the secretary to show the Virginia votes again at whatever point she's able to. There is a request for the speakers list to be up on screen, Ms. Crawford, if you can share that. Not going to read that one.
Mr. Chair, if you can add me to the request for information queue.
Who was that?
Gideon Oaks, South Dakota.
Okay. Let me get through these points of personal privilege then. Delaware Delegate McVeigh has a personal privilege. Go ahead, Mr. McVeigh. Delaware Delegate McVeigh has a point of personal privilege.
Mr. Chair, sorry, I'm not getting the notification to unmute my mic again. I
okay.
would request that while the secretary is preparing the third round of balloting, she once again make the results page that she has for the second round available to us.
I will pass that request along.
Mr. Chair, this is Dave Valente. I got a point.
Mr. Valente, you're going to be after.
Sure.
Who was this other person from the panel?
Gideon Oaks, South Dakota.
Okay, so Oaks and then Valente. Let me just make sure. There's another point of personal privilege as far as the second round ballots being displayed. We can get that soon. Write-ins are accepted. Whether you can use the previous sheet and change the number is a question for the secretary. Can they use the previous sheet and change the number?
No.
No.
Mr. Chair, this is Mike Connor, Iowa Delegate Chair. I have a request for information. Put me in the queue.
All right, so just a second. I got Oaks, Valente, Connor. Let me just get through.
May I ask if you put it then to queue?
Yes, Ms. Robeson, just a second.
Thank you.
Iowa Delegate Joseph Howe raises a point of order about the election buddy ballots missing states. I think that's by design. It should only have the states that are using election buddy. All right, that's all the privilege motions from the Q&A. Go ahead, Mr. Oaks.
Mr. Chair, I wanted to be recognized as well. Stephen Nikela.
I'll add you, Mr. Nikela, to my list. Go ahead, Mr. Oaks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a request of information from Mr. Fishman.
Yes.
Mr. Fishman, boss man, how you doing? Good to see you. Hey, the election buddy ballot that just went out did not have the state on it as the others have. I just wanted to confirm that that's not going to cause an issue.
That is correct. I apparently it was irritating some people, so I removed it.
Oh, okay.
I don't need it for the sorting.
Mr. Valente?
That answers mine as well. Thanks.
Mr. Connor?
That answered mine as well.
Ms. Robeson?
I just, as a point of personal privilege, would like to thank the chair. You're doing a really amazing job this weekend, and I know that possibly we've had some issues over the weekend, but you are handling this in your usual really good fashion. And I just wanted to take this moment to thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Robeson. That means a lot to me. Mr. Nikela?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a question for Dan. Two things. Number one is alternate Ken Hughes needs his email updated. I did send some information in. If you can just confirm with me that you got that. Number two is I actually would appreciate if we could keep the states on the ballot, because the list you send me helps me cross-reference who has not voted, and that's helped me out twice to try.
I will still be able to send you that list, Mr.
Oh, you will? Okay, perfect. All right, that's what I was wondering. Thank you.
I know everything about the votes. I have a complete audit. I put that on there to make people feel more comfortable that they were voting in the right state, but it is not required. And since other people complained about it, I decided to remove it.
Understood. Understood. Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to get through some requests for information.
That's fine.
Texas Delegate Eric Van Single asks, two very popular candidates have residency in the same
Whenever
state.
you're ready.
But
I got it.
Mr. Pascal, I'm going to mute you. All right. Two popular candidates have residency in the same state, Joe Jorgensen and Spike Cohen. Can this be confirmed as accurate? I do believe both Dr. Jorgensen and Mr. Cohen are residents of South Carolina. I'm happy to be corrected if that's not correct. And B, would this require the party to avoid trouble with the 12th Amendment disallowing the same state ticket? I believe it does create an issue with the electors potentially, but I'm not actually an expert on it. So if there is somebody.
Mr. Sarwark, I am.
Go ahead, Mr. Manzo.
The electors can't vote for candidates that are from they can't vote for two candidates that are from the same state as themselves. So it only affects the South Carolina electors. So I think I said delegates, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Manzo.
Mr. Chair, excuse me, Howard Blitz with AZLP. Are we using the same tally sheet from round 2 for round 3, please?
I don't know, Ms. Harlos, is there a new
No, and you haven't been sent round 3 yet because I've always started with A. To be fair, I'm now starting with W, so.
Thank you. That's fine.
Utah Delegate Joseph Buckman with a request for information. I know taxation is theft. I know there is no such thing as a free lunch, but what is the internet? Is the internet a place? If we all believe together that it's a place, then it is. There's a request of information from Ohio Delegate William Bracken. Has anyone asked candidates if anyone wants to drop out? No, that has not been asked of the candidates. So the ballots are already being distributed, so I don't even know if it would be proper to do so at this time. There is a request for information from New York Delegate Justin Carmen. I thought business was to select president this evening and vice president tomorrow. We don't actually have specific times. It's really about what the delegates are willing to endure. Roughly 90% of them wanted another vote tonight. Whether or not they're going to want a fourth vote tonight is something we'll find out when we get there. Indiana Delegate David Van Horn, does it matter that says President Round 1 on the ballot? I don't think it matters.
What state is this from?
Indiana.
I have not sent out the round 3 yet for Indiana. I'm on South Dakota presently.
Okay, so Mr. Van Horn, I believe we will wait until you get the ballot. California Delegate Andy Craig confirms that Richard Winger confirms that having 2 candidates from South Carolina is not a ballot access issue. It is just that issue with the electors from South Carolina. Wow, all y'all trying to answer that 12th Amendment in the Q&A. There's a request of information for the South Carolina Delegate Chair. Are there alligators in South Carolina?
Yes, there are. They're awesome.
Good to know.
Mr. Chair, point of personal privilege when you get through with your queue, please. This is Steve Sheets, Pennsylvania.
Just a second, Mr. Sheets. I'll write you down.
Thank you.
All right, I have a point of personal privilege from Tricia Butler, who wants to finish president tonight. We'll see where we go. I'm looking to just see if I have any other interrupting ones. I do not in the Q&A. Please stop using the Q&A just to write, chat. I've been a little bit lenient, and I'm going to not be anymore. Mr. Sheets, go ahead. Point of personal privilege.
I would like to make a motion to adopt a resolution that we make the porcupine our official mascot as opposed to our unofficial mascot. He's been languishing forever, and if that is in order at this time, I would like to do it.
I'm going to rule that to be out of order, although you can, because you're recognized for point of personal privilege, you are welcome to raise your hand to go into the speaker's queue, and if and when we get back to speakers, it may be in order at some point in the future. There's a request of information from, there's a point of personal privilege from Texas Delegate Elliot Shearman. Mr. Shearman, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask the delegation, given the information of Mr. Sharp dropping out from the vice presidential race, if we think we could power through tonight and get the vice president selected and then still have a 2-day weekend. Just wanted to offer that as an option for people.
I think people could do it, and we'll see if they want to. There's a request for information from Colorado Delegate Mark Montoni. The 12th would only be invoked if the candidates were to win the popular vote in the state, and that would be the point at which the electors would have a problem. There's a information offered from Georgia Delegate Stephen McClure. I refer to Nick as God King Jarvak. Not because I'm making fun of him, but because he is pretty fucking awesome. All hail God King Jarwak. I agree. I am pretty fucking awesome. There's a request for information. Ohio Delegate Homer Taft says the ballot said round 1 for other states. Ms. Harlos, I'm just raising that so you're aware of it.
I'm on O right now.
Okay. Indiana Delegate David Van Horn asks, I have an email saying it's for round 3. How do I get that if LPIN's ballots haven't been sent out? The election buddy, if your state uses election buddy, will go out before the tally sheets go out. Can we remove New Mexico Delegate Helen Walensky from the speakers queue? California Delegate Rick Dawson wants to know whether or not we can pass a motion to complete presidential nomination tonight. We'll likely be here later tomorrow to try and cram both in. I don't know. We'll see what passes when we get there. There's a point of order. If Mr. Armstrong loses the vice presidential vote, could we still nominate him to be on the ticket only in South Carolina? I believe the ballot access is controlled by the state delegations. It would probably be necessary for, if the body wanted to do something unconventional like that to deal with the South Carolina issue, it would probably be wise for the body to pass a resolution indicating that they want to do something like that. And then that would instruct the South Carolina party that that's what the National Convention wanted them to do. Let's burn that bridge if we get to it. All right, I'm done with the Q&A. It is 5 minutes after. Ms. Harlos, how many tally sheets have been sent and how many are left?
I started with W. I'm now on New Jersey.
Okay. We'll go into the speakers then. Washington Delegate Data Logan, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Data Logan. I rise to make the motion to fix the time to which to adjourn. So just to establish right now, while we have a little time, when are we going to start tomorrow? And to do that by using a fill in the blank.
Okay. So the motion is to fix a start time for tomorrow's session. You want to do it by fill in the blank. We can do fill in the blank with polling, but it would help to have a limited number of items to go in the blank. Mr. Logan, do you have suggested ones?
Yeah, I mean, I would suggest 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 11 a.m. But we could also open it to nominations if people have other times. Central time for each of the ones I suggested.
So there's a point of order from Tennessee Delegate William Helmstetter. Mr. Helmstetter, what's your point of order? Tennessee Delegate Helmstetter, what is your point of order? And if someone can help Mr. Helmstetter be able to talk, that will help us find out what his point of order is. His question is...
Sorry, I was muted. Is this debatable?
I believe if you have a motion that has a fill in the blank, it is debatable because you need to have some debate over why the blank should be filled in certain ways.
Thank you.
Texas Delegate Anastasia Wilford suggests noon Central also be an option. All of these motions will be in Central Time, Austin time. That answers the request for information. There's a point of order from California Delegate Aaron Starr. Mr. Starr, what's your point of order?
Yeah, please talk to the parliamentarian, but in this particular case, this motion is
not debatable. It is amendable, but strangely enough, it's not debatable because it's a privileged motion right now, because something else is pending. So ask the parliamentarian about that.
Mr. Brown, can you help me understand? I'm not quite following Mr. Starr's point. I feel like I'm close to it, but
Yes, Mr. Starr is correct. It's a motion to fix the time to which to adjourn. If there was nothing else pending, it would be debatable, but since something else is pending, it's a privileged motion. It's not debatable, but it is amendable.
what else is pending? Help me out on that.
The elections, the nominations.
Is that considered pending just because we're balloting?
Yes.
Okay. Good to know. If it's not debatable, then what I would suggest is 9, 10, 11, and 12. 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 11 a.m., and 12 p.m. Central Time be the 4 options, and we can just move to a poll on that. That's what I would suggest, but I have Mr. Perry from New Hampshire seeking to move to amend. Mr. Perry, I'm going to recognize you.
Mr. Chair, I would like to amend to state that we will reconvene 12 hours after adjourning for the evening.
No, I don't think that amendment's going to be well taken, Mr. Perry, because it's going to have us have a weird start time.
Okay.
Okay. Tennessee Delegate William Helmstetter has a motion to amend. Mr. Helmstetter, what is your motion to amend?
I motion to amend the amendment to reflect that a hot dog is in fact not a sandwich.
That is out of order, Mr. Helmstetter. Don't make me regret calling on you again. So what we can do, just to find out whether or not there's a lot of appetite for some time other than 9, 10, 11, or 12, is we can also include other to encompass other options. Ms. DeSisto, if you can work on a poll like that, what time should we reconvene tomorrow? 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 11 a.m., 12 p.m., or other Austin time. All right, that poll is out. Please vote in that poll so that we get a sense of what the delegates want.
That is for Austin time, correct, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Austin time, Central Time.
Mr. Chair, how fast are we getting our tally sheets? Where are we at?
I don't, Ms. Harlows, where are you at on the tally sheets?
I am at Maine, and I'm moving as fast as I can.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
There's a request for information from Minnesota Delegate Kay Camerud. Request for information, does the chair believe it would be fair for Valerie Sarwark to receive half of any beer bought by the donations to buynickabeer.com? It would be more fair for her to receive at least 3/4 of the donations of the beer, of any beer purchased, to reflect the fact that she puts in more than I do. Right. Right, we're about 1 minute and 30 seconds into the poll. I have about 745 out of about 949 who have voted on the poll for tomorrow.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Mr. Fishman.
with your permission, I will send out the vice presidential token ballots now. Would you prefer me to wait till this round is over?
No, I believe you can send out the tokens. They allow for write-ins. People can choose not to vote until tomorrow. And so I think it's fine to send them out with an end time for tomorrow evening, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. After 2 minutes on that poll, the 788 votes. 9 a.m. got 196. 10 a.m. got 376. 11 a.m. got 109. 12 p.m. got 97. Other got 10. It appears clear that a plurality of the delegates would like us to reconvene at 10 a.m. Austin time tomorrow. If you would like, we can have another poll just to confirm that. There's a point of order from Mr. Starr that fill in the blank is handled one option per vote until an option arrives at a majority. What we could do, I believe, if you can display the results again, Ms. DeSisto. Let's do the same poll again, eliminating the least popular option of 12 p.m. Central Time. So the options will be 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 11 a.m., and other. We'll do another poll. So basically the same poll, just without the 12 p.m. Central Time, and we'll see whether any option gets a majority. Thank you, Mr. Starr, for your point of order.
It'll take more time. If you start at noon, they're going to be in a hurry-up mode.
Someone's not muted. Okay. So Ms. DeSisto is working on that poll. Thank you for the people who have raised the point of order about how we do fill in the blanks. I appreciate it. I really do. So 9, 10, 11, and other in the next poll. So let me just get through those points of order. All right, the next poll is out. Shall the body reconvene Central Time at 9 a.m., 10 a.m., 11 a.m., or other? We have 2 minutes to vote. There is a point of privilege. Main Delegate Tyler Rowe asks, what about finishing all business tonight? It could still be done that we could finish all business tonight, even if we set a motion, even if we set a time to reconvene, we could theoretically not adjourn for the evening and just power all the way through. I don't anticipate that happening, but as I said, I think at the beginning, I serve at the pleasure of the delegates and will endeavor to make whatever you guys decide to do work. Colorado Delegate Wesley Pinchot would like to move to adjourn to the nearest whole hour. I don't think that's going to be in order at this time, and I think that we're going to get a majority on this next poll, I think. There's still 30 seconds to vote. But Mr. Pinchot, you're welcome to get into the speakers queue list. And when we get around to recognizing people, if it's still in order to make an amendment or a different motion, we will allow it at that time. There's a request for information from Texas Delegate Elliot Shearman. Would we have saved approximately 6 hours today by using approval voting and having everything solved in one round? Without Mr. Supreme's time machine, I don't think I can effectively answer your request for information, but I do appreciate the spirit in which it was offered. And crap, I just dismissed the other request for information that was right after that one. Let me just see if I can find it. My dismiss list. Texas Delegate Bobby Townsend has a request for information. Is the body made aware that office of president and vice president are separate and should be voted on separately in the general election ballot? Does the chair know of any state that votes for those offices separately as a party package deal? I don't know. I know we vote separately on them. I don't know for any states that votes for them separately. I believe most states vote for electors, technically. I believe the results of the poll are in. There were 188 votes for 9 a.m. Central Time, 440 for 10 a.m. Central Time, and 196 for 11 a.m. Central Time, 440 being a 52% majority. We will be reconvening at 10 a.m. Central Time, Austin time tomorrow, at whatever point that we adjourn for the evening tonight.
Point of information, Mr. Chair.
There's a request for information from who?
This is Delegate Archie Flower from Vermont.
Go ahead, Mr. Flower. What's your request for information?
Do you happen to know if Mr. Supreme's time machine will be powered by 1.21 gigawatts or perhaps more?
I believe that's going to be a question for Mr. Supreme. I will see if he's available. Massachusetts Delegate Vermin Supreme, go ahead if you can answer. There was a question about how your time machine would be powered.
It's going to take a whole lot of zombies, believe you me.
Thank you, Mr. Supreme, for answering that request for information. I appreciate it. North Carolina Delegate Travis Grew wants to move to complete President tonight. That motion may be in order at the point that we submit all the ballots and get a vote on this vote. Ms. Harlows, how many of the tally sheets have gone out and how many are left?
I'm on Connecticut.
Okay. That's getting close to the beginning of the alphabet.
Yep, and people are turning in their sheets, so it's stuff is going on. It's not all just waiting on this.
Good, good.
Connecticut was submitted.
So Mr. Grew, that motion will be in order at whatever time it's in order. You'll need to get into the speakers list.
Minnesota doesn't have the tally sheet yet. I just wanted to make sure we weren't skipped.
Oh, I sent it. I will send it again.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right. Just looking. Who said Mr. Chair?
Michael Pacco, Arkansas. We have not received our tally sheets yet either.
Because you're below Connecticut.
You'll get
I started with W this time.
No crosstalk, please. I have a point of order. First, Ms. Matson. Go ahead, Ms. Matson. Raise your point of order. Ms. Matson from California. As soon as someone can allow her to speak, she has a point of order. Go ahead, Ms. Matson.
So my point is that we went through a process to choose an option to fill the blank in the main motion, but we haven't voted to agree to fix the time to which to adjourn at 10 a.m. Central.
If you would like, I can have another vote to do that, if that's your preference.
Well, I heard something else that might be an alternative. So people may or may not agree to the final motion.
Correct. You're correct.
We adopted the amendments. We didn't do the main motion.
So we will have a vote on the main motion. The question is, shall we reconvene at 10 a.m. Central Time tomorrow after we adjourn for tonight? And that's a yes or no or abstain. So shall we reconvene at 10 a.m. Central Time tomorrow after we adjourn for tonight? Yes, no, abstain. Ms. DeSisto, if you can work on that, that would be great. I had another point of order from Mark Montoni from Colorado that there are abusive comments being put in the Q&A. Delegates have been warned several times not to abuse Q&A. I'm just going to look to see if I can find the abusive comment. I assume that it would have been dismissed. I will admonish the delegate from Nevada that put the comment in the Q&A not to put any more comments of that sort in the Q&A. Thank you for the point of order, Mr. Montoni. The poll is out as to whether or not to reconvene tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central Daylight Time after we adjourn for tonight. I have a point of personal privilege from North Carolina Delegate Thomas Hill. Point of personal privilege, Mr. Chair, in honor of our dearly departed friend and brother in liberty, Roger Lee Wrights, please say, I am not at war. Having had the honor of giving Mr. Wright's nomination speech for Vice President in 2012 in Las Vegas, Mr. Wrights was a good friend of mine, and while he did not always live up to his goal of not being at war, either with others or anyone else, he always had that goal for himself, and so I am also proud to say I am not at war. And in spite of anything that may have happened over this last month with other members of this party, members of the committee, you know, I'm not at war. We fight over things sometimes because they are important things that need to be fought over. But it is not something where I lose any of the love or respect that I have for my fellow party members. And I think that that example that Mr. Wrights laid down for us is one that we should all at least aspire to, even though if you're like me, you sometimes fall short. Thank you, Mr. Hill, for that point of personal privilege. We are almost done with the poll on whether to reconvene at 10 a.m. Central.
Mr. Chair?
We are done with that poll. The yeses are 691. The noes are 58. Abstains are 26. So we will be reconvening at 10 a.m. Central after we adjourn for tonight. I believe I wrote down that we would be checking in on the vote. I don't remember what time. Was it 1/2 Mr. Fishman, do you recall?
I do not recall. However, I'm certainly ready to close the election balloting. EB hasn't had any new votes in quite a while.
Okay.
I figured I ought to wait until the last ballot went out for the states.
Are all the tally sheets out, Ms. Harlos?
Yes.
Okay. All the tally sheets are out. Mr. Fishman, if you could close the election buddy in exactly 60 seconds.
Will do.
So anyone who is using election buddy is on notice that in 1 minute, that ballot will no longer be available. I will let Mr. Merced go through and deal with the points of information. I'm going to step away for a moment if the body will indulge me. Go ahead, Mr. Merced.
Okie dokie. So let's see here. I think the last one we did was Thomas Hill, so let me go from there. Next, I see point of information from Wesley Pinchot from Colorado. Also, the Constitution as amended also requires both president and vice president candidates to be voted on as a ticket. Okay. Next is another point of information. Does the word tonight assume we will not complete business if it extends past midnight? We will not complete business if it extends past midnight. I don't. Well, we adjourn when we adjourn tonight, so we'll see what happens after the third ballot comes in. Personal privilege. Mr. McVeigh. I recognize Mr. McVeigh from Delaware.
Hi, Mr. Chair. I realize that the secretary has been busy up to this point, but I would like to renew my point of personal privilege regarding the availability of the round 2 ballot results, if we can do that, please.
Sure. If we can see the round 2 ballot results, if
specifically, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair, to interrupt, specifically sharing the sheet so that it is available to anybody who wants to open it up and inspect it in their own browser.
Okay, got it. I'm sure we'll make a link available at the earliest convenience for the secretary, just so that way.
Thank you.
Yep. Was someone seeking to be recognized? Okay. Then let's see here. We have another point of personal privilege from Texas delegate Randy Simbro. I implore the delegates to nominate our POTUS candidate tonight, allowing media outlets They retweet the right about our nominated candidates so that Americans can wake up Sunday morning and read about us. Again, we'll see how the third ballot turns out, and we'll handle it from there. Okay, so I think that clears up the queue. Okay, so just give me one moment. I'm going to clear this up, and then if you guys have any pending points you want to make, you can add it to the Q&A. Okay, well I guess I'll go back to the speaker queue. I see we have California delegate Mark Hinkle. Mr. Mark Hinkle is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, as someone who's figuratively been in the role of chair of a national convention, I want to commend Nicholas Sarwark, the secretary of the Credentials Committee, for doing an outstanding job. Considering we've never done this before, I think it's come off remarkably well. And I have a point of information, self-serving point of information. Is the Libertarian Party of the United States alone in the world, or is there perhaps an international alliance of libertarian parties comprised of 20 other national libertarian parties around the globe that we could get in contact with?
Yes, that is correct. There is an international alliance of libertarian parties with libertarian parties from all across the world. So do check out, Mr. Hinkle, do you have the website offhand?
IALP.com.
IALP.com. So do check that out. It's a very awesome organization. I've gotten to meet some of the chairs from countries like the Netherlands and Spain. So awesomeness. And thank you very much. And I second your kind words about how this has been the presiding of this convention. Next, we have Michigan delegate Scotty Bowman. You are recognized.
Hi. First of all, I would like to apologize for being a jerk yesterday. Nick knows what I mean. And second, I would like to make a motion to adjourn and to let them tally the results all night so we can see them tomorrow, and just everyone else can rest.
I'm going to rule that out of order until the results come in. We can pretty much be at ease. I don't think there's going to be much in the way of just be out the end of the night, but I think people want to be here for when those results come in and be able to see those results tonight. Yep.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Ms. Harless?
I put a link to a copy of the spreadsheet that people have been asking for in the Slack group, both in general and in convention.
Okay, so if you want to see the results, the spreadsheet for the second round results, that is now in the Slack channel. If you're not a member of the Slack channel, go to lp.org/chat. That's lp.org/chat. If you're not a member, even if you don't want to see the spreadsheet, it's a pretty good place to be in so you can communicate with other party members. Okay. Let's see here. Okay. Next, I'll recognize Tennessee delegate Joshua Eckel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This was actually a point for Nicholas Sarwark, but I'll raise it to you because it actually might be a little bit more interesting. What's your favorite TV show? Point of information.
My favorite TV show, after so many years, I'm finally getting to The Office. So I've been binge watching The Office for the last month. So that's pretty much all I've watched the last 2 weeks. But probably favorite shows ever, I'll include shows like Dexter and Pushing Daisies, even though Pushing Daisies was prematurely ended. It was an amazing show.
Good choice, Mr. Merced.
Thank you. Okay, next I'll recognize Tennessee delegate Tricia Butler. Ms. Butler, you recognize? Does someone need to promote her so she can be?
She needs to unmute herself.
Okay, Ms. Butler, you can unmute yourself.
I had someone ask me to motion that we drop the two lowest after this round of voting.
Is that in order?
Object to consideration of the question?
Objection to consideration of the motion. Mr. Weaver?
Mr. Vice Chairman, that would call for a suspension of the rules to do that. I think it would be in order because it's not it would not be subject to objection to consideration, but it would be a suspension of the rules. Required two-thirds vote.
Hey,
Thank you.
Can I butt in? I'm sorry.
Go for it.
So it's not a good motion to make right now while we're still balloting to determine how many people would get dropped. You may be technically correct that it is in order. It's not a good idea.
I agree with that, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Ms. Butler, would you be willing to hold off on that motion until after the next ballot?
I will withdraw.
You may be technically
Thank you very
correct that
much.
it is in order. I can take back over, Mr. Merced.
No problem.
Mr. Starr, you have a point of order. Mr. Starr from California has a point of order.
Not anymore. My point of order has been resolved. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. McCardle from California, you also have a point of order. Go ahead, Ms. McCardle.
It's been resolved at this point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So I don't have anything left in Q&A that was an interruptible motion. Let's see, where are we at, Ms. Harlos, as far as balloting and tallying and auditing and ings, various ings? Right, we'll wait for Ms. Harlos to be available at some point. I'm going to start moving through speakers. Texas Delegate Jax Finkel. Go ahead, Mr. Finkel. Or, sorry, it's Ms. Finkel, isn't it?
Yes,
Thank you.
it is.
I caught myself.
That is fine. Thank you for recognizing me. I am raising my hand to speak about a concern that I have and a possible way to fix it. We have taken many hours yesterday and today to do credentials, agenda, and to begin the nomination and voting process for our presidential candidate. We still have the vice presidential, which may have some of these presidential candidates move into it. Figure out adjournment tomorrow. Since we're virtual, it's very hard for me personally to gauge the appetite of the body on how much we should continue. Is it possible that I could suggest that we poll the body to see if we can at least complete the presidential nominations tonight so that we can only address VP and adjournment tomorrow? This will also allow for media coverage on our candidates on the big Sunday morning news coverage.
Right, so it's not technically in order, but we can do it, and I'll do it. Let's just do a poll of whether or not yes, no, or abstain, whether or not you want to finish the presidential nomination before we adjourn for the evening.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you for the suggestion. I think it was very helpful. So Ms. DeSisto, California Delegate Aaron Starr raises the point of order that straw polls are in fact out of order. They are out of order. Mr. Starr, I was going to let it happen anyway. Mr. Starr, would you like to maintain your point of order and seek to have my ruling challenged before we release the poll? Mr. Starr, you're recognized.
You've already agreed that it's out of order. So
I did.
There's nothing for you to decide.
And I was going to do it anyway. So I'm going to find it in order, even though it is technically out of order.
And Mr. Chairman, it can be done with a suspension of the rules as well.
It could be, but then I have to go through 2 votes, and I'd rather not. So, Ms. DeSisto, if you would prepare a poll like that.
Am I free to launch, Chairman?
Yes, go ahead. And just so everyone's clear, this is a straw poll. It is not technically in order. This is not binding upon the body. This is a sense of the body prior to receiving results. After we receive results, people might have different ideas of what they want, and we will see what happens with that. minute and a half left to vote in that straw poll.
Mr. Chairman, I would point out, even if the motion was adopted to do this, there could still be a motion to adjourn at any time.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. I believe, let's just see. Relevant question from Mr. Molman from Kentucky. How are the volunteer unpaid tellers holding up? Ms. Harlos, if you could answer that when you answer how far along we are in the voting.
They're holding up very well. I'm sure, though, they would appreciate beer.
Everyone appreciates beer, except people that don't drink beer. Ms. Harlos, how far along are we, and how long do you think it will be?
Okay, let me look here. We are at, one sec. This Google hiccuped on me. 1 second here. Google, with everyone accessing my drive, it is not being happy. About 14 minutes is what my tellers are telling me, and I trust them.
Okay, we will check back in again in about 10. The poll is done. It appears that 674 members of the body would like to complete the presidential nomination this evening. 135 would not like to complete it this evening, and 29 have abstained from answering that question. That gives you a sense of where we're at. There's a point of information from Alabama delegate Noah Reese. It pleases the chair, the Alabama delegation would like to remove both Mr. Richard Fast and Mr. Scotty Bowman from our feeding list. In light of their recent realizations and apologies, we are proud of the work the alligators can do toward respectful liberty. 3 cheers for the alligators. I'm going to advise the secretary to close out the Gmail tab so that your email address doesn't get shared with the world when you share your screen again.
My Gmail address is already shared with the world.
Okay. I had New York delegate Kolsky was at the top of the list. Did he remove his hand or lower his hand? I'm going to assume he did that on purpose. DC delegate John LeBaume, you're recognized. Mr. LeBaume, you are recognized. John LeBaume from DC, anytime. Right, if Mr. LeBaume is able to unmute himself, we can recognize him at that time. We're going to move to the next person in the queue. Maine delegate Tyler Rowe. Go ahead, Mr. Rowe.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to suspend the rules and drop the bottom 2 candidates from this round of presidential balloting, which the parliamentarian has already ruled would be in order.
It's in order. If there's a second for it, we can do that vote. I just want everybody to know that you don't know who the bottom 2 are going to be before you're making that vote. That's the reason I suggested it was not the best idea, but you're allowed to do it. We will proceed to a poll. Shall the rules be suspended to drop the bottom 2 candidates from this round of balloting?
A second.
2/3.
Yeah, are you guys cool with it?
Mr. Chairman, did it have a second?
I thought it did, but maybe it didn't.
Unless you read one in the Q&A, but I didn't hear one.
I don't think it did. Of course, now one comes in. Usually there's always going to be a second. They happen. We're just going to do the vote on the suspension of the rules. Shall the rules be suspended to drop the bottom 2 candidates from this round of balloting? A yes vote would suspend the rules in that manner. A no vote would not. It would require 2/3. I would ask people to stop using the Q&A to make discussion. It is not helpful. It does not help me. It does not help anybody else. Let's not do this.
I put no on
Okay,
that.
the poll is
I don't
open.
think that's fair to change the rules midway.
Hot mic.
Sorry.
It's okay. All right. We are going to pause. I'm going to just step away for a minute. DC Delegate John LeBaume, did you ever figure out how to unmute your mic?
Mr. Chair, I've been talking with him. It was a mistake. He yields.
Okay, thank you. I see a point of personal privilege. It looks like Mr. Long's point of personal privilege was resolved. Mr. Rice from Tennessee would like to be taken out of the speakers list. That may have already been resolved too. There are a number of people that are requesting information about who would be dropped. We don't know that. There's a point of order from Scotty Bowman that this is in the nature of a bylaw, not a rule. It is a convention rule, and so it can be suspended.
Correct. It's Convention Rule 7.2. It's a rule of order.
We have about 30 seconds left on the poll. All right, poll is closed after 2 minutes. Shall the rules be suspended to allow the body to remove the bottom 2 candidates from this round of balloting? The yeses are 219, the noes are 641, abstains are 13. It fails to get 2/3 and will not be adopted. That suspension of the rules will not be adopted. Pennsylvania Delegate Steve Sheets.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to make a motion. I'm going to make a motion to consider a resolution that we make the porcupine our official mascot instead of our unofficial mascot.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second exists. Mr. Starr raises a point of order. Mr. Starr, what's your point of order? Mr. Starr, go ahead with your point of order. If someone can let Mr. Starr speak.
Two problems with it. Resolutions are not on the agenda today. And secondly, it's a violation of Article 7.1 in our bylaws, which basically creates it. It's the National Committee that oversees the affairs, properties, and funds. But bottom line is the resolutions are not on the agenda anymore.
Let me take up both points of order. I'm looking up the bylaw, so I'm gonna. If you guys will just pause for a second.
Which bylaw, Mr. Starr?
It's Article 7, subsection 1. National Committee shall control management of all the affairs, properties, and funds of the party consistent with the bylaws. Okay, so taking your point of order in parts, resolutions are not on the agenda for right now. So I will interpret Mr. Sheets' motion as a motion to suspend the rules, to add that to the agenda at this time. So it would be in order, but as a suspension of the rules and require 2/3 in order to consider the resolution, since it would not be on the agenda for consideration. With regard to the Article 7.1 issue, the delegation has the ability to adopt such a resolution, and then it would be incumbent upon the National Committee to implement it. The National Committee being a subordinate body to the delegate body. So I will allow it as in order as a motion to suspend the rules. It did get a second, so we'll move to a vote on the motion to suspend the rules to consider a resolution to make the porcupine the official animal of the Libertarian Party. It will require 2/3. So the question is, shall we suspend the rules to consider a resolution to make the porcupine the official animal of the Libertarian Party? If Ms. DeSisto can do that poll, we can get to that vote. If we get 2/3, then we can discuss that resolution. If not, we'll move on.
Or what should have been allocated?
For the people who keep trying to put things into the Q&A that are argument, please don't. It does not do a lot for me. The point of order about it not being in the agenda has been addressed. The point of order about the nature of the meeting has been addressed. This is a convention. The argument from Illinois Delegate William Redpath is not to be in Q&A. Ms. DeSisto, if you can get that poll regarding the suspension of the rules whenever it is convenient for you.
Point of order, Mr. Chair, is this non-debatable?
It is, no, the motion to suspend the rules is not debatable. We have to get through the suspension of the rules with 2/3 in order to get to the point that we could debate it. That poll is open. So a yes vote would allow us to suspend the rules to consider this resolution. A no vote would not have it do that, and it requires 2/3 to suspend the rules in that manner. All right. Where are we, Ms. Harlos? And we're about a minute through the vote on the suspension of the rules. Ms. Harlos, when you are free, if you can give us an update, that would be appreciated. Tennessee Delegate David Benner raises a point of order that this is off the agenda. That's correct. It is off the agenda. That's why this is a motion to suspend the rules to amend the agenda to allow consideration. There is a request for information from Colorado Delegate Mark Montoni for the current delegate count. And if Ms. Hogarth from the convention or the credentials committee can give us a current delegate count, Mr. Montoni would like one. If that's not feasible, if you can let us know that it's not feasible.
Current delegates in attendance?
I believe that is the question.
Yeah, give me a minute, please.
Okay. With regard to the suspension of the rules, to consider the motion to adopt the porcupine as the official animal, poll is closed. The yeses were 411. The noes were 410. The abstains were 36. That failing to get 2/3, we will not move to consideration of that resolution at this time. New York Delegate Pietro Garacci is recognized, and at whatever point the secretary is ready to give us an update on telling and voting and balloting, we will accept that. But go ahead, Mr. Garacci.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that we continue these voting rounds on the presidential nominee until we nominate somebody for president.
So don't think that is in order. I think that is a consideration that the body can make at the time that this ballot is done.
Understandable.
I understand what you're trying to do. I just think it's very similar to the dropping of multiple people. Until people know what this ballot has in store, they don't know whether or not they want to keep doing this.
Well, can this motion be delayed until we get those results in?
Yeah, I think at the point that the ballot is done, that's when I would entertain motions.
Okay, I'd like to place that motion after those results come in.
Okay, if someone can make a note to recognize Pietro Garacci from New York after this round of balloting, that would be appreciated. Mr. Starr, did that address your point of order, or did you have a different point of order? Mr. Starr from California, did that address your point of order, or do you have a different point of order? I'm going to assume it's addressed, or that we can't get Mr. Starr. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Starr.
Thank you. Point of order, because it's a motion that has absolutely no effect, because the convention always has the ability to adjourn, so you can't bind the convention to keep doing work. So it's a motion that actually, you can't to keep the convention from deciding to adjourn. So it is a motion that has no impact, no effect, is considered an improper motion.
Okay. Well, I will keep that in mind for when we recognize Mr. Garacci after the ballot is done.
A point of order, Mr. Chair.
And then, Mr. Chairman,
Whoa. Who said point of order?
Stephen Nicola.
Okay, I'll come to you, Mr. Nicola, in a second. Mr. Brown?
I was just going to say that I tend to agree with Mr. Starr. It's the point I made a while ago. The Assembly can always vote to adjourn anytime it wants to, and it will keep going until it decides to adjourn. There really would be no point to the motion, I believe.
Okay. Mr. Nicola, what's your point of order?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we have an interesting situation here. I counted 51 delegates in the, 50 delegates in the election buddy poll +1 manual. I have at least 2 people who I was not able to find their email address in what was sent to me, and I am using their site key to try to cross-reference what was given to me, and I cannot find it. But I do have their confirmation email that they did vote, and I'm wondering if these delegates ended up in another delegation's list, but I do not see them.
You can follow up with me, Stephen.
Okay. Dan, do you mind giving me a call?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Okay, good.
Credentials here.
Yes, Ms. Hogarth.
So I'm not entirely sure how to answer this. Just from Zoom, it looks like over 900 delegates are still in the hall, and the 50+ panelists. But I'm not sure we have any way to know how there they are. You know what
Okay. That's the information that you can give is the information you can give, and
there's also the presidential tally, which should come out soon, and that will give us an indication of how many people were around 15 minutes ago, I guess.
Okay. There is information being provided that it would take another 20 to 25 minutes to get the tally sheets for round 4 ready and out. So that's something people need to know.
Point of information, please, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Flower from Vermont, go ahead.
I would just like to clarify that last vote total, if you can. Was that 411 to 410, a difference of precisely 1 vote?
It was.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I find that fascinating.
It was pretty fascinating. Being it was a 2/3 requirement, it was pretty simple to dispose of. But had it been a majority requirement, we would have maybe had to do something different.
Point of information, Mr. Chair. It's Carolyn Wade from Oregon.
Go ahead.
The information that it's going to take 20 to 25 minutes to get the tallies ready. Earlier, we heard that the tallies could be sent in a zip file. Would doing so reduce the amount of time?
I'll let Ms. Harlos answer that.
I will answer that in a moment. We are having an audit issue here that we're trying to track down, so that needs to have my full concentration at this moment.
Okay. I am going to be at ease for a moment. Mr. Merced, feel free and continue to recognize people. But first I'm going to address a very important request for information from Texas Delegate Benjamin Farmer, who asks, how many American political parties hold seats in the United States Congress? The answer is 3. The Libertarian Party, and then 2 bad parties. Those three parties hold seats in the United States Congress, and any members of the 2 bad parties are welcome to seek out the head of our congressional delegation to talk about how to change their affiliation and become part of a caucus that actually respects them. With that, Mr. Merced, you have the con. I think we're just waiting on voting results, so just be...
We are ready.
Okay.
Oh, well, good. Then never mind. I won't take a break. Ms. Harlos, go ahead.
Okay, let me get my screen shared. One moment. And just so it doesn't perturb people, I will get off my email addresses, even though the world does know them already. I want to make this slightly bigger. Let me know when I can start scrolling.
I think go ahead. And I think, Ms. Harlos, if you could every 3 seconds move 3 states, I think that might address the concerns other people had.
Well, Google sometimes is jumping on me.
Do your
So
best.
I'll try my best. We're at the end of the states.
Right. Not seeing anybody seeking to be recognized to try and go back. We will move to the results. The results of the 3rd round of balloting. Jacob Hornberger received 264 votes. Joe Jorgensen received 390 votes. John Mons received 174 votes. Vermin Supreme received 188 votes. Pursuant to the bylaws and the convention rules, Mr. Mons will be eliminated from the next ballot. Mr. Mons will be given 2 minutes to address the body. If and when we can get Mr. Mons elevated to a panelist, we'll allow him that privilege immediately.
And Mr. Chair, I can address the question that I couldn't address when I was...
Go ahead.
During this break, I've been setting up the next round of emails, so it will not take as long as the last time. So I'm ready to shoot them out. I still have to send them one at a time, but I don't have to type in email addresses, so it's twice as fast.
Okay, that's good information. Are we able to get Mr. Mons elevated to panelist? Is Mr. Mons available? There's George. There's Mr. Mons. Mr. Mons, you've got a little bit of a screen thing going on there.
Oh no.
I think there's
it just has Libertarian all over me, huh?
You do a little bit. If you want to take time to adjust it, you can. I don't know if it's the virtual background function. If you go to your video and then choose your virtual background, you should be able to change that.
Okay.
That's much better. Yep. All right, Mr. Mons, the floor is yours.
I just want to say it has been an honor for me to seek the Libertarian Party nomination for president. This party has been my home for over 15 years, and it will remain my home. I want to thank my team, especially the core group that has been with me from day one. Doug Craig, my campaign manager. Without his support, I probably would have never even started down this road. Mark Mosley, Christine Austin, Laura Williams, Ryan Graham, and my wonderful daughter, Halima. My nominators, Paige Sexton and Chase Oliver. And all of you who have supported me from the party and without. I want to acknowledge all my fellow candidates. Running for office is a huge decision for anybody. I want to thank my mother, Marva Stanton. And lastly, thank my wife and love of my life, Kathleen Mons. Without her, I would not be where I am today. Well, with that being said, I am happy to throw my support to Joe Georges. I said I would do this in the debate on Thursday, and nothing has changed my mind. Joe is an excellent candidate, and I'll be happy to help her in any way that I can. And while I never set out to be a vice presidential candidate, if the delegates decided that they would want me in that position, I would happily accept. It's been great. It's been fun. And thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Mons. Thank you for your service to our party over those many years. Thank you for running in this race. We appreciate it. And we will now move back to where we're at. So let me just... So I have a couple of different things. I have privilege motions to adjourn until tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central Time. I will accept just one of them. That I believe is not debatable. Is that correct, Mr. Brown?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, so we will move directly to a vote on a motion to adjourn to tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central Time, a time we've already fixed. It requires, I believe, only a majority to adjourn. Is that correct, Mr. Brown?
That is correct, yes.
It requires a majority to adjourn to tomorrow. Ms. DeSisto, please open up that poll, and we will see whether or not we will be adjourned to tomorrow or if we will continue. A yes vote will adjourn us to tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central Time. A no vote would be to continue business tonight. I trust the secretary is still working away to be flexible for whatever option is chosen.
Yep, always.
And so as soon as Ms. DeSisto gets that poll up, you'll have 2 minutes to vote in it. All right, we have the poll in progress. Shall we adjourn until 10 a.m. Central Time tomorrow? The polling is open. Voting is happening. A yes vote will adjourn us till 10 a.m. Central tomorrow. A no vote would allow us to continue. Pennsylvania alternate Dan Cooper raises an issue that it appears the Pennsylvania votes were incorrect. Mr. Cooper, if you could get with your delegation chair to figure that out. Mr. Sheets, please get with your alternate, Mr. Cooper.
I'm on it.
Okay. We have about 1 minute left in the poll on the motion to adjourn until 10 a.m. Central tomorrow. I will warn Ms. Harlos that she should probably be ready to send out new ballots.
I'm ready.
Good.
Mr. Chair, I have a point of parliamentary inquiry for you.
Sure, go ahead.
One of my tellers noted that there was a write-in for Tennessee that was not on the chart. I was simply going to note that would not have made a difference to anything. It was a write-in candidate. I was simply going to note that in the minutes.
Yes, that's totally appropriate. All right, we have about 10 seconds left on the poll.
Another point of information, Mr. Chair.
Yes, go ahead.
My tellers double-checked Pennsylvania and said it is correct.
Okay, well then we'll sort that out with Mr. Sheets. The results of the poll are in. The question was, shall the body adjourn until 10 a.m. Central Time tomorrow? 190 votes were yes, 722 were no, 11 were abstentions. We will not be adjourned until tomorrow. If Ms. Harlos, if you can send out those ballots with the candidates that are left.
Certainly.
And Mr. Fishman, if you can open up the election buddy, or you may have already sent it, but now would be a good time to do it. There's a point of information from New York Delegate Deborah Altman that the screen is completely black. I don't know why that is, but see if we can sort that out. If I can see my list of people to be recognized, the balloting is going out. The election buddy should be going out. Mr. Fishman is on top of that. Ms. Crawford's screen, there we go. Washington.
Buddy is out.
Actually, no, I did tell Mr. Garaci, Pietro Garaci from New York, that I would entertain his motion again, although given some of the commentary about it not necessarily being in order, I will recognize Mr. Garaci and see if he wants to persist in trying to make that motion.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to ask if I can amend the motion to proceed to a round 4, but given that we're proceeding to a round 4, that point is moot, and so I will yield.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Garaci. Washington Delegate Elliot Jacksch.
Are we still? Do we still have the motion on the table to make the porcupine our animal?
No. What happened was the motion to suspend the rules to consider making the porcupine the animal did not get 2/3, and so it is not on the table and not in order at this time.
Okay, perfect. I'll yield my time.
Thank you. Mississippi Delegate Bill Callas. You should be able to unmute yourself, sir. Mississippi Delegate Bill Callas. We'll wait for him to unmute himself. Mr. Fishman, can you confirm the election buddy is out? And Ms. Harlos, can you give me a sense
Election buddy is out.
How many
I just started those, Mr. Chair, so.
Okay. Sorry. There's a point of California Delegate Tim Ferrero raises a point of information that it may be that the Hornberger and Jorgensen votes were swapped on the Pennsylvania thing. I don't think that should take priority over getting these new ballots out. because it doesn't change who's on them. But I'm just letting you know for once that's done. Mississippi Delegate Bill Callis, go ahead. You should be able to talk, Bill. Bill from Mississippi. It looks like you're not muted. I just cannot hear you. All right. We're going to go to New York Delegate Justin Carmen.
Sorry, I put my hand down. I yield.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to try Mississippi Delegate Bill Callis one more time. All right, you'll have to get back in line again. Colorado Delegate Wesley Pinchot.
Okay. Hello. Just a moment. Okay. I move that we poll the delegates on an approval vote about which candidates to drop from the ballot and if anybody qualifies to interrupt the current polling to proceed to an
That's going to be out of order, Mr. Pinchot, because one, it's a straw poll, which are always out of order by their nature, and two, it would, I mean, we're already in balloting for that election, so that will be found to be out of order.
But you know, if we can agree to drop that, then we can proceed faster.
Yep, but it's out of order. Connecticut Delegate Matthew Long. Connecticut Delegate Matthew Long. Mr. Long, I'm not able to hear you.
He'll be momentarily, I believe.
Okay. And Ms. Harlows, feel free and interrupt when the tally sheets are out.
Well, everyone's getting them as we speak, so they start turning them in. So things are progressing. It doesn't wait for me to be finished.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, you tell me when you would like to close balloting.
How long has the election buddy been out?
Left at 10:10 p.m. and I have 67% of the votes in, although I have 80% of the total from last election. So,
okay. I would say
point of privilege. Matt cannot unmute himself for some reason.
okay. I don't know what I can do about that. I can try and unmute it.
He says come back to him. He is changing out his mic.
Okay. Mr. Fishman, I would say close that election buddy, and I want to say 20 after or 25 after, but I'll let you use your judgment. What do you think is better?
Sounds good. Election buddy states, please get your delegates voted.
Which one did you decide on, Mr. Fishman?
I decided on 10:20.
Okay, so 10:20, 9:20 Austin time.
Mr. Chair.
An election buddy state, get your vote in the next 4 minutes.
Mr. Chair, Arizona is still waiting for the tally sheet.
Okay. Ms. Harlows, can you confirm whether Arizona has gotten it sent yet?
No, it has not.
Okay.
Thank
you. South Carolina Delegate Sean Thornton.
Yeah, I have put my hand down, but
Okay.
I have been asked by my delegation to say that South Carolina can go all night, so let's do it.
Okay, thank you. I have a point of personal privilege from New York Delegate Blake Tarnoff. He indicates he has not received a ballot.
I have not sent New York.
New York's an election buddy state.
Oh,
Okay, so Mr. Fishman, can you try and confirm with Mr. Tarnoff or with his delegation chair?
I'm a liar. New York is not an election buddy state.
Excuse me. Mr. Tarnoff should check his email again.
Okay.
He should have it now, and if he doesn't, he should reach out to me. We're not an election buddy state.
Yep, sorry about that.
Got it. All right. Virginia Delegate James Lark raises the point that several Virginia delegates have not received their ballots yet. Is Virginia an election buddy state, Mr. Fishman?
Virginia is indeed an election buddy state, and to have the state chair can text me on the number.
Okay. There is a request for information, but I cannot answer it, so I'm going to allow the delegate who can answer it to answer it. There's a request for information from New Hampshire Delegate Darrell Perry. What hockey position does Dr. Jorgensen play? And how many penalty minutes does she average per game? Dr. Respond.
I prefer to play defense because I like taking the puck away from the other people, whereas most sports I like to play offense. And yeah, I've been known to be in the penalty box, but I actually got high-sticked when I was in my mid-30s and had to have my nose operated on for the second time.
Thank you, Dr. Jorgensen, for clearing that up. Michigan Delegate Scotty Bowman raises a point of personal privilege regarding the Lyme survey and his ability to vote. If Mr. Stempfel can deal with Mr. Bowman's point of personal privilege, I would appreciate it. Texas Delegate Sean Huckabee has a request for information from Ms. Harlos. Did Wayne shut the door as requested?
Wayne did shut the door as requested.
Thank you for that. Georgia Delegate Stephen McClure.
How do we get alcohol to the tellers? What would they like? Do they get Postmates where they live? And do I get to watch them get drunk if I pay for their liquor?
I think you would coordinate that through the secretary since she's coordinating the tellers.
Can you ask the secretary to email me?
Yes, it's Georgia Delegate Stephen McClure.
It's Stephen.McClure at
Don't say it. Don't say it.
Don't say it. You're going to get a bunch of porn.
I'm cool with that.
Could you just email me, please?
What's your email? I don't want you to get
Mr.
porn.
McClure, just send an email to secretary@lp.org and she will follow up with you.
Cool.
All right. There is a point of personal privilege from Mississippi Delegate Regina Brim. Question for the chair, Biggie or Tupac? That's a tough one. I'm going to go Biggie. All right. Mr. Fishman, the Virginia delegation, apparently some of them still have not gotten ballots and there's a request from at least one Virginia delegate to extend the election buddy for Virginia to half past.
Agreed.
Right. So the election buddy deadline, at least for Virginia, if not for everyone, will be until half past the hour, 9:30 p.m. Central Daylight Time. Delaware Delegate Will McVeigh raises a point of personal privilege and would like to announce his email in order to receive porn. I will not recognize Mr. McVeigh for that purpose. We'll have to find other ways. I will accept this point of information, but it is not mine again. New Mexico Delegate Thomas Mann has a request for information from Dr. Jorgensen. It doesn't make that much sense to me, You'll figure out why. But he asks, what is your favorite NHL team besides the New York Islanders? Which creates the implication that they are an NHL team. I will have to research. Dr. Jorgensen, if you can respond to Mr. Mann from New Mexico.
Well, I grew up near Chicago, so of course it's the Blackhawks. But I'd like to point out, since I teach psychology, that research showed that hockey teams who had black uniforms had more penalty minutes than teams who didn't wear black. Same with the NFL. The black-clad teams had more penalty yards than non-black-clad teams. So I just had to throw that in.
And yet the Kings were still able to win a cup, weren't they?
Mr. Chair, Arizona's still waiting for a tally sheet.
Okay.
I know. We're getting there.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you for responding to that important request for information, Dr. Jorgensen.
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
the Virginia chair should contact me about who has not had a problem with their voting, because I show a lot of Virginia ballots in.
Okay. The Virginia delegate chair is requested to contact Mr. Fishman. There is a request for information from Montana delegate Jacob Kitson, who would like it to be known that Mr. Kokesh endorsed Mr. Hornberger. Don't think that was known before. I am repeating that. I do not have that from Mr. Kokesh, but I am repeating that point of information. We're going to be at ease for about 5 minutes, and I just apologize for that, but I'm just going to take a break. Mr. Merced, you can continue to deal with requests for information and other sort of time-filling items, but I'd like us to mostly be at ease while the voting is being done. Mr. Merced, you are in charge.
Okie dokie. Cool. So let's see here. Next, I will recognize Nevada delegate Louis Pombo. Someone. Mr. Pombo?
Alex, while we're waiting for him to get his mic on, can you remember to check the panelist list for raised hands as well?
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Has Mr. Pombo been allowed to unmute his mic?
Apologies, I yield.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
Howard Blitz with Arizona. Could we ask Karen Ann to put the tally sheet in the Dropbox? Is that a possibility?
Mr. Blitz, we're working as fast as we can to go outside my normal procedure. It's going to slow everything else down.
Okay.
And I am on M. We are working down. So I'm sorry, because we did the first two starting with A. We're trying to be fair.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay. Next, I'll recognize California delegate Kevin Moore.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have a point of information. Previously, during one of the at-rest sessions, West Virginia delegate David Valente had shared the fact that the name Michael is the most common name here at the convention today. I have information that that may not actually be true. In fact, the most common name is Kevin Moore, since there are two of us, both California and Texas delegates Kevin Moore, unless there is some other duplicate here among the delegates.
Fair enough.
That wasn't me. That was Dan.
Ah, okay.
Yes. But that was, I think, most common first name, but most common name, first and last. Until I hear otherwise, we'll go with Kevin Moore. Okay. We'll just take
Mr. Chair, point of information.
Point of information?
Yes, sir. Gideon Opes from South Dakota.
Recognize?
There seems to be quite a bit of confusion in the Q&A and amongst delegates over the recent news about Mr. Kokish's so-called endorsement. Could we please take a moment and ask Mr. Kokish directly, since he is a delegate?
If Mr. Kokish is recognized to clarify.
Hey, this is Adam Kokish. I don't know if I'm audible, but I have not endorsed anyone for the record. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. That is clarified. So no endorsement. Okay, I'm going to take a look here real quick at the privilege motions real quick. Okay,
if I
go,
may,
Mr. White.
Ms. Harlow sent New Hampshire round 3 ballots again.
Okay, I will correct that.
Okay, cool. Let's see here. Next, I have a point of information on point of personal privilege. Mr. Vice Chair, I'll hold on to that one as well. So all the requests for information, I'm going to go for a few more speakers first. So Miss Alabama Delegate Noah Reese is recognized.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Are you hearing me properly now?
I can hear you loud and clear.
That's wonderful. Whereas I have learned proper mic use, I request both a parliamentary inquiry and a regular motion as follows. First, I move the porcupine become our official mascot. And I request a methodology for addressing this motion during lulls and counting via the judicious use of tabling the question. Would the chair and Mr. Brown kindly guide us through this process? Thank you.
Can you repeat that last request?
Can I come back,
Sure.
Mr. Said? I got this. Unfortunately, Mr. Reese, your motion is not going to be in order because it would be a motion to suspend the rules for the very purpose that we moved to suspend the rules and failed to suspend the rules earlier in the session today. You'll be eligible, I believe, it would be in order to move to suspend the rules in that manner at the opening of tomorrow's session because it will be a new day, but I'm not going to find it to be in order to consider the same suspension of the rules on the same day.
Very good. I agree with your ruling, but I would request that we can possibly handle that using tabling so that we may address that issue during our lulls. Thank you.
I mean, here's what I'm going to suggest that would work a lot better for y'all, and maybe do it tomorrow, is a motion to suspend the rules to consider referring it to the National Committee or referring it to an ad hoc committee or just kicking it to something that doesn't operate in this body. That's probably going to get a lot farther than trying to convince this body to consider business they're not interested in considering. Does that make sense, Mr. Reese?
Yes, sir. I appreciate your assessment there. Thank you.
Think about that till tomorrow. All right. Sorry, I just wanted to clear it up because I heard from across the room a point of order calling at me. I can't help myself from dealing with them.
Mr. Chair, 1 minute left for Election Buddy, and then we're closing.
Okay. So Election Buddy is going to close in 1 minute. Ms. Harlos, are all of the tally sheets out?
They almost are, but the person helping me with them, their computer froze up. So we are working on that.
Okay. Are tellers dealing with tally sheets that are coming back?
Of course, yes.
Okay, good.
And Mr. Chairman, I think the Vice Chair and I were ready to deal with that last motion. You handled it well.
I'm sorry, I just
properly.
I jump in. I want to clear up this Q&A. There's a point of personal privilege. Did I have any cake tonight, and will there be cake in Orlando? I did not have any cake tonight. Whether there will be cake in Orlando depends on things that are in the future, and we don't know. There's a request for information. I know that sometimes people don't let it sink in the first few times, but Florida Delegate Jonathan Loesch asks whether or not taxation is theft. It has been already resolved by the previous Libertarian National Conventions that it is, in fact, theft, but it never can be said too often, apparently. The request for information from Tennessee Delegate Sean Rice is that I ruled that all cats are Libertarian, then all dogs are Democrats. I don't think that's the case. I think dogs are smarter than to join either of the two old parties. I think they're also libertarian.
Mr. Chair?
Moment. Go ahead, Ms. Harlos.
Okay, again, the person assisting me's computer froze up. He is rebooting. All of the tally sheets are out except for A through F. That's what's the delay is. I'm waiting for his computer to come back up, but everyone except for Alaska through Florida has their sheets.
Okay. Well, we'll go as quick as we can. Utah delegate Joe Bookman has a question for the chair, or he did, and then it disappeared. Kind of a fun one. I'll see if I can find it.
Mr. Chair, please put me in the queue for a request for information.
Was that Mr. Flower? Yeah, let me just go through and see if there's any privileged things. I don't think there is. I think a lot of people are sort of abusing Q&A. Thankfully, I have people helping me clean that up. I have an issue that Colorado delegates are unable to pull up their ballots from Delegate Montoni. Hopefully that can get resolved. Oops. All right, Q&A is cleaned up. Mr. Flower, your request for information, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm requesting to find out if anyone of the candidates for president and vice president come from the same state so that certain combinations may not even be possible. I believe the delegation should be made aware of that if possible.
The only one that I'm aware of at this time is that Spike Cohen and Joe Jorgensen are both South Carolinians.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
New Hampshire delegate Andrew Olding.
Okay, I left my hand up from when there may have been discussion about the porcupine, and so I'm sorry I accidentally left that up. But
All right, thank you, Mr. Olding. Minnesota delegate Eric Thrain. Minnesota delegate Eric Thrain. Not seeing that person anymore. I don't know, did he get recognized? Mr. Thrain from Minnesota, go ahead.
If I raised my hand, that was an error. I apologize.
Thank you. California delegate Kevin Shaw.
Jeepers there, fam. I meant to argue about the big controversial porcupine issue. That wasn't important.
All right. Thanks, Mr. Shaw.
Mr. Chair, this is Mimi. Can I have a point of information?
You will be able to once, let me get through the Q&A and make sure there's nothing privileged in it first, and then I'll come to you. I do have a point of privilege from Joseph Howe from Iowa. 2 nominees from the same state only impact elector votes in that state if they win. They do not impact ballot placement. I think we did clarify that before, but thank you for clarifying it again. Go ahead, Ms. Robeson.
I just wanted to ask the secretary, I've still not gotten the ballot for this last round.
Correct. It's coming. One of my tellers who was preparing them, their computer froze up, and it was Microsoft who decided to start updating their whole system. So we've got it going. I'm doing what they were going to do, so it's coming.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Utah delegate Christine Stenquist.
My concern was already addressed. I'm sorry, Chair.
No problem. Tennessee Delegate William Helmstetter.
Yes, I would like to vehemently apologize to the chair for my out of order remarks, and I would also like to make sure that a write-in vote from Tennessee is reflected in the minutes. We did not see it in the results.
It will be reflected in the minutes, and no apology necessary. We're all working through this stuff, but thank you anyway, Mr. Helmstetter.
Thank you.
I have a request for information from New Jersey Delegate Maria Bell. She informs me that Ramadan ended tonight and the holiday of Eid al-Fitr is tomorrow. Would you kindly wish Muslims Eid Mubarak? I will. Eid Mubarak to all who celebrate. Call-in user 3. Can you tell me who you are?
This is Starchild from California.
Okay, can we get that name updated? Go ahead, Starchild.
Yes, I have a point of information about Vermin Supreme's mandatory toothbrushing program. I'm wondering if a special kind of toothpaste will be required for notoriously foul-mouthed politicians like the current sitting president.
I will allow Mr. Supreme to answer. Go ahead, Mr. Supreme. Starchild, go ahead and repeat your question one more time.
Yes, regarding Vermin Supreme's mandatory toothbrushing program, for which he's known for carrying around a giant toothbrush to illustrate, I was wondering whether this would entail requiring a special kind of toothpaste for notoriously foul-mouthed politicians like the current sitting U.S. president.
Mr. Supreme, are you able to answer that question? Mr. Supreme, you should be able to unmute yourself if you are available. Don't know if Mr. Supreme is at the computer. I will ask him again, Starchild.
That's fine.
Hello there. Is the caller there?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Supreme.
Yes, yes, in response to your question, Starchild, yes. The toothpaste recommended along with my mandatory toothbrushing law is indeed government-issued toothpaste containing an addictive yet harmless substance. And rest assured, it will be minty fresh. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Supreme, for clearing that up. Thank you, Starchild. Kentucky Delegate Kenneth Molman.
Hello, Mr. Chair. My goal was to speak when the balloting this time around was completed. I thought we'd be done by now, so I can jump back in the queue or whatever.
That's probably the easiest thing, is to jump back in the queue. California Delegate Elijah Gizzarelli. Mr. Gizzarelli, you are able to unmute yourself. Mr. Gizzarelli, last chance. Okay, we're going to move on to Alaska Delegate Joshua McHose.
Point of information, who is Satoshi Nakamoto?
I don't know that answer. Thank you, Mr. McHose. Maryland Delegate Lorenzo Gastañaga.
Mr. Chair, I've been so absent from all these conventions. My last one was in Denver. I don't even know what's personal privilege or anything else anymore. I just want to say thank you to you, sir. Thank you. Gracias, Mr. Merced. Thank you to Ms. Harlos. Thank you to Mr. Fishman. Thank you to all the people that are putting this together. You know how much I wanted to see this happen the way it's happening. So I want to thank you all. That's it.
Thank you, Mr. Gastañaga. Connecticut Delegate Matthew Long.
Right, can you hear me?
Yes, Mr. Long.
Awesome. So I had a request for any other privilege to state reasons for reconsideration.
Sorry, can you repeat it one more time?
I request to state reasons to reconsider the porcupine vote. I cannot make the motion myself.
I mean, I don't know exactly how it would be in order for you. So you just want to tell people why they should reconsider it?
Yes, I believe. Yeah, pretty
Go
much.
quickly.
Real quick. I think we should reconsider it because one, it doesn't. A motion to reconsideration is always in order according to Robert's rules, page 316, and additionally, we should just postpone it to the end so that way, if we finish our presidential nominations on time tomorrow, then we can have a special treat of voting on the porcupine.
I appreciate that input. That's going to be up to the delegates at whatever time we make a motion, what they want to do with it. But we're not going to consider it again tonight. All right.
All of the tally sheets are out, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Hey, Stephen.
All right. I have a point of personal privilege from New York Delegate Robert Cocomello, which indicates there is such a thing as a free lunch because libertarians believe in charity. There is a request for information from Texas Delegate Brooke Army. How many states are using Election Buddy for their presidential voting? Mr. Fishman, can you tell us? There is a request for information from Iowa Delegate Richard Stewart. At what point is it appropriate to thank Mrs. Sarwark for her greatly appreciated support of Mr. Sarwark's amazing work on behalf of the Libertarian Party? The answer is it's always appropriate. It is appropriate and always in order to thank my wife. I try and do it as often as possible, and I recommend that to everybody else.
Mr. Chair, I have a point of order when I can have the cue, please.
You will get it right after I deal with Mr. Tarnoff's point of order. New York Delegate Blake Tarnoff raises a point of order that the porcupine vote tomorrow will also require amendment of the agenda or suspension of the rules. That is correct. It will require 2/3. Mr. Flower, what's your point of order?
Simply that there ain't no such thing as a free lunch does apply even to charity, because to consume the lunch, someone had to produce it.
Thank you, Mr. Flower.
Mr. Chair, I got a point of information.
Who is that?
Dave Valente, West Virginia.
Go ahead, Mr. Valente.
I didn't hear Dan answer that question. There are 14 states that are doing the Election Buddy.
Thank you, Mr. Valente. Right.
Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Harlow-Sweat.
The tellers are busily working. I need to step away from my computer for about 2 minutes to use the restroom.
Let's just be at ease until 9:55 Central Time, because I think we could all probably use a little break. So we're just at ease until 9:55.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Since we're at ease and it's an open mic, whoever had the question about Election Buddy, there are 14 states using it.
I'm sorry, I was on the phone with somebody else. Was there an Election Buddy issue?
It was just a question about how many states were using it.
Got it.
I also want to point out that there ain't no party like a Libertarian Party, because the Libertarian Party don't stop, especially tonight.
Dan, if you're still on, I sent you a question about write-in votes for Indiana.
Thank you, Tim.
I just want to say thank you to Mr. Wiest for pointing out that victory against the lockdowns in Kentucky. That's going to be very helpful to our suit in Connecticut. We started crowdfunding it. It raised almost $4,000 in 3 days.
Okay, with open mics, I would just like to say to the previous resolution that was brought up as a possibility, a porcupine sounds just fine, though as a mascot, it may not be mine. So before you all a resolution make, I'd just like to say, don't step on Snake.
Step on Snake.
Is that spelled S-N-E-K?
You're libertarian, you're free to spell it how you'd like.
Word from the Alabama delegation. We might consider this resolution a little later. I would kindly ask you to keep in mind the gator.
Oh. I guess as a friendly point of information, you never see porcupine nuggets in the seafood section, but you see gator nuggets.
When I was in grade school, we had porcupine ball.
I'm afraid to ask how that worked.
In Louisiana, they got Nutra. Y'all ain't ever ate none until you ate Nutra. Nutra's good eating in a gumbo.
Well, since the mics are open, I thought I would give a little bit of background as to why it is that I wanted to make the motion about the porcupine tonight. It has to do with a board meeting we had out in Pittsburgh one fine August afternoon, where a gentleman proposed that we make the bison the Libertarian mascot, since there was no actual official mascot. And I thought, wait a minute, we all love the porcupine, right? So it just makes sense that the porcupine should be official instead of being languishing. But it was a funny story because at the time, I handed the gavel over to our Eastern Vice Chair, Jennifer Moore, and she was just livid that I gave the gavel to her at the moment when that particular, I'll just say cluster and leave it at that, came about. So anyway, with that, I want to say it was a fun day, and I figured since we were doing nothing, why not? And that's the reason for it.
I hear you, Steve. I think the unicorn should be our official mascot. The heck with it.
I would request clarification. Do you mean the hot, crazy Matrix unicorn?
Depends if it's listed as a subspecies. See, I mean, we'd have to figure it out if unicorns are all one species of unicat, or are there separate subspecies?
have a word from the Texas delegation. Pat Dixon is going to be a candidate in a special election on July 14th for our Texas Senate. And so if you are interested in that or would like to support that campaign, go to logic14.org.
Just a quick bit of information for people. I probably should have mentioned it earlier. I didn't publicize it, but if you go to lp.org/chat, that will connect you to the Libertarian Party Slack room where a lot of this conversation can occur, and we can stop abusing the Q&A. We are about 2 minutes away from coming back from being at ease. Can we take Florida Delegate Mitchell Wiecek out of the speaker queue? Thank you.
Point of privilege, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Pascal, go ahead.
So it is Memorial Day weekend, and we are the party, the anti-war party, but we're not the anti-people party. And there are quite a few people within the party that have lost family members from unjust wars over the years, and we still think about those people. Just because we're anti-war doesn't mean we're anti-human.
Thank you, Mr. Pascal. We are about 1 minute away. Ms. Harlos, can you tell me where we're at?
I was just asking my tellers for an ETA, and I'm seeing if they're going to give me an answer here. Otherwise, I'm going to do my best guess by looking at the sheet. One moment. I believe I have a note here. We're waiting on Florida.
Okay.
And I'm waiting for consensus here. I've got one teller telling me a very, the tellers are saying 19 minutes. That's very specific. Everyone, they're all saying 19 minutes.
Okay.
Except for Ms. Sexton, who says 19.5.
Is oddly specific.
They're very good at what they do. They know.
Yeah. All right. Well, then I think we will be at ease for another 10 minutes until.
I'm looking at the progress here, and I think there is a chance we'll be done in 10 minutes. I think they're underselling themselves.
Okay, so we'll be at ease until 5 minutes after the hour, which is going to be, I believe that's going to be 10:05 Central Time.
Indiana is missing, and I believe they said Florida is missing.
Indiana and Florida.
Sorry, Indiana will be up in just a second.
Okay.
And Florida as well. We're just doing some extra cross-referencing to make sure we get everybody in here.
Yep.
I have a point of personal privilege from Washington Delegate Miguel Duque. Sorry, Mr. Duque, you should be able to raise your point of personal privilege now. What is it?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is Miguel Duque
Washington delegate. I wanted to, as a point of personal privilege, I wanted to wish a happy birthday to Erica Welty of Washington, who is the bride of Anthony Welty, who's running for insurance commissioner in Washington. Amazing candidate, amazing father, husband, human being. I admire him a ton. I've just been a real honor getting to know him here in Washington. And today's his wife's birthday. We definitely want to wish her a happy birthday and thank her for also putting up with him being a delegate and being involved here for like 12 hours. I mean, he's right here with us. The guy just works so hard. I mean, he works literally nonstop to spread the message of liberty. He's out fundraising his incumbent Democrat opponent by over 3 times. He's killing it over here. So big shout out to him. Shout out to his wife. They are a liberty-loving family that make us proud. That's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair,
Yes, Ms. Harlos.
I have a request from Reason Magazine, wanting to know what is the official number of convened voting delegates, if we have that information.
That's funny. I'm just replying to Brian.
Okay, perfect. You got it taken care of.
Ms. Hogarth is taking care of it. I think one of the metrics to use would be the number of votes on each of the presidential rounds. And so
I was going to give him the total number of convened delegates or credentialed delegates, and he has the vote totals from the presidential rounds.
Good. Right. The point of personal privilege from New Hampshire delegate Darrell Perry, who's saying he's getting a Zoom security warning untrusted server certificate pop-up. I don't know what we can do about that. I have a point of order from California delegate Brian McWilliams that I don't think is an actual point of order. All right, I'm gonna let Mr. Merced take over. We have about another 5 minutes before we'll be done with being at ease.
Okie dokie. Let's see here. Okay. Let's see here. Next, I'm going to recognize Texas delegate Whitney Billiou.
No, I'll yield my time. I already spoke earlier.
Okay, no problem. Then next, I will recognize Nevada delegate Louis Pombo. Mr. Louis Pombo, are you there?
Hear me now?
Yep, I can hear you now.
Apologies.
No worries.
Yes, I first wanted to thank. Yes, can you hear me? Apologies.
No, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I first wanted to thank Ms. Harlos and the rest of the tallying team for their tireless efforts. One recommendation that I wanted to make for procedure moving forward into the future is the potential use of something along the lines of draft emails that may make it a little bit more efficient for tomorrow to be able to get the papers out. That way, when the time comes during the course of the meeting, it will be simply to drag and drop each individual attachment and press send rather than having to.
That's what I have been doing. It still is quite intensive.
Understandable.
I've got a ton of draft emails set up already that say, Arizona round 5 or, whatever, but it still takes quite a bit.
Is it Is it possible for the state chairs to simply remove names and utilize the same forms on a repeated basis in between the individual rounds to where you may not necessarily have to send out a unique form for each round? Or is that
That,
quintessential
I
to
believe,
the
would
process?
cause more work for the tellers because we'd have to ask them to change certain identifying numbers on the tally sheets and names, and it would, I think, take twice as long.
Understandable. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you. Next is Kentucky delegate Kenneth Moman.
Hey, Mr. Chair. Question, Alex. Are we at ease right now, or what are we doing at this moment? Because I have a motion, but I'm trying to figure out what we're doing.
Right now we're at ease, but I'm taking people who are speakers. So if you want to tell us what your motion is, and we'll see how we'll handle it.
Well, my motion is dependent upon the result here. It looks like we're just waiting on one or two states to adjourn either once we have the results, or if the results are inconclusive, to do one more round of balloting and adjourn before the tally is complete and let the tellers do that at a more relaxed pace. And that would mean that tomorrow morning we would start with the acceptance speeches, basically. That's where I'm going with it, but I mean, I don't know if that's in order right now since we're kind of at ease.
Let's make a note to let you make that motion right after the next results come in, so we can make a note on the speakers list to come to Kenneth Moman once the results come in.
Mr. Chair?
Ms. Harlos?
Just an FYI, we're still waiting on the Florida sheet. No rush. I'm just letting you know where we're at.
Okay, so just reiterate, the tally is waiting for the Florida tally sheet.
I am rushing. It is in.
Okay, so those who are of the Florida delegation, wait, is that Steve?
Oh, yes, it is, Mr. Merced.
You said it's in?
Yeah, I'm just uploading the PDF now, but the sheet is into the email.
Okay, perfect. Thank you very much, Steve.
Thank you, Mr. Nagala. Ms. Van Horn said a gator ate your homework. Is that true?
That is true, but I want to make a clarification. It's actually a crocodile.
Oh, crocodiles and alligators. Okay, so next I'm going to recognize Texas delegate Eric Van Single.
All right, I am unmuted. Hello.
Hello.
This is actually probably a request for information, but I did not want that request to appear dilatory in nature, so I got in line. I would like to ask candidate Jo Jorgensen if she is currently accepting volunteers. I have a couple of people, if she wins the nomination, I have a couple of people here in my Senate district that would be able to offer their services, specifically Christy Mowry, who is running a congressional campaign here in Texas, is offering to be a personal stylist for her.
Okay, we can recognize Ms. Jorgensen to answer that question.
Well, I'm not sure how to take the help of a stylist, but hey, my campaign wants to hit the ground running. We will accept any and all volunteers we can get. So if I am the nominee, I want to make this a successful year.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Jorgensen. It was meant in all kindness and no disrespect at all.
Right. It is 5 minutes after the hour. I'm going to inquire Ms. Harlos where we are at with the balloting.
Florida was just uploaded, so the teller is putting that in the sheet and the auditor is taking a look.
Okay. We're getting close. I have a point of personal privilege from California delegate Andy Craig. Mr. Craig, you are recognized for your point of personal privilege.
Oh, you could have read it, but I was just going to report that Larry Sharp endorsed Ken Armstrong. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, so we just have Florida is being uploaded and checked. Is everything else in, Ms. Harlos?
Yes, we're just waiting on double checking Florida. And then once Florida goes in, I need to just verify that all the formulas worked properly and the totals are all adding up across lines. And I think they just got Florida in, so let me check that.
Okay. While you're checking, I'm going to go to Tennessee Delegate Tricia Butler.
And then once Florida goes in,
I will yield.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. Oklahoma Delegate Tracy Gold. Oklahoma Delegate Tracy Gold.
Hi, I was just going to say thank you to the Hawaii delegation for waking up super early, way earlier than I would have, not once but twice now.
I appreciate that, and I'm sure they appreciate it too. New Hampshire Delegate Andrew Olding.
My hand was not up.
Okay. South Carolina Delegate Matthew Hicks.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Is it appropriate for me at this point to make the motion that the next person who moves that we consider any animal being our official mascot before Orlando have one gently inserted into their rectum?
I don't think it's in order at this time, but I think it's an important point of information for people to consider before they next try and move consideration of the same question. Thank you, Mr. Hicks.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
There's a request for information from Texas Delegate Randy Simbro. If we see that a candidate receives a majority of votes on this ballot, does that immediately become official? Does any other action need to take place before that can be announced? Once we have a ballot that has a candidate with a majority, that person is nominated. There is no further action that has to be taken. There are a few things that happen. One, we get to the point where we're pretty close to closing the nominations for vice president. Two, there's an opportunity for the candidate to speak for a period of time. I just have to double check. Five minutes after nominations have been made, but before voting has begun for the purpose of endorsing or objecting to any of the vice presidential nominees. So that answers that request for information. There's a request for information from California Delegate Aaron Starr. Might it be better to have acceptance speeches first thing in the morning? Perhaps it could get some media coverage. I think that would probably be appropriate. But I'm pretty flexible. Ms. Harlos, how are we doing on the vote totals?
Mr. Chair, we have there's something, it will not affect the totals, so I will let you know whether you want to show it. There is some calculation error that's not coming up to 100% with the delegate totals. We're missing 0.19%. It will not make a difference in the presidential totals, but we really, but we really want to try to find where this cell area is going wrong, but that is up to you. The calculation error in the percentages will not make a difference in this election.
Then let's report the results.
Okay, just wanted to alert you to that. One moment, I'll be sharing my screen in a minute. Also, I wanted to alert you to something else, Mr. Chair. It appears that someone is receiving a link from somebody to this spreadsheet, which is shared with a limited group. And I don't know who is doing that, but I would ask the state delegation chairs to put a stop to that. This is not supposed to be shared, and if you get it, it was illegitimately shared, and please alert me and not spread this around.
Okay.
Okay, my sharing should start.
Right.
Go to the beginning here.
I've been asked to remind the secretary that Control Plus zooms in on the screen.
Do you need me to go back to the beginning, Mr. Chair?
No, let's not. Is that all the states almost?
No, one more.
Okay, let's go to the totals. All right, the totals are Jacob Hornberger, 285 votes. Joe Jorgensen, 524 votes. Vermin Supreme, 206 votes. None of the above 4, and various write-ins below that. Having received over 50% of the votes, Dr. Joe Jorgensen is nominated as the presidential nominee for the Libertarian Party for the year 2020. Dr. Jorgensen, you are welcome to address the body if you would like, but if you would prefer to address the body tomorrow, I think we can accommodate either. I think if there's not objection from the body, I would like to also give an opportunity to Mr. Hornberger and Mr. Supreme to each have 2 minutes to address the body as well. And I would ask for those 2 minutes before Dr. Jorgensen. Assuming that is not objectionable to anybody, and I'm not really asking for people to object, we will proceed in that way. Congratulations, Dr. Jorgensen. We will go in reverse order. So if we could recognize and promote to a panelist Mr. Supreme, and also promote Mr. Hornberger. Mr. Supreme, you will go first. You have 2 minutes. Can you make sure that Mr. Supreme, is he a panelist, and can we start his video? Let's see, Mr. Supreme, you should be close to getting video started. You are there. Mr. Supreme, go ahead.
Woo-hoo! I would like to thank everyone for this amazing opportunity. I wish I could hug you all. I want to thank everyone who became active in this party due to my run and ask them to join me in supporting our nominee, Joe Jorgensen, supporting our party, and staying active. While we may have been opponents throughout this primary, we must keep in mind that our one true opponent is indeed the authoritarian state. And now, more than ever, we must unite in our fight for liberty. We are experiencing an unprecedented moment in time where the duopoly has sunk lower than ever before, nominating candidates even worse than before. The opportunity we have here is an incredible one to build our movement, build our party, and win. Together, we can challenge the omnipotent state. Together, we can defend the rights of the individual. Together, we can spread the word of liberty, and together we can see a world set free in our lifetimes. I want to thank my incredible campaign manager, Desiree Lindsay, without whom this run would never have been possible. My Amaze Balls campaign team, give it up for them, people. I want to thank my wife, who has supported me every step of the way, and the wonderful, wonderful people in this party that has welcomed me with open arms and made this so possible. I'm excited to work with and support our nominee and rally the entire party behind them. Thank you, friends. Your pony is in the mail. Please wash your hands and brush your teeth. And remember, the road to Ponatopia will not be easy. Not all of us will make it. There will be sacrifices, human sacrifices, but rest assured, the road to Ponatopia will be paved with the glitter-encrusted skulls of our vanquished foes. Thank you. My name is Vermin Supreme.
Thank you, Mr. Supreme. Mr. Hornberger, you have 2 minutes, and you are up. Mr. Hornberger, you're muted. Go ahead. There you go.
Last November, I announced my candidacy for your nomination, and ever since, it's just been an awesome experience. It's been a transformative event in my life. I mean, attending all these conventions and interacting with y'all has just been friggin' a highlight of my life. It's been an awesome experience. Doing all these debates against really first-class candidates and opponents has just been fantastic. But Joe and I announced at the same time, ironically enough, and she knows that I hold her in the highest respect and the highest esteem. We've actually gotten to be pretty good friends. You'd never know it the way we were battering each other in these debates. But her campaign manager, Steve Dossbach, and I become friends, and I just got to commend them on the fantastic campaign they ran. I mean, this surge at the end was just brilliant. I want to thank my campaign team, Jake Porter. I can't thank you enough, Jake. I mean, what you've done, I just marvel at. And as my campaign manager, Eric Sawyer, Chaz Sanders, and Mitch Wycheck, you having those Tuesday night Ask Me Anything is just awesome. Mike Rinaldi, technological genius. Kathy Yanukovych, Jocelyn Fry, B. Berger, Thomas Hill, the Mises Caucus, Michael Heiss, Tom Woods, Dave Smith, Scott Horton, Angela McCardle, Howard Blitz, Austin Tudor, all the donors and supporters, and all y'all that came up at me at state conventions and encouraged me. Thank you for the bottom of my heart. Nicholas Sarwalk, you have run one heck of an operation here. I am really impressed with what you've done here. Now let's all band together and help Joe run the most successful campaign in LP history. Thank y'all so much.
Thank you, Mr. Hornberger. Dr. Jorgensen, you have the floor, and you also have 2 minutes. Hell, I'll give you 3. You're the nominee.
Thank you so much for that. Oh, start my video. Okay. Okay, thank you so much for that. And yes, my understanding is that I will have time to talk about a VP tomorrow, and also to give my acceptance speech in which I will formally thank everybody. But I can't, let this chance go by without at least thanking a few people. My nominators, Elizabeth Brierly, Laura Ebke, Darryl Perry, and Sam Robb. And Sam was kind enough to call me up and offer that. Also my campaign team, and again, I'll talk about them more tomorrow, but Carla Howell, Caitlin Cloven, Joe Houtman, Stuart Flood, and Steve Dasbach, my campaign manager, who has put in so many hours. Also, of course, my family. I've got my husband, Marlon, my daughters, Emily and Eva, my grandchild, Cameron, who's very new, and most of all, the delegates, because I wouldn't be able to be here without the delegates. And I can't tell you how much I appreciate all the work you put into it, because I know this wasn't an easy decision. Every convention I went to in person, I kept hearing the same thing from all the delegates. It's like, wow, there's so many good candidates up there. Can we just vote for all 6 of them? Or 8 of them, or however many, how are we supposed to, or even if they were supposed to vote for 3, they would say, how can we narrow it down to 3? So thank you, delegates. I've gotten a lot of questions. I know you guys went to so many debates to make a good choice, and I appreciate your doing that. And of course, I'd like to thank my fellow candidates who made me a better candidate. So I really appreciate that. So I'm looking forward to working with all the great people in the next year. And yes, I'm going to make this the most successful campaign we can. After all, we're going against Trump and Biden, so it should be a good year. So thank you so much. I can't tell you how honored I am, and I can't wait till I formally accept tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jorgensen. It would be my inclination to allow us to be adjourned to 10 a.m. Central tomorrow.
Request for information.
A request for information from who?
Gideon Oaks, South Dakota.
Mr. Oaks, what can I do for you?
This would probably be a request for Mr. Harris, actually. If one was so inclined tonight to get a snazzy-looking 12 by 24 yard sign that says Jorgensen for President on it, where would one possibly get that?
Mr. Harris, can you answer that?
I can, in fact, answer that. One would get such a product at lpstore.org. They are available now and live on the site. I believe there's also a link in the Slack channel that many of the delegates have been using, posted a few moments ago by Mr. Robert Kraus. So you can get those Jorgensen for President yard signs at lpstore.org.
Thank you, Mr. Oaks and Mr. Harris. If there is nothing else pressing, I would be inclined to proceed to orders of the day and have us be adjourned until tomorrow.
Mr. Chairman, motion to adjourn.
Mr. Chair, if there is something else pressing.
Tell me what else is pressing, Mr. Goward.
It's Mr. McVeigh. Go ahead, Mr. McVeigh. I was actually hoping to just remind the chair of a point of privilege regarding the tally sheets and the overall tally spreadsheet that the secretary was using. If we could just make sure that that gets made available this evening if possible. Thank you.
Ms. Harlos, can you take care of that? Ms. Harlos. All right. Ms. Harlos, there's a point of personal privilege requesting tally sheets be made available. I assume that you heard that?
I did, Mr. Chair, and I could make the voting sheets available, but I had said after the convention I would be making the tally sheets available. Right now, the way that they're at, we've got a lot of other work to do. Okay. This is not something that's typically made available until the convention minutes are out. I will do it before the minutes, but I have other things to do before tomorrow to be ready.
Okay.
To, you understand what I'm saying?
Yes. There's a request for information from Mr. Hayes as to whether or not we've had time to arrange a press release. I imagine one will be available in the morning, and I think people can work without a release, at least on the breakings. Most of the paper editors, though, they may be done for the day.
Chairman, we're working on one in staff.
All right, it's being done. Okay. Orders of the day are going to have us adjourn until tomorrow at 10 a.m. Austin time. That's what's going to happen. We are adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow, Austin time. We will consider vice presidential nominations and any other business that needs to be considered at that time. Thank you all.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, yes.
I'm sorry. This is Ken Molman. The tokens were sent out for vice presidential. When is that closing?
I believe we would probably close that, I'm going to say, within that first half hour to an hour of convening. I don't want to close it before we convene in the morning because I want to wait until the presidential candidate has the opportunity to make the acceptance speech and address the body for the full 5 minutes. So I'm going to say probably it's going to be about a half hour after we convene.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. All right, we are done for tonight. Thank you all for rallying through, and we will see you tomorrow, 10 a.m.
Thank you, everybody.
Outstanding job.
Mr. Fishman, are you still on?
What a grueling day.
I have my my
Mr. Fishman?
Yes.
People who did not get ballot buddies for the vice president, should
Check
they?
check with your chairs. It's the people who are the current active delegates.
I have a current active delegate who did not get a ballot buddy.
Email me, or you can contact me on the on that text number that I sent you.
Okay, thank you.
Actually, text is better for that.
Okay, thank you.
Since we're adjourned to everyone who's there, I will be making the voting spreadsheet available immediately, and if I can go through the ballot sheets after I've had time to set up the vice presidential ballots, I will make them available as soon as possible. It's just I have other tasks to do first, but I will make them available as soon as possible.
Dear delegates, I love you all. I am going to end the meeting in 5 minutes, but I wanted to call out Chris Crawford and Michael Burns for manning the speaker list. I thought it was an amazing job.
And my tellers are the freaking awesomest people on the entire planet.
The tellers are amazing.
And
No question about it. And the credentialing team, unbelievable. All the state chairs, every time I texted you something and I got back to you right away and said yes, that's because the credentials team is that fast.
Mr. Fishman.
Yes.
Pascal here. Were you going to send out another link for tomorrow?
Yeah. As soon as I end this meeting, I'm going to start working on that.
Thank you, sir. I'm just asking.
You bet. All right. And with that, my dear friends and libertarians, and I mean that sincerely, I wish you all a good night.